Hi guys, Spencer here. It's day 3 at the FUT Champions Cup, stage 1, also known as Championship Sunday. Let's take a look back at day 2 and find out how we got here.
Fortune that has changed the game here for Fanatics Tex. Surely this is the chance here. Rude Hoodie has all the time in the world.
Dasari out, Mo Alba out, Tex still remains though.
Van Dijk of all people, it's fallen back to R9. It's quite fortunate as well. The shot was never coming through with R9. And that will be, unfortunately, the end of Phil SKS's FUT Champions Cup campaign here in Bucharest.
There is the magic! Lionel Messi points to the sky, and from 1-0 down, what a turnaround it's been. Cruyff's in to finish it, and Spider Kong roars.
There's the finesse, and there's the goal. And it will be Footwiz Lyrics that breaks a deadlock. Messi, keeper's off his line. Yashi makes a great save and falls back to R9. And that is the lead he needed. Lyrics will move into the next stage of the competition.
Johan Cruyff may have a chance to strike. Eusebio, big chance! Nicolas Razek is back into this game. Heel to heel from Neymar. Here's Vieira, here's R9! 119 minutes! Pele, Yashin, saved!
Cristiano Ronaldo with the most direct approach in front of goal. Just smashed it. Zidane back to R9. There it is. That's the goal. Cruyff on the edge of the box. It's going to fall to Ronaldo. Oh, it's going to get squeezed in somehow. And for Filza, he'll be the first semi-finalist going through to Championship Sunday.
There's a man completely free in the middle. Patrick Vieira, is there a winner? The rains have fallen and we have a goal.
One chance, one goal. Dito can control this matchup now. Just going to bury that into the top-hand corner. That's exactly what he'll do. Lucas Rep straight back into this matchup. Lucas Rep will be in the final 4. You can see the outpour of emotion for the Brazilian. He is back for FIFA 20, and he's amongst the top 10 players in the world.
Bom Brasil!
Neymar has to take this one for Maestro, and he will. Fake shot, surely a goal. There it is. Maestro doing Maestro things. For Maestro, Zidane, the French hero, off the bar, and unfortunately, he will be out of the competition. Penalties look like they're not Maestro's thing right now.
The FUT Champions Cup is presented by PS4. Hello and welcome back to Bucharest, Romania. My name's Spencer. This is day 3, also known as Championship Sunday of FUT Champions Cup Stage 1, the first big event of the year. And I'm joined by Rachel Stringer, Mark Hatcher. Guys, how have you found the tournament so far?
Very exciting. We've had some upsets. We've got some names we wouldn't have expected to be here on Championship Sunday, but making it to Sunday is what this is all about. And every single player we still have in the tournament, either Xbox or PlayStation 4, has a huge chance of picking up the first trophy of the season.
Yeah, Rachel, you looking forward to another big day?
Yeah, I think it's an understatement to say we've lost some big names. We've lost the world champion. I mean, he's not even here. He kind of got knocked out, on the first day. Didn't even make it to knockouts on day 2. So, no world champion. Someone new is going to be crowned behind us in just a few hours' time. But Tex is still in it.
Tex is still in it, and he loves it in Bucharest. We know this. He loves the first event of the year as well. But that narrative can be disrupted by other people. It's not just one of these players that's going to win a massive trophy today. You guys can pick something up as well at home. If you're watching and you've linked your Twitch and EA accounts, get involved with the Twitch extension. You know, whether it's voting in a poll or predicting or whatever. Make sure you interact with the Twitch extension to pick up a Prime Gold Players Pack. I want one. Get involved. Don't miss out. So that's another thing people can get involved in. But yeah, day 2 was a crazy day. Obviously, we know we lost a few people in day 1, but then day 2 kept going. Main story for me maybe being the South Americans doing pretty well.
Yeah, I think the Brazilians had a huge turnout. I mean, every single player that turned up, we had Desari being knocked out by a Brazilian. We had Spider Kong making it through, who we're going to be seeing in our first game today. It was just crazy. Lucas Rep making it through as well. You've got Yago making it through. Everyone who was from South America was representing yesterday. I'm sure there's a few South American fans. I'm not sure if it's early or late over there, but they're definitely going to be watching.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, there might be some people that stayed up late to watch KSI beat Logan Paul. Shouting that out there. Well done, JJ. But of course, it's all about FIFA today. Let's take a look at the schedule for the games that are going to happen today. Obviously, we've got, this is the kind of business end of things. This is the pre-show right now. We're going to go through to the Xbox semi-final 1, straight through to the Xbox semi-final 2. Then we'll see the 2 PS4 semi-finals, console finals, and of course, the grand final, which will be recapped with the PS4 post-show at 6 o'clock. That's Greenwich Mean Time. So yeah, obviously massive games coming up. And what does that mean in terms of points? What does that mean in terms of prize money? Because that's why the guys are ultimately here. Starting off with points, because that's how you can obviously qualify for the E-World Cup. We know that 2,000 points will go to both console winners, as you can see here. So there's actually not a differentiator between winning a console and winning the whole thing. That's where the prize money comes in. So we're starting off in 5th and 8th place. Everyone involved today has got at least 8th place, so they've got at least 800 points. If you win this first semi-final, you're getting 1,400 points. That's almost double. And obviously, if you get through to your console final, or if you win your console final, I should say, you're getting 2,000 Global Series points. But as I mentioned, the overall winner will do something or get something that the console winner doesn't get, and that's an extra $20,000.
Ooh, that's a lot of money.
It's a lot of money, isn't it? Everyone here that's got to this stage is getting 7.5K. They can win one game, double that to 15K. They can double it again to 30K, but only one person can get 50K, and that's a nice chunk of change, isn't it?
50K, who wouldn't want to go home with that? And also those 2,000 points, because we saw last year at the playoffs, 2,000 points was the kind of number that you needed to get to the FEWC. So everybody is want to pick up lots of points here today.
Yeah, and only one person can get 50,000. Like we said, 2 people can get 2,000 points, and that's a significant amount of points. Okay, next let's look at the bracket. Who's playing who? Because we've got some big games coming up. But we're going to start off with a game behind us in a second. You might be able to see a face just there. I think it belongs to young Tex, who's there. But that's going to be our first game. Let's take a look at the bracket and see who's playing each other. Obviously, starting off with the Xbox semi-finals. So here we go. This is the PS4 side. So we're going to start with the Xbox. But when we come to the PS4, it'll be for Filza versus Clash Crazy. Okay, that's Brazil versus Italy. And then the other semi-final, Lucas Rep versus West Ham Yago. That is another South American battle. West Ham represented by Argentina a lot these days, but that's obviously Brazil, South America. Xbox side, we have 2 Brits on either side. We've got Fnatic Tex, recently joining Fnatic, of course, going up against Spider Kong. That's England versus Brazil. And we have other Brit, FUT Lyrics, who's done particularly well, going up against Dylan Mike, England versus Germany in there, meaning it's quite nicely poised at 4 Europeans and 4 South Americans left in the tournament.
I mean, the PlayStation side's got those 3 South Americans, so it's kind of just Clash is Crazy, who's going to be the one man who's trying to represent Europe on the PlayStation 4. So on that side, South America is definitely going to be having some high hopes of a champion as far as the console's concerned. I'm looking forward to that Dull and Mike Lyrics game, though, because that's going to be definitely full of goals, definitely full of excitement. We saw Dull and Mike kind of only knew one way to play yesterday with that 4-1-2-1-2 narrow, just scoring goals. They just let him in, but didn't care. He was going to outscore his opponent, so certainly going to be an exciting one, that.
But for that one, I guess the story for me was Dylan Mike is great at penalties.
Yes.
He won in the quarterfinals, penalties to Diogo, I think it was. Round of 16, and then in the quarterfinals yesterday, he won as well. En Razik he beat on penalties. So Lyrics, if it does go to extra time and penalties, he needs to watch out.
Yeah, there's a lot of stories at play here. Obviously, we talked about Tex trying to do the first event of the year. We've also got Dylan Mike, who has won in Bucharest before. But this is Tex that we're going to see first, going up against Spider Kong on the Xbox. Spider Kong probably surprising some people to get this far. I think it's fair to say. Didn't have a crazy year last year like Tex did. But it's all change, it's all new. There's a chance for him to have a big upset here.
Yeah, I think we were saying, weren't we, maybe he was around in like 2017, and we were saying, is 2017 FIFA similar to 2020? Because it seemed quite a lot of people who were good a couple of years ago have started to come good again now. So it'll be interesting to see how he gets on.
He was one of the most impressive players for me. The whole of yesterday, I said that him, Tex, and I think Lyrics were the ones that really stood out for me. Spider-Kong didn't seem to have many obvious flaws in his game. Defensively, looked very sound. He also had that ability to score goals as well, which is something that, you know, last year we were saying this player's really good offensively. That's going to carry him through games, someone like Usted. But you need to have a sound base this year in FIFA 20. You need to be able to keep the ball when you need to. You need to be able to defend well, and then also be very creative in attack. Because a lot of players have those players behind the ball. You need to find a way to score goals. And Spider-Kong, he seemed to be the total package yesterday.
Yeah, we're nearly ready to join the action. If I can quickly ask you guys to give us a quick prediction. And if you're feeling extra bold, give us a prediction for the whole thing as well. Rachel?
Okay, out of this one, just because I'm going to go first, because I think I know where you're going to go. After what you just said there, I'm going to go with Tex. Win the whole thing. I think it's going to come from the Xbox side of things. Is it going to be Tex? It's going to be Tex.
Is it? It's okay, you're going
He's
double
smiling,
Tex.
look here. Thanks, Tex.
No
yeah.
pressure.
He made Tex this morning. Now it's time for me to
Fanatic
just...
Tex, is he going to do it?
What shall I say? He's giving me a little look over. Look at this. You can't see it right now, but he's staring right at me. I'm going to go with Tex as well. He was phenomenal yesterday. Still unbeaten in the tournament, something that we should say as well. So,
You just bigged up Spider-Kong so much, then you got the Tex.
Spider-Kong's an insane player, and I think this is going to be a super tight game. This is Tex we're talking about. And as far as tournament winners is concerned, I'm going to pick, it's going to be either Tex or Lyrics.
Okay, you're going for a Brit win.
I have to, right?
Okay, well, yeah, you don't have to, but...
No, you're right.
Fair
No,
play.
you're completely right. I don't have to do it.
I wasn't actually going to make a prediction.
Just do what?
No, you have to give a prediction.
Okay, I'm going to go for Tex double win as well.
Snap.
But, of course, that does pile the pressure on the youngster. He does tend to thrive under pressure, but Spider-Kong's in his way. The question is, what do our casters think? Richard and Brandon, who you got for this one?
Tex just looks really, really impressive. So, for me, to take my vote, 5-0 in Swiss. Impressive, 2 games of knockout yesterday as well. And it's just Bucharest for him. He just thrives in Bucharest, it seems, when it comes to competitive FIFA.
Everybody is backing Tex. And
so Richard's just going to do a Richard.
I feel as though with Spider-Kong beating Desari and then beating FIFA Fico, you know what? No, it's going to be Tex, isn't it? Tex is going to win, isn't it? Tex, yeah, I think Tex is going to... He'll beat Spider-Kong. For the overall prediction of the tournament, I'll bring it to you on the couch later.
You're going to tease us again. Okay, well, we look forward to that. Boys, you're both looking very dapper. Enjoy the game. Hope it's a good one.
Thank you very much, Spencer, Rachel, and, of course, on set on the couch there with their predictions heading into this game, Richard. It's our first Championship Sunday of the year, of the FIFA 20 Global Series. And it wouldn't be right without kicking off with Tex, would it? The first game of the day, the man that has all the hype about him. He won not just last year's first major, the year before that, the first major in that, back in Barcelona. If he goes and does it today, Richard, that's 3 years in a row, first major of the year he's been able to clear up. And before we can even talk about the matchup, we're straight into it now. It's Tex up against Spider-Kong. How are you feeling about this matchup?
I feel like I'm getting deja vu. Because whenever we're in Bucharest, I seem to be watching Tex in a Liverpool kit on Championship Sunday. You saw the stats before the game, 3.5 goals average scored for both of these two players. The big deciding sort of difference was Tex has only conceded 1 goal on average a game. 1 goal average a game. You look at his results from the knockouts, 3-1 win against Sakul and a 4-0 victory against Phil SKS. Spider-Kong, on the other hand, 4-2 victory against MS Desari and then a 7-3 win against FIFA Feature.
I think that was something that a lot of us looked over, including myself. He beat MS Desari in the round of 16 yesterday. He might not have had the easiest Swiss in the world, did Spider-Kong, obviously getting himself through, ensuring he got those 3 wins. He's going to have his first chance of this game. Fortunately, the ball was slightly too high there for Johan Cruyff to connect onto that header. It was time red anyway. But he beat MS Desari, Richard. An ex-world champion. Then had to come up against FIFA Feature, which I had the pleasure of walking to this venue with him this morning, FIFA Feature, and he told me that a lot of the Brazilians, a lot of the South Americans, because fair play to South America in this tournament, there's a lot of them that have made it into Championship Sunday. But apparently Spider-Kong is quite a vocal player. When he scores goals, we'll let you know, a big vamu. FIFA Feature went, I gave it straight back to him, and he was a little bit nervous off that.
So you think that maybe the internal battle, you've got to sort of give him a bit of a motive back. I don't think Tex is I don't think I've ever seen him, unless he actually wins the event, that's when the emotion comes out of him. We saw Spider-Kong in that 4-2-3-1. Tex, we know that he's got a number of different formations and game plans that he's got up his sleeve alongside his coach. Saw him yesterday morning, Texas coach, actually sat in the catering area.
Yeah, it was incredible, wasn't it?
Like 10:30 in the morning, 3 hours before we went live, headphones on, jotting down, planning his game plan for Tex to execute, and execute it he did.
This is going to be Spider-Kong's first real attack of the game. Again, looks for Johan Cruyff, just in and around that penalty area. Once again, though, unfortunately cannot connect with it. As you mentioned, Richard, obviously, a bit of preparation from Tex's coach yesterday, and the matches that Tex did play yesterday. It was a round of 16 win up against Sakal from the Focus Clan, 3-1, and then came up against, obviously, the Austrian FIFA player Phil SKS, in which he won 4-0. There's just something about Tex this year. Although in the interview he said he hasn't really played too much FIFA, different approach to competitive FIFA this year, he just seems to find a way to win.
Early indications, Spider-Kong pressing very nicely up the pitch. You saw that ball down the line for Garincha, just stepping out with his fullback, getting in front of it. I watched back the Phil SKS game between Tex and Phil yesterday, and yeah, Tex was unbelievable. He kept a clean sheet. However, apart from the first goal, really, that Tex scored, it were a number of mistakes that Phil made that sort of gave Tex the emphatic victory. The fourth goal, he rolled it out to his goalkeeper. The third goal, he got very lucky with Van Dijk. He rode a tackle and then R9 slotted it in. The second goal, he played an offside trap. Phil, another mistake, and his defence all came out of position. So, with Tex, you sort of know what you're going to get. You're going to get a very professional performance, and he just will capitalise on your mistakes, very similar to what Maestro does.
Here's Tex's first real chance to get the ball forward. It's been mostly Spider-Kong keeping possession, probably just trying to tease Tex away from it. R9 back to goal there. He's still just going to hold possession, have a little drop of the shoulder left and right. Could it be a shot from Tex early on? Pull it back to goal. It's going to be Eusebio, and cleared away, out of danger.
Tex for the last sort of 18 months has been a constant 8 out of 10 performer. Someone like Desari, sometimes you'll see him play unbelievable FIFA, but other times, sometimes he just doesn't turn up. Sometimes he does play it a little worse. With Tex, the consistency that he shows is unreal. What a goal that is. I'm not sure if he got a deflection from R9 on the way through, but he's hit it on the left foot. Looping shot into the top corner.
Wow. What an incredible strike to kick things off on our Championship Sunday here in Bucharest, Romania. That touch, that original touch from R9, just to tee up the ball. And the next thing you know, it was nestling in the top right-hand corner. Tex does lead 1-0. And as you said, Richard, that's the first real time he's gone forward, but he scored.
Now the pressure very much put onto Spider-Kong.
I have to kind of go on to that point you said, Richard, of he's always an 8 out of 10 performer. He's never not gone past Swiss. He's always in the knockouts. He's always around that top 4 mark. And you wonder why he joined Fnatic, a huge esports team that have backed him and they've seen what he's done, because he's worth every single penny. The pass isn't great, though. Does do very well to recover with Zambrotta.
And the amazing about it is, he's always that consistent performer. However, some events, Atlanta, Singapore, when he does go on to win Bucharest, you do get these unbelievable moments from him where he'll do 4 elasticals in a row and smash it into the back of the net. He's got that magic in his fingers.
It really does. It is simple as that. Obviously, Spider-Kong trailing by 1-0, and Spider-Kong, one of the only 3 agents in this tournament. And it was clear for him, Richard, obviously after quite a disappointing FIFA 19, he had to get his year going in the right way. And for him, that was to ensure he got top 4. He said that was the goal on the couch yesterday, speaking to the guys. He's done that. He's up against Tex now, which is a fantastic learning experience as well. And, of course, a great chance to double your prize money. You win this game, you jump up to $15,000 and 1,400 Global Series points, which is a lot of points to kick your season off.
We're not sure what the indication will be. We'll probably find out later in the year of the sort of tally that you're looking towards. Getting into playoffs, making the top 16, but 1,400 to start your season's unreal.
Just toying with both Van Dijk and Laurent Blanc at the back there. Pulled the save out from Edwin van der Sar. That was Eusebio there, just a simple drag back. Didn't even need to sprint on the ball. Added time of just 2 minutes in our first half. As you'd expect to see, quite mature passenger play there from Tex. Play the ball back, let that time go down. And you said about that brilliance from Tex that we often see on Championship Sunday. Neymar, where's he going? I don't even know. Lucky enough for Spider-Kong, the fellow Brazilian has not caused him any problems. Get rid of that one. Referee, we're into half-time.
And this is what's dangerous right now for Spider-Kong, because Tex looks like he's having fun. It looks like he's having fun with this game. You see the stats, 61% possession. Spider-Kong's not really done anything in that first half. The lovely Neymar-specific rainbow flick as well, inside the box.
I think it's just, as you said, Richard, like there's not many players, and I've said this before because we got to a stage last year when we kind of ran out of words and adjectives to kind of talk about Tex. Like, why is he so good? I think not many people get better and better throughout a tournament. Like in Championship Sunday, in finals, he just gets better. I can't explain it. Like when he plays his finals games, it's like he's just playing Swiss. Doesn't feel that pressure, it seems. There's a chance for Spider-Kong, slightly too heavy. Allison, happy to pick that one up.
Actually, a great chance as well for Spider-Kong. If that pass would have been, just had a fraction taken off it, it could have been in there as well, Spider-Kong, from the kickoff. But Tex, seeing out that wave of pressure from the Brazilian, and yet again, going to put his foot on the ball.
As we know, these guys would have obviously finished playing their games by about 3 o'clock yesterday. If that was Tex, obviously Tex was one of our first games on the stream. That means that him and his coach would have had quite a long time to prepare for this game when they found that they were playing Spider-Kong. So it would have been interesting of how they're trying to approach this matchup. A lot more goes into these knockout games in competitive FIFA of prep, looking at X games that they've played, previous matchups, breaking down similar mistakes they make, the formations they use, which areas on the pitch they like to try and exploit.
It's funny you say that. So when I was leaving the hotel this morning, I heard your voice, and I thought, that's not Brandon. It was for Phil's watching the game back from yesterday.
Oh, 9. Just gets rid of that one. Ish, I would say. Finesse comes in, but no, exactly on your point, Richard. I remember
Watching it on his phone.
perfectly at the Nations Cup last year. I remember Portugal, before their knockouts, they literally, the whole team was sat around in the hotel lobby just breaking down, obviously, their next opponents in the tournament. And it's crazy to see that level of analysis we're now seeing in competitive FIFA, because there's huge amounts of money on the line. It simply isn't just a video game. These guys preparing to their best ability. We've heard the story about Phil SKS having a 3-day fast before the tournament. Other players preparing in other ways for these major tournaments. They know what's up for stake for Spider-Kong. It's a chance to really showcase himself as a professional FIFA player and to try and pick up a team. Obviously, ex-NSC Spider-Kong, the team that Lucas Rep now does play for. Obviously, he's into our finals day over on the PlayStation. Certainly a bit of a comeback performance from him. This is nice from Spider-Kong, though. Just being able to keep the ball a few occasions. Little dink out to R9, who finds himself out on this left-hand side, takes the strike, and it is saved by Allison.
Great passage to play there from Spider-Kong as well to create that chance. Nice bit of possession and a little dink pass out wide.
Here we go, though. Once again, just feel like he rushed that straight into, sort of, I want to say, is Maldini at the back. Through ball. Unfortunately, Laurent Blanc able to read that one. Just lay it off to Carlos Alberto, who's been one of the stars of the weekend.
He seems a little bit nervous the way that he's playing Spider-Kong. You saw him just dinking that ball down the line then again. Doesn't seem to be much conviction. The shot that he had when he did make his way into the box.
You always say it as well, Richard. When you play against Tex, his second leg, 9 times out of 10, is always better than his first. And if he's winning his first leg, it really is kind of worrying. if you're the person that's playing against him, that is. Saw it yesterday for that Phil SKS game. Really tight first leg, second leg, full-time score 4-0. You said about Tex enjoying himself, and he just flicks over his opponent's head.
Sombrero flick on the edge of the box there, looking to set up the volley. With R9 Ronaldo. But at 1-0 this game, he's very much still in the balance. Spider-Kong, when he's had to defend, he has. But Tex, he just don't look worried. He don't look pressured. If you had a heart rate monitor on him, it's probably even lower than what it usually would be. He's got ice running through his veins.
Just had to hoof that one out wide. Lucky enough it did connect with Eusebio. We haven't seen much of for Spider-Kong. It's been very kind of on that left-hand side, heavy in possession, trying to use R9, who for me just seems a little bit pushed out, too far wide. He's a player that I prefer to kind of keep in the middle. So he's got Cristiano Ronaldo being that middleman for him. Can he find Cristiano Ronaldo as he just timed his run on side? If he has, this could be incredible from Spider-Kong. And
just
there
off.
you go, you can see it by the reaction. Just offside.
Just offside, probably centimetres, Cristiano Ronaldo there, but again, another good indication for Spider-Kong that he can get in behind this defence of Tex, and we know Tex does defend quite aggressively. He's not one to play drop back and sit men behind the ball. You see when he runs forward with his centre-backs. Always trying to squeeze the ball.
Of course, nice to see that midfield duo of Hullet and Vieira being backed by Spider-Kong. And of course, on the other side of that as well for Tex. Two players that he would be very familiar with in Tex. Obviously, all the tournaments he played last year, all around the world. And those were the two staples in his team. Whether he was rocking the 4-2-3-1 or a mix of other formations, using those two centre midfielders.
I always find it funny how even before anybody's played with Hullet, people are, pros especially, wanting to buy Hullet. But you just know exactly what you're going to get. You know you're going to get arguably the best midfielder in the game, the most dominating midfielder. There's no real question about any other midfielder going. Like,
Just offers you everything, doesn't he?
he is.
He's got the right physique, the right model as a player. This is a little bit interesting from Van der Sar. Clears that one away and clears the ball as far outside of the ground as well, as we do close our first leg at 1-0 to Tex. And as Tex often does, he'll go away, have a drink, get himself ready and prepared for the second leg. Spider-Kong, though, didn't show us, of course, a great deal. First 30 minutes, kept the ball quite well, and to be honest, he actually looked quite comfortable in the first 25 minutes. But against Tex, he only needs one chance. He had one chance, Richard, scored that goal. And then other than that, really, from Spider-Kong, he had an offside chance, and that was about it. Tex was kind of controlling the game.
It's the exact same position that Tex was in against the round of 16. I should say the quarter-final game against Phil SKS. 1-0 after the first leg. Then the second leg turned it all around. Spider-Kong won't be worried. He'll be looking at this game and thinking, yes, I lost 1-0, but I can turn this around. I've scored 11 goals in my 2 bracket play matches so far. I will concede goals because my offensive play is much better than my defensive play. So he can get back into this game, but against Tex, you can't play an average game and expect to win. You've got to play your best game.
Yeah.
And hope that he has an off day. That's how good he is.
It has to be the best game you've played all weekend, really. When you come up against Tex, who, as we said, he's 5-0 in Swiss. That means never dropped a game from day one.
It's not lost.
He hasn't lost. And when you haven't tasted defeat, I often say it depends what kind of player you are, but there's only 2 players left in the competition that were unbeaten. For Phil's on the PlayStation side of things, is still in the knockouts. The good thing is, though, for Spider-Kong is that it's not 3-0, because if it's 3-0 against Tex, it is game over. It's only 1-0. We know how competitive FIFA can go. You can never guess how something's going to go until the last minute, as we've seen, that be the case not just for Tex, but for so many people in the competitive FIFA world over the last few years. But speaking of which, Richard, obviously, both players already guaranteed $7,500, 800 Global Series points for getting to this stage, the Final Four. Spider-Kong requalifies himself as well for the next FUT Champions Cup, which in itself is a massive achievement.
I think going back to Tex and why he's so determined for this event specifically, he's won for the last 2 years, he's won the first event of the year. Barcelona in 2018, in FIFA 18, I should say. Bucharest in FIFA 19. He wants to make it 3 in a row. He wants to make it a trilogy of him dominating the opening portion of the year. He dominated the entire year until August last season, losing in the playoff finals against Stokes, and then in the grand finals. That was the only time he's not made it through any sort of group stage ever in FIFA. He got knocked out in the groups of the grand final. So I think new game, he does want to cement his sort of early start set in stone as soon as possible. You also look at the other players that were knocked out of the competition, with Desari out, with Nicolas Razak out, with Dax out. He will be so disappointed in himself if he didn't go on to win this tournament.
I have to say, Richard, it's been the tournament that maybe the lesser-known players, it was their opportunity to take Global Series points, of course, from some of the big names. But as you know, of course, there are a number of Twitch drops taking place over the 3 days. We're in our 3rd day and our final day now. And Richard, I know you've got a little bit of love for Manchester City and probably that man on the screen right now. Talk to me about him.
I'll tell you what, that Sergio Aguero, the Scream Sergio Aguero, can be yours if you are linking your Twitch account and your EA account. See a number of pros playing with him in the qualifiers, and apparently he's a very, very naughty finisher in front of goal.
Of course, if you do pack him, you're lucky enough to get him from the rewards, do tweet us. Let us know as well. If you're using any of those TIFOs, esports kits in the game, the Adidas Global Series ball, we want to hear from you guys. Get involved in the conversation. But here we go. We are underway for our second leg. If you have just joined, it's Fnatic Tex up against SpiderCon. Tex did take a 1-0 lead, and that's all we've actually seen so far across our first semi-final. After this one, of course, we have got Dolomite up against Lyrics, who actually faced previously at the Draft Story Cup just a few weeks ago, in which Lyrics did win 2-1 over an aggregate scoreline as well. So that's going to be a cracker of a game to go to next, which I'm really excited about. But before we do, we've got to find out who will be, one of the names in the console final for the Xbox. Currently, Tex is in control.
See the frustration there from SpiderCon, just giving the ball away. Simple pass, going astray for him, and very aggravated grimace on his face.
Is that chance? There's the finesse! And that's probably the worst possible start for SpiderCon in this game. He knew that he was 1-0 down. He knew how Tex can control a game. Ball comes on the edge of the box. He's been looking for it a few times across that first leg. 9 minutes into the second leg? There's your Sabio. There's that 5-star weak for if he wanted to use it. And he's straight into the back of the net. 2-0 to Tex on aggregate.
But it all came from SpiderCon giving the ball away. He tried playing out of the back in his own sort of defensive third. He won the ball back off a Tex and then tried passing it out. Quick turnover over possession, and just as I was saying yesterday, when the ball gets turned over, especially in FIFA 20, the turnovers are so crucial. You have to capitalise when your opponent plays out of position, when Hullik's not sat on the edge of the box like a Guardian, when they're not sat just defending the box. When you do get that little bit of space, you have to make it count.
Well then, coming into this game, it was a very small hill for SpiderCon to climb. Now it's turned into a little bit of a mountain now. He's 2-0 down. You're thinking, Brandon, it's only 2-0, but you look at Tex's previous results, not just across this competition, but qualifiers. He's already qualified himself for the next FUT Champions Cup, even if he didn't finish top 4 here. It's just that winning ability that he seems to have in his mindset, being able to see out games, even if he is 1-0 up, 2-0 up. SpiderCon will naturally have to make a change very soon as well.
Just there, one of the little things that he didn't switch player straight away. Tex, as that ball got switched, he sprinted probably 25-30 yards with Eusebio to get closer towards him and then switched player. Always running back with his centre mids as well, and then happy to pull players out of his back four to squeeze and let the AI pick up the second man sort of lanes, pick up the interception lanes, just like Vieira did there. It's so natural to him.
As you probably would have seen, hasn't been using maybe a handful of skill moves this event. Says it's not really part of my play style as of yet. Of course, we've seen him when he's in a winning position, 3-4 goals up, and he's having a little bit of fun. Sombrero flick, we saw one of them in the first leg. But he won't do a skill, do you know what I mean, just to be a bit flashy. He'll do it because he knows it will work, or it might pull out a penalty. Someone might take that or bite into the tackle. Next thing you know, it's a red card, and he could be scoring another goal.
He's not just aimlessly flicking the right stick.
Spider-Kong simply must score one of these chances. So close, Cristiano Ronaldo.
And that arguably the difference between Cristiano Ronaldo and R9 Ronaldo. R9 with that 5-star weak foot. Does that go in on his weak foot? But as I was saying just before that, with the right stick, with the skill moves, he's not just aimlessly flicking it in circles. Everything has a purpose. Everything is effective that he does.
Speaking of moving that right stick, we saw a little ball roll from him there, and we've seen it time and time again from a number of pros. They'll never look to cross it.
It's just
Zambrotta.
It's snagged him.
I don't know what's happened there. R9 back to goal. Surely free. Yes, it's free. And just like that, from the left-hand side, Neymar just toying with two players, just pulling out that back line. I think the right centre-back moved over as well. Played into Zambrotta. Maybe a little bit fortunate there with a little fake shot through the legs. And then look at that. It was R9 up against Laurent Blanc. Fake to go one way, went the other. He was one-on-one with the goalkeeper, and you'd put your house on R9 scoring that goal for you. 3-0 up on aggregate. It's the scoreline that Spider-Kong probably does not want to go up against, especially only 33 minutes into this second leg.
Still can't get over though. He put it through his legs. Out wide.
He's been really getting involved in a few attacks as well, Zambrotta, this weekend. You see a lot of pros with their fullbacks, as soon as it gets to about the halfway line, just drop the ball off. But if players can use their fullbacks to their advantage and get them up high, get them involved in a few of the attacks, not many players expect it as well. Here's a prime example we're about to see now. What can Zambrotta do for Spider-Kong? He knows he needs 3 goals, so naturally, you are going to expect a change in his custom tactics.
The goal is imperative if he wants to get back into this game in the next 10 minutes. You'd probably say he's got to score before half-time. If Tex goes into half-time, 3-0 leading, you'd happy to put Tex into the final, even with 45 minutes left to play.
It's one of them as well. You can just see how kind of negative Spider-Kong was there for a second. Obviously, he's 3-0 down, but he has really got no other options to aim for. The goal before half-time would be perfect for him. Great bit of trickery there from R9. Unfortunately, ran into danger. It's going to fall back to Ronaldo. Lovely touch. Just unfortunately, I feel like rushed the shot.
Straight down the goalkeeper's throat as well. I think he had to sort of use the shot very quickly because he would have got intercepted. That's just going to roll out of play there. That big kick from Alisson. But he's still probing. Is Spider-Kong still trying to find a way back into this game?
As we saw in that Dolomite game yesterday against Enerajek on the Xbox. Never give up. You heard Dulin at one point. He was 3 goals down. He thought it was completely over. Here's Johan Cruyff. Alisson matching it up once again.
There just doesn't look any conviction on the strikes. Everything just looks a little bit weak. I'm not sure. Is he not holding the shoot button down for long enough, potentially? Van der Sar, that had mistake written all over it.
Just thinking if that pass was a little bit worse out to Carlos Alberto, it could have been a different story and he could have found himself 3-0 down at half-time.
See the shots, though, at half-time. Takes 2 shots, 2 on target, 2 goals. Spider-Kong, 3 shots on target and yet to register a goal.
This is what we expect to see, though, Rich. Obviously, we are looking, obviously, at the POV of Spider-Kong. He thought he'd actually changed a little bit more than that. I think he just changed one of his custom tactics. But if you've seen his bench as well, it's stacked with attacking players on there. I saw Mbappe, I saw Pele. Messi might even be on there as well. There's a handful of players.
Certainly could come on and potentially try and shake things up a little bit, but do you think he's already, with 45 minutes left, thinking this game's away from me? It would creep into your mindset.
It would creep
in.
in.
And think, yeah, I'm probably just not gonna. I'm not gonna win this game.
It's all about that name value as well, Richard. We spoke about it before. We seem to always find ourselves talking about it. It's not just the scoreline, it's the player you're playing against. Got 40 minutes to try and pull something special. Out of the hat, because we've seen how good the South American players have been. We're seeing 4 of them obviously through into the knockouts. The only South American on this side of the console, though, on Xbox, is Spider-Kong. The other side, Lucas Rep, Fafilza and Iago. 3 Brazilians, Richard, in our last 8. It's been a really impressive campaign from the South American side.
Yeah, 100%. Even keel of South Americans and Europeans as well in the Final 4.
And also,
on each console.
You saw it yesterday as well. How passionate they are as well. They're a bit like a family, aren't they?
Yeah,
we saw in some of their games.
A lot of them travel together as well from Brazil. I know Iago and Nicholas, both very close friends as well. So it is. You got to think as well, when you come to a foreign country, you're coming from Brazil, you're coming from Argentina, you don't speak the native language. Your English might not be as good as England speaking people, naturally British and English speaking people, so you are going to stick together. It makes sense.
I think what was really class as well was obviously Resende, one of the big names in Brazil, as his attack comes in from Tex. Unfortunately, Hullet will just clear that one away for him. Back to Hullet, though, for Tex. But Resende went out in Swiss, but what did he do? Continued to support his friends, his teammates from Brazil. And Lucas Rep, probably the star for me out of that list of players. Here's a chance, surely not 4. Tried to move it on the left foot. It's not going to matter anyway, because R9's there. And when R9 is in and around the box, there's always going to be trouble.
Love a build-up play as well from Tex. I thought he'd actually got away with it, Spider-Kong, when the goalkeeper pulled out a great save with his foot. But on the rebound, as you often see this year in FIFA, a lot of rebounds tend to fall to the attacking player. I know I've certainly had that a lot when I've been playing.
He's only going to go to a 4-2-2. Obviously, he's 4-0 down. Maybe to himself mentally right now, what? Not long left at all. It's a real tough one for him. 26 minutes away, but, you know, I'm not writing him off now, but I've not seen people come back from 4 goals down against Tex in a very, very long time. And there's the change he's made. R9. Right place, right time. I like what he did originally, though, Tex. He tried just to get on the left foot of Eusebio. It was just like that extra touch, wasn't it, to try and create an angle to get past the goalkeeper. Unfortunately, it didn't work for him, but the rebound was there, and, of course, R9 was there.
Switched up into 4-2-2 as well, Spider-Kong. He's not done fighting yet. He's going to try and salvage maybe a little bit of his pride in this game. 4-0 down, the exact same scoreline that Tex beat Phil SKS in the quarterfinal. Seems to be a scoreline that's bringing him all the success right now.
Back-to-back 4-0, Richard, in knockouts. Really is impressive. Quarter-final win, 4-0 against Phil SKS yesterday, of course. They are across 2 legs, these matchups, and both first legs were very tight, including the one we're looking at today and the one we looked at yesterday.
It'll be over 6 legs of FIFA, it'll be 1 goal conceded for Tex, which is crazy.
Obviously winning against Sakal 3-1 in his round of 16 game yesterday. That is very, very impressive from him. What's that, 11 goals scored, 1 conceded across 6 games of FIFA. And even now, you can just see it in his face cam. He's still looking at stuff he's doing wrong, maybe. Just little bits of his play that he wants to perfect. So he knows he's still got a long way if he wants to become the champion. See, it's stage 1 of our FUT Champions Cup. We're in Bucharest, Romania. We're in day 3 of the action, and this is our first matchup, which is about to conclude very shortly. This could be nice from Spider-Con. Will be nothing more than a consolation from him, though. Vieira into Mbappe. And it's just going to be cleared up by the trio of Maldini. Back to Alisson, out to Carlos Alberto. And next thing you know, we're straight down the other end.
So composed, isn't he, when he got it at the back as well. No panic really setting in whatsoever. He trusts these players. And it will be Tex in another console final here in Bucharest. They'll be looking to start FIFA 20 just as he did FIFA 19. And that's on top of the mountain.
Top of those rankings as well, Richard. Didn't move last year on Xbox from that top spot, did he? Was there all year long, and just by winning this game, he will guarantee himself 1,400 Global Series points, which are going to do wonders for his season. This is only in our first major of the year. This is not even thinking about the other FUT Champions Cups and FIFA majors and so many other tournaments. Garrincha, a popular icon this weekend as well, the Brazilian, out on that right midfield position.
I think after people seeing Tex using him as well, his price will definitely rose on the market on FIFA 20, and more pros, I imagine, in 2 weeks' time when we're back here in Bucharest, will be using Garrincha in their squads.
As we said, do not go anywhere because we've still got so much more action to come. We've got Lyrics, FUT Lyrics, that is up against Wolfsburg's Dulan Mike in our next semi-final to find out who will be joining Tex in our Xbox console final. Then we'll move over to PlayStation. Some enthralling matchups there as well. Of course, a really exciting South America matchup. Yago up against Lucas Rep, and for Filza up against Clash Crazy, the Italian. It's been a long time since we've seen an Italian player break out, Rich, and that is full time. Congratulations to Fnatic Tex. He will be the first name in the Xbox console final. $15,000 richer as well, and ensures he gets himself 1,400 Global Series points. Really impressive result. 4-0 across the 2 legs. Commiserations to Spider-Con, but you have to say, a fantastic outing for the Brazilian. Yeah,
great tournament for Spider-Con. MS Dasari dispatched of him in the round of 16 in the quarterfinals. He then went on to beat FIFA Feature 7-3. However, was it potentially just one step too far for Spider-Con in the semi-finals, falling to the hands of Fnatic Tex? And I'll tell you what, he didn't even break a sweat, did he?
He didn't. He just makes it look so easy when it comes to knockout football. Does Tex, obviously, with Fnatic now for the season in another console final. Is it going to, I know we're a few games away still, is he going to go 3 years in a row, the first major of the year?
Whoever he plays in that final will be an unbelievable game, because the game that we've coming up in a few minutes' time between Lyrics and Dulan Mike, that game, oh, I'm getting goosebumps right now just thinking about it, because both of them 2 players are more than capable of beating Tex.
Yeah, definitely. And I know we've already spoken about South America and the scene there, but the UK scene on Xbox,
thriving.
It's amazing. Like, you know, obviously we know Tass has moved over now, obviously not Xbox anymore, but obviously Harry's moved over as well to PlayStation. He was at this event, but we could have Lyrics and Tex. Obviously we still got Lyrics against Dulan Mike to come up next, but Lyrics having a fantastic start to the year. He's qualified for the first 2 FUT Champions Cups as well. It seems like the UK scene, as you said, is thriving on Xbox at the moment.
I think just in general, the UK scene is sort of having a sort of rejuvenated scene that's been spearheaded by Tex, Diogo from the UK, Stokes, Tass, Gorilla, so many really, really good players, Harry, Shorey, all the hashtag boys, all the FUTWiz players, all of these players that are sort of wanting to get up to Tex's level. But he just seems to be one step ahead of the rest of the competition.
He really does, and obviously what an impressive win it was. Back-to-back 4-0 wins, Richard. Obviously, quarterfinal yesterday, 4-0 against Phil SKS, 4-0 against Spider-Con there. Spider-Con does re-qualify himself for the next FUT Champions Cup, though. Takes some really important Global Series points as well, and $7,500. As you said, like, it's kind of really important money. If you're a free agent as well, you've got no salary coming in from an esports organisation, prize money is massive for him. He'll be in the top 10 players as well, so Spider-Kong should be really impressed.
Yeah, he will be very, very impressed with his tournament. But Tex moves on to the console final. We'll be finding out who his opponent will be in that console final. Spencer, what do you make of that?
Well, the Tex train is still going strong. Through to another round. I'm delighted to say he's joining us here on the sofa along with Rachel and Mark. And we'll look at your highlights in a second, Tex, but you must be feeling pretty good.
Yeah, he was sick though. Like the first game, second game, he's probably the best player I've played. Like mechanically, crazy, but I managed to win the game in the end.
Interesting. Shout out to Spider-Kong. Should we take a look at your highlights and you can talk us through them and let us know what your best bits were? We're going to get them up in a second for you. But yeah, you've also secured yourself a decent chunk of change as well. $15,000 minimum coming your way, but you got your eye on bigger numbers?
I've got my eye on Liverpool City later. You better win that game, I swear. I swear.
Talking about that, did you get any likes? I know there was something else going on that you were maybe saying you were going to watch.
I got like an hour to sleep, but I got to watch KSI Logan Paul. So
And you still came out and did that?
Yeah, but I want to win, so. But I'd rather Liverpool win.
You said you play better, didn't you? And you're tired anyway. So let's take a look at you playing well. We've got the highlights for you here, and you can talk us through them. So this was the first leg, starting off against Spider-Kong. Shout out to Spider-Kong as well. Great tournament for him, representing Brazil very well on the Xbox. First blood goes to Tex here. Talk us through that goal.
Yeah, so I did the reverse flip-flop. I don't usually do it. I just did it because my thumb somehow did it. and the ball like got a little bit of a kick on it, so I thought I'm hitting this, and it flew in, luckily. So yeah, then this one, that's done from me. I pulled my Van Dijk out, and I was just begging it was offside, and he was, so I was quite happy over that. I heard people celebrating back there. I was like, oh no, they're going to get loud if I concede. I don't want to concede. But I haven't scored a goal like that this tournament. I don't think I've scored a goal outside the box. I think that's my first one, so I've just played football inside the box, and that's my first one outside the box. But I've been watching highlights of Spider-Kong, and he's been doing it himself. So I thought, why can't I do it? And
You're tasting his own medicine. Is that your confidence showing there that you were taking that shot on?
No, I just did it because if it goes in, it's a goal, and I'm 2-0 up in it. So I just took my shot, and it went in.
So casual.
There, he moved the keeper and slotted over corner.
The one thing that is like, we've seen a lot of players, and yourself included yesterday, were trying to overplay maybe that situation. You might have taken another touch back inside after seeing the goalkeeper movement. Is that something you thought today, when I get the opportunity to hit it, I'm just going to hit it?
No, I'm just trying to do the best thing to score a goal, and in that occasion, that was the best thing in my head, so I did it, and it went in, so yeah. But honestly, Spider-Kong had chances. I got a little bit lucky, I would say, with some of them, but I think overall I deserved to win. So shout out Spider-Kong. The South American region is crazy, by the way. They have so many good players.
Would you say he's maybe one of the best players you've played against so far this tournament?
Yeah. Him and Razak are the best guys I played this tournament, and whoever I get in the final, if Lyrics is good, Dolomite's good, so I can't just go him now.
Exact same pass completion, 91.9%. Obviously, you got the more goals, you use your chances better. You're feeling confident for the rest of the tournament. The two best players you said you faced, as you said, are gone. Yeah. You're going to play the winner of Lyrics versus Dylan Mike. What are you thinking?
Lyrics is WhatsApping me, and he's trying to talk all this rubbish, but like he's literally WhatsApping me, and he's making no sense. I'm so far in that guy's head, it's crazy. But
so like, the WhatsApping's not working at all?
Nah, like I've mugged him off, and he's a bit embarrassed now, but I hope Lyrics wins because I want to play my mate in the final, and then if he wins, I can gas him up. If I win, he won't gas me up, but you know, that's the friend he is.
It'll be all British final if it happens. We're going to have a quick break now, guys. Just to let you know, we've had some issues on Twitch, so we're going to restart the stream on Twitch. It's all fine on YouTube, but if you're watching on Twitch, you'll see it restart, and it will get back going again really shortly. So a quick break. When we come back, another Xbox semi-final coming for you.
The FUT Champions Cup is presented by PS4.
Guys go through a lot to deal with shave irritation, so we built the new Gillette Skin Guard with a specialized guard designed to reduce it. Because we believe all men deserve a razor just for them, the best a man can get. Gillette.
sound, the most important thing you'll ever hear. It doesn't matter if you've dropped in thousands of times. Are you still using the headset that came with the system? You need to upgrade to Turtle Beach, the Stealth 600, the #1 wireless gaming headset. With superhuman hearing, you'll become a Battle Royale demon. Now that's what I call an upgrade.
Last year also here was the first FUT Cup and I also qualified for that one, and I think I showed a pretty good performance there as well. I was on stream for 2 games, which I was really enjoying because then my friends at home could all watch the game. And also at the third FUT Cup, which I won, so I think, yes, it's a lucky place for me. What do I think about FIFA being more manual defending? I think it's a good decision for this year because last year obviously it was heavily based on all the AI blocks or tacklings, and I think they have done a much better job this year, but I think it's still in the game a bit. I've gone to more of a possession style play with a lot of passes and just trying to find open man and to get easy goals through it that way. Bullet just dominates the midfield if you have him. I think he just completes the midfield. He can do everything going forward and also in the defense. Cristiano Ronaldo, I play him in center mid. I think it's kind of an unusual choice, but for me he just suits well in that position and plays really good. I like to listen to music because then I just get into the focus mode and I just blend out everything else and it works better. At the moment, I support VfL Wolfsburg, it's also the team I play for, and I think they're doing a pretty good job at the moment in the Bundesliga and also in the Europa League, so I also like to watch their games. Because it's the first cup in the qualifiers, for example Tex or Diogo got both qualifications, so I think they might be one to watch out. Who wins the tournament will be at the World Cup, but I think besides that, I can't make predictions about the winner.
The FUT Champions Cup is brought to you in part by Gillette.
Welcome back to Bucharest FUT Champions Cup Stage 1. Day 3 Championship Sunday is underway. We're 1 game down. Tex has secured himself a console final position. And there's another Brit that could join him in the shape of Lyrics, but he's got a 17-year-old German standing in his way. Dylan Mike is his opponent. Dan Gaskin joins myself and Rachel on the couch here. What do you think after that first game? Tex keeps on going.
Yeah, the consistency that Tex is showing from FIFA to FIFA is just amazing, really. What can we say? He is a wonder kid. Is he going to make it 3 tournaments in a row, each year? Honestly, it blows my mind.
And he was just saying, wasn't he, on the couch, that he kind of wants to go up against Lyrics because Lyrics is his mate. He's an Englishman. And Tex thinks he's in Lyrics' head, even though I'm sure Lyrics is listening and thinks he's in Tex's head. So much going on WhatsApp this is. They're texting each other, trash-talking each other. So it's going to be exciting.
You wonder whether part of that is Tex not wanting to face Dylan Mike as well, because he's got his own little Bucharest narrative going on. He's won an event here last year. He's also the newer, younger player on the scene. He kind of took Tex's position in that regard, and if he was to win here, he's kind of climbing after Tex in terms of major wins as well.
Quite possibly, but I mean, I think either way, whether it's Lyrics or Dylan Mike, we're in store for a pretty saucy Xbox final. In my opinion, I think the PS4 players are going to be scared about whoever they face coming out of these 3 guys that are still left in the tournament. All very impressive players.
Yeah, we have, of course, got the PlayStation games coming up for you later on, all taking place in this wonderful set we've got here. The guys literally just a stone's throw away behind us. Lyrics versus Dylan Mike. England versus Germany. It's a classic matchup, and an Englishman waiting for whoever wins in the final. One South American of the 4 that made this stage has left, obviously, in the last game. That was Spider Kong for Brazil, but a decent tournament for him.
An amazing tournament for him. I mean, he hasn't really done too much throughout the last FIFA, but of course, FIFA 17, he was in the final, the grand final, sorry, at the World Cup. So I think that's something that he can now play on for the rest of this season. He can say, look, I've achieved this. I can press on from it. I've got my ticket to the next FUT Champions Cup, and maybe we'll see Spider-Kong's name jumping up again in quarterfinals, semi-finals, who knows, maybe a final.
We talk about narratives. Obviously, FUTWIZ Lyrics has got his own narrative as well, trying to bounce back from last year where he missed a lot of tournaments. He's back, he's playing his best FIFA ever. He's signed for a new team in FUTWIZ, a team that I have to give a lot of credit for. I think they're really, really good at identifying talent. They always sign top players and are always having great years, it seems. And once again, they've brought a new man to the squad who's doing really well for them.
Yeah, so professional, I think, the FUTWIZ team as well. It's nice to see Dan as the coach and he's sitting behind Lyrics there as well. And I think if you ask anyone on the scene what they think of Lyrics, and the person that I always like to ask is the doctor. He's in the house with us, it's Dr. Nightwatch. He kind of is always lurking in people's streams, watching everything. He knows the world inside and out. And if he says Lyrics is one to watch, I think we probably should listen to him.
Probably should, but at the same time, maybe a little bit of bias because they like coached each other and stuff throughout last season.
But that means they know each other's game even more so.
To be fair, Nightwatch did say the only reason he's good at FIFA is because of Lyrics.
See, there we go.
I mean, and that's a pretty good statement in itself. But yeah, I think Lyrics has a point to prove this season, and there is no reason why he can't be in finals, grand finals, lifting trophies.
Yeah, quick predictions from you both on who you think is going to win this one.
Lyrics.
Going Lyrics, going for the UK player
That
again.
hurt me to say that because I think Dylan Mike is excellent. But
And he can hear you and he's really upset.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. He looks really upset, yeah?
Yeah, he's smiling.
Not at all.
If Dylan Mike can take a 3-goal advantage at any point, I think he'll win. However, I think if he's only ever ahead by 1 or 2, I think Lyrics will take it. So I'm going to go with Lyrics.
And if penalties happens, maybe Dylan Mike. I'm
Well,
changing. I'm now on the fence.
That's
I'm
worth
gonna get off
saying,
the
isn't
fence.
it? Dylan Mike won his last 2 penalty shootouts in a row. So if it goes to, and we know how good Germans are at penalties, don't we? That's just the
Unfortunately.
thing. What do our casters think, though? What have Richard and Brandon got in store for us in terms of predictions? Guys, who are you thinking?
For me, I feel like we're seeing a fantastic, Lyrics at the moment this year. He's qualified for the first 2 FUT Champions Cups. We were lucky enough to see him at the Draft Story Cup about a month or so ago, where these 2 players did match. And yes, it was a different tournament, but Lyrics got the win there. And I feel like it's just Lyrics' year, so it's going to be a Lyrics win for me.
I think it's going to be Dylan Mike's time. I think we're going to set up a Dylan Mike versus Tex battle of the youngster, who is the greatest young man in FIFA of all time matchup.
They both won a FUT Champions Cup
in the console
as well.
final. Yeah, so I think Dylan Mike's going to take it.
It's true. Dylan Mike does like it in Bucharest. He's got Lyrics in his way. I'm looking forward to seeing who gets the W over to you, lads.
Thank you very much, Spencer. And yeah, this is it, Richard. We're waiting to find out who will be joining Tex in our Xbox console final. You heard me talk about it there. We were lucky enough to be at the Draft Story Cup, kind of like a bit of an invitational coming into the Global Series, in which there was a handful of players there, Xbox, obviously PlayStation players. They did match up in the knockouts. Yes, it was a draft tournament. Yes, they were playing on formations they probably didn't enjoy with players that wouldn't be their first picks. But I saw a Lyrics there that impressed me. A Lyrics that was really, really impressive. And you can see, obviously, some of their stats coming into the games. 3 goals average a game for Lyrics. On the other side of that, Dylan Mike scores a lot, concedes a lot. But his knockout game yesterday were penalty shootout wins. So he likes to go right to the wire.
The way that he actually got to penalties as well, he showed great resiliency, did Dylan Mike. After trailing against Diogo for long periods of that game, and then against Nicholas Razek in a game that I thought Nicholas Razek would win. Personally, he's now set up a very, very saucy tie with Lyrics. Lyrics got to the semi-final by beating Nico at 3-2 and then dispatching Rafsu in quite a spicy, heated matchup.
Yeah, and you have to give a lot of credit to Dylan Mike, who will come forward with his first attack of the game. Obviously playing for Wolfsburg now. He's kicking in that blue strip from right to left. Lyrics obviously in that brand new, obviously FUTWIZ kit for FIFA 20, one of those esports kits that you guys can earn at home. He's wearing obviously in the studio as well, you can see. But what a 12 months it's been for Dylan Mike. Again, it's so hard to get recognised, not just in competitive FIFA, but in that German scene, which is so good. Obviously, World Cup champion as part of that now as well. But he was the first ever FUT Champions Cup winner back in January last year, and he was just a player that really everyone was a little bit scared of.
Yeah, 100%. You saw the result for him in Bucharest. It was sort of, people were talking about him but not expecting him to deliver. And we saw him in the first FUT Champions Cup, and people were like, oh yeah, Dylan Mike's this new talent, 16, 17 years old. He's gonna be very, very good. And then for him to just burst through the scene like he did, and be as mature and as well spoken and as level-headed as he was as well, I think that was credit to him, credit to the people looking after him as well, his management, the agency. And now, signed with Wolfsberg, arguably one of the biggest players in German competitive FIFA.
And one of the youngest ones as well, Richard. Let's not forget that. Obviously, an E-World Cup, probably to forget for him, but it was a learning experience. His first ever E-World Cup final. The year before last, he was too young to compete. And he is, obviously, as you said, Richard, the youngest FUT Champions Cup winner alongside Tex, but just a few days younger to earn that official title. Got picked up by SK Gaming / FC Cologne. It was just after the FUT Champions Cup, that was. And then, as I said, just before the E-World Cup, signed with Wolfsberg. It's part of that Stark family. They've done wonders for a number of players, including Lyrics as well. Obviously, one of their players also. But it just seems like, as a lot of the guys are saying, there's a point to prove for Lyrics this year. Obviously, as we know, couldn't compete for a major of the season. Majority of the season, I should say, sorry. And just kind of became a coach, didn't he? Because he wanted to be an event. He still wanted to be an event. He still wanted just to feel. He just wanted to be around competitive FIFA, in short, really, didn't he?
He wanted the atmosphere. He didn't want to lose his touch. He wanted to stay fresh. And it worked for him. Coaching Nightwatch throughout the Champions League, into the playoffs as well. Nightwatch really put down a lot of his success to Lyrics' custom tactics, to his instructions, to his guidance.
And of course, that included a win against Tex, didn't it? In Manchester last year. The match that would have sent him to the E-Champions League final, which Nightwatch did go and made it to the final in that tournament. Obviously, New York City Chris becoming the winner there. Chance early on, that's just cleared away by Patrick Vieira.
That lovely new skill move as well, holding L2, just activate a fake shot, square and X on the PlayStation controller, X and A on the Xbox, and your player will just move the ball between both feet. So a nice new way of sort of changing direction, killing the ball. You saw that then change with just a driven pass into the box straight away there.
It's Neymar's turn to come forward. Ruud Gullit, a few ball rolls, as you'd expect. He's just trying to disrupt the shape of Dolomite's team, and Dolomite will not forget that game in the Draft Story Cup. It was a two-legged matchup. Dolomite did go 1-0 up early on over the two legs. It was just that kind of grit of being able to see out a game from Lyrics that really came in to help him as he will try and open up that defensive line once again. Laurent Blanc does go down. Referee will play advantage, and straight back down the other end for Dolomite. As you touched on though, Richard, that game against Enrajek yesterday was huge for him. He was trailing by 2 or 3 goals on 2 occasions in that game, and he said on the couch when I was with him, at one point I took my headphones off and I just wanted to quit. But he got back into the game, never gave up, went to a penalty shootout, back-to-back penalty shootout wins, Richard, against obviously one against Diogo in the round of 16, one in the quarterfinals against Enrajek, one of the top players that will make knockouts, it seems, every single time on the Xbox.
I'm just having a look here at Lyrics' team. This is the first time you've seen Lyrics' squad. Yes, that is Vieira, centre-back.
There's that ball into Eusebio where he could be really dangerous. I'm surprised the keeper didn't come out and clear that one.
Vieira and Laurent Blanc, it looks like, as his 2 centre-backs. Nelson Semedo in at full-back for him. Zidane holding with Ruud Gullit in the centre of midfield.
And of course, a number of similarities in a lot of pros teams. Normally, across the back line at least and into the midfield, and then going further forward, we've seen those 5-star weak foot icon choices that people have backed, such as Johan Cruyff or Eusebio. Obviously, R9's always going to be in everyone's team. It's a case of if you want to lead on a Cristiano Ronaldo or a Messi, as we've seen some players do. Added time of just 2 minutes. It is 0-0. As we expected, it was going to be a very tight and contested matchup, this one. Dolomite will have the last chance of the half, though. Johan Cruyff just trying to drive that forward. Well, took a bit of a deflection off Ruud Gullit there. Save was needed still by the goalkeeper, and it comes to the box. Gullit at the front post. Vieira is there as well. Another corner to come. We've played our 2 minutes of added time. Back to that danger area. He's looking for that front post flick on referee. Are we going to play another attack? Yes, we are. Eusebio.
He's letting the corner go as well with 4 minutes 30.
What's that front post? Hullit's there. He's not going to look for it. Instead, to Stegen, the goalie, a choice in that 4 foot whiz lyrics. He's just saying, I think, ref, are we calling this game? Are we done for half time? It's going to be a free kick anyway to the Stegen.
With
6 minutes! Could you imagine if you conceded in the 90th minute with this much added time?
Lyrics just putting it straight out of play. Get us into half time.
It is 0-0. We really haven't had much to break down here. The stats kind of speak for itself.
Yeah, Dolomite in that 4-1-2-1-2. We saw him playing it quite a lot yesterday as well. CR7 as one of his centre midfielders. Vieira holding. Cruyff in at cam. Hullit and CR7, the 2 centre mids. Carlos Alberto, Roberto Carlos in at fullback for him.
As you saw in the halftime stats, the possession in the favour of the German, 58%, and really one shot between the 2 players as well. There hasn't been too much to talk about yet, but that's the beauty of a second leg. If it does go as 0-0, someone's going to have to come out and play, but it was a low-scoring game. In that knockout game in the Draft Story Cup that I will keep relating back to, because it's the last time we saw these guys play on FIFA 20, the only time they played in the last few years. Obviously, Lyrics, a player that you go back as far as FIFA 18, actually made the playoffs then, but obviously couldn't make it to that event. On the other side of that, Tun and Mike was not old enough to compete back in FIFA 18, so
but
that's why they haven't played against each other, yeah.
Last year, the Lyrics with Imperial.
And of course, with the Maltese PlayStation 4 player of Christian Spiteri. Back to goal. He's going to be the first chance really for Lyrics. Time that tackle to perfection from Laurent Blanc. Huge tackle. Goes up for a throw-in. But no, a lot of land experience for both of these 2 guys. Playing at events where there's prize money, where there's cameras on you. Not a great clearance, really, is it? Neymar back to R9. Again, Laurent Blanc just doing enough to get in the way of the right boot there of R9.
We're all talking about, well, Tex mentioned it, about Lyrics in the final. He wants Lyrics to get to the final. I know FUT is done quite well. I know that the one thing that he'll be drilling into Lyrics is 1 game at a time, 1 game at a time, 1 game at a time. Don't even think about the final. You're not there yet.
R9 into Eusebio. Expect that one more pass inside. Lovely use of a fake shot there, just to make Vieira bite into the tackle and open up the pocket of space that he did. Messi. Again, it's one of those prime examples we said, Rich, that if you do get Messi on the ball, it's got to be quick. It's got to be into his feet, and you've got to play off, or has to be a shot if you were close to the goal, because look at just the people that are around him, the physique of Hullit, the air around that centre midfield area. He's going to pick up the ball, of course, on the halfway line to try and drive forward, because you can see every single player back 4 Lyrics within his own half, back to goal again. That's a wicked deflection.
Both players defending very, very well in this first leg. You see the 4-4-2 that Lyrics has been using for quite a while. Interesting that Dolomite's not... You know what? In a 4-1-2-1-2, I'm surprised he's not scored yet. Because the 4-1... I'm surprised there's not been goals in general, because against the 4-1-2-1-2, it's very hard to hold possession. When you're using 4-1-2-1-2, the passing options just don't open up as much.
I think that was a comment from the other side of the bracket with Tex, is that we know Dulham plays quite a narrow formation, and it was something that I know Tex's coach was saying, I'm a little bit worried about if we have to come up against someone that does play more of a narrow formation. We know it has to be a lot faster, the build-up play.
The thing is, with the 4-1-2-1-2, it had 58% possession at half-time. It's so hard to actually do that, because your centre-mids don't really show for you that much. Your CDM seems a little bit out of the game. Whereas in a 4-4-2, you can move it left to right all day long. The passing options keep on opening up. So extremely impressive from Dolomite to have the possession at half-time, yet both players defending extremely well. They're not showing any frailty in the defensive third, both looking very strong.
Was that through
Switch was Lutto
into R9. He didn't really have any other option, did he? He'll be Yashin, the Russian goalkeeper that has been backed. Kind of a little bit different for us to see Yashin in goal, especially for this year.
There's a lot of icons on the pitch right now for Dolomite as well, looking at his team.
Still 0-0, 73 minutes played in this first leg. If you have just joined us, you know that Tex is in the console final. He's waiting for one of these two to join him in that Xbox final. Still got a second leg to come. It's still 0-0 though. It's Johan Cruyff. Now how deadly he can be in and around the box. Really nice this. From Dolomite, back to Hullet again, R9. You know what he wanted to do, but Lyrics also did as well. Ball just coming straight back at him though. Just him jockeying there of Hullet. He's on the yellow card already.
Again, Nelson Semedo just tucking in from the fullback position and clearing up any danger.
Hullet. Couldn't get that ball to Eusebio at all, could he? There's a pause cue by Lyrics. And of course, naturally, there probably will be a little bit of frustration coming through soon, because credit where it's due to Dolomite, he's not let Lyrics play at all.
I mean, even as Lyrics to Dolomite though, I can't really recall any good shot that either player has had. It's been a stalemate. It's the only way you can describe it. Which adds even more pressure going into the second leg if we are at 0-0. Because then the mistake is vital. Then it is costly. Then you watch back the Twitch stream and you see that you made a mistake in the second leg and that was the thing that cost you.
This will probably be the last chance of the game, and it's going to fall to Dolomite. Of course, there will be added time to come as well, so maybe expect Lyrics to have a chance as well. He'll be patient around this attack. He'll take his time with it. As you would have seen, it's gone all the way back to left back. Everyone's getting a touch on the ball. There's a reason for it, though. On the other side of that, Lyrics' team, every single player within his own half, shuffling from left to right. You can see a little bit of a press there, and it has worked out for him. Messi's going to make the run just to try and pull out the centre-back, and it's gone all the way back to the full-back of Zambrotta. Zidane, added time of 2 minutes. This will be the last attack of the game. R9, just jacked it on the ball, didn't he? Tried to open up that shot on the right foot. Full time in game number 1. And it is, as you said, Richard, it's been a little bit of a stalemate. At half-time, we had one shot that we saw. And to be honest, at full-time, maybe 2 shots. We haven't really seen too much.
I don't think the stats will be, they'll be great viewing. It was quite a tactical, quite a dry game, really. There weren't really much to write home about in that first leg. But, if anything, that just sets up for the second leg even better. As you can see, the Turtle Beach Elite Pro 2 headset that Dolomite is using there. If you stay tuned throughout the stream, you can win your very own Turtle Beach Elite Pro 2 headset. We will be providing you the hashtag later on in the stream that you are required to tweet out. In your tweet, just make sure you're following at Turtle Beach, and you will see the hashtag come up on your Twitter, and we will remind you also on the stream, Brandon.
Exactly that. Of course, you get your hands on the leading headset when it comes to competitive FIFA. Obviously, Turtle Beach sponsoring so much. Both players using the headset. I'm wondering what Lyrics is looking at right now. I don't know if he's chatting with some of the other UK pros that might be watching this game on stream and giving him some advice. I'm sure FUT was down and said what he needed to say between these 2 games. As Dolomite looks to be ready to jump into his second matchup, and I do feel a little bit sympathy for Dolomite's coach, because he took him to 2 penalty shootouts yesterday, 2 knockout games to get his heart going, I'm sure.
Get the blood pumping.
So he's seen it all, but there is credit to that man as well, because he kept him going, he pushed him on. Next thing you know, he won on the penalty shootout in that quarter-final game yesterday. 0-0 in the first leg. We're into the second leg now. Are we going to see a direct change of play style? Because someone has to come out and get a goal in this matchup.
I think the first goal will literally be everything in this game. I can see it ending 1-0. I can see the first goal being the only goal in this matchup.
Could be our first 1-0, really, in the knockouts.
Lyrics held a clean sheet in his quarter-final against Rafsu.
R9, here's that opening chance. He timed it green and everything was right about the chance. Lucky enough for Lyrics, the German shot stopper was standing strong. Corner played in and, as always, played short. Recycled onto the edge of the box. You can see the Global Series point distribution as well, which these guys are playing for. They've already guaranteed themselves 800 points for getting to this stage. Here's that chance to show exactly what he wanted to do. Vieira just doing enough to get rid of that one. If they do win this, they will jump up again into that top 3 kind of breakdown. There'll be 1.4 thousand Global Series points, and which will be huge for the start of their season. There's a through ball.
He's getting the free kick against him.
Wow. Can you imagine if he just plays advantage there, or not advantage, referee just lets it play on. Lyrics is through and he's just got the gift. The first 10 minutes, they've had 2 half chances already. Of course, alongside the point distribution, we have got the prize pool as well. Currently $7,500 these guys have earned. Scoop turn, R9.
What a save. Marc-Andre ter Stegen.
Non-stop pressure though. Early on, we're going straight back down the other end now. Zidane.
This is the game. The first leg, you're playing not to lose. The second game, you have to come out and win it. If you don't attack the game and you lose the match 1-0, you've only got yourself to blame.
As
like
we
both
mentioned,
players just seem so much more aggressive.
about that prize pool. Already $7,500 guaranteed. They win this game, they'll jump into the top 4, because obviously it'll be 4 players left in the tournament, 2 on Xbox, 2 on PlayStation. Battling out for a chance to be in that grand final, that cross-console final. As we know, only so 2 up in competitive FIFA. Of course, that's coming up at the end of play today. We've still got so much FIFA action to come first. We've got to conclude this Xbox side, in which we're still waiting for the breakthrough of our first goal in this matchup. It has been a lot more electric in this second leg. Looking for that scoop turn every single time, whether it's Cruyff, whether it's R9. Just to brush past, whether it's that CDM or that centre-back. This is nice. Carlos. Ronaldo still on it. Just generate enough power as well to get ter Stegen working once again. So quick from these corners. Hasn't got an option though. You can see every single player back for Lyrics.
Interesting that at the end of the first half, he was, or the first half of the first leg, he was crossing the wall in. He was trying to find Hullet at the near post. The last couple of corners that he's had in this second leg, he's played short.
I think it's just that mix-up, isn't it?
So he was whipping the corners into the front post very fast as well. Wasn't giving Lyrics any time to really move his goalkeeper or pull a play to the near post to defend it. It was quick deliveries into the box.
Of course, if Dolomite does get through, of course, he's got to score a goal before that. We would have an incredible Xbox console final set. 2 FUT Champions Cup winners, 2 of the youngest FUT Champions Cup winners and competitive FIFA players on the circuit at the moment. As I said, though, yet to see a goal in this game. You saw the idea there. Hullet, unfortunately, just didn't have that acceleration to try and find that ball. Look how deep Ronaldo is there. He's had to come back to try and get something moving.
He's playing in the centre mid. That's where he's playing him.
Of course, it looks like
1-2-1-2.
Johan Cruyff in that camera, I guess, and the striker duo of R9 and Eusebio. As you said, Richard, 4-1-2-1-2 in action for Dolomite. We haven't really seen that at all this weekend. 4-4-2 or a 4-2-3-1. Much more of a narrow formation he's choosing to play. There's a reason why he's still in the tournament. Here's that chance for FUT Lyrics now. R9 had to be perfect, and it is. It was a tough one. He got the ball, and I did question, was the defender going to do enough there? It looked like he tried to just stab a vertical to try and get rid of the ball. It's still stuck to R9, though. We can see it again on the replay.
Oh,
it was Van Dijk there. Another day, Van Dijk does win that, doesn't he?
Very hard done by there, Dolomite. I thought he'd done enough defensively. with Van Dijk, but the ball just seemed to be ricocheting back and forth like a pinball machine inside the box. R9, the man to hammer it home for Lyrics, and I said that it could be 1-0 now. Dolomite, show us what you've got.
We finally see a goal in this game, Richard, after 120 minutes of in-game FIFA time.
It's a great tackle.
But honestly, I could see this being a 1-0. Lyrics this year has been able to see out matches. What we saw back at that Draft Story Cup, what we've seen on the online qualifiers as well in the matches that he's played. Before even finishing top 4, he did qualify himself for the second FUT Champions Cup. This is just an added bonus for him. He's got a point to prove this year. And at the moment, he's backing it up on the big stage. Very interesting.
I think that might have been a fake shot.
Yeah.
Potentially.
Just to keep Yashin aware that he is there. This half-time break is going to be key for Dolomite. He's got about 45 minutes left to try and find a goal if he wants to take us to an extra time interval in which Dolomite only knows too well. As we did mention, both his round of 16 match and quarter-final were penalty shootout wins for him. Some very tough games. Done really well there, Eusebio. He's round his man as well. Surely a chance. Ball roll or two. Went on his own. Vieira.
Didn't know where that ball was going to rebound then from the shot.
Well, hit Neymar's chest, and lucky enough for Dolomite, the referee just blew up for a half-time there, into the half-time interval. And obviously lucky enough for us, Richard, we've got the POV of Dolomite to look at if he's going to make any changes. Doesn't look like he's going to.
Plenty more shots, plenty more happening in this second leg, as these two gladiators battle it out for the chance to meet Tex inside the Colosseum of what we call the Xbox console final, coming up later today. And a chance to cement yourself in the first grand final of FIFA 20.
And also on top of that, Richard, the chance to cement yourself as #1 on those rankings when they refresh next week for the first time this year. As you know, top 64 on each console make the playoffs. That's in June. That's a very long, long way away. But those people will be getting some incredible points early on and really setting the mark for the year ahead. Currently, though, 1-0 to FUT Lyrics, just under 45 minutes away. We knew there wasn't going to be many goals, especially after their previous matchup when Lyrics won 2-1. Pull it. That's a Cristiano Ronaldo. I feel like a second goal probably would finish this. Just from what we've seen so far, Messi back to goal. He's going to look for that left foot, as we probably know. Ball roll, there's that left foot, and there's the goal. We said we were waiting for it, but the ability just to move round in such a tight area. Ball roll was there, onto his left foot. Next thing you know, it's 2-0 to FUT Lyrics.
Unbelievable close control inside the box from Leo Messi. Finding his way onto his left foot and then bending that one into the corner, past the goalkeeper's reach, doubling his lead. And FUT Lyrics in a fantastic position right now with, what, 35, 40 minutes left. However, Dolomite's been in this position before.
R9 getting back into this game. Oh, off the post. The man you would normally bet your house on. The only thing you could say is obviously naturally he had to kind of ball roll away from the defender, which made the angle quite wide. I know it is R9. Even from the tightest of angles, could still be challenging for him. Lyrics looking for a third. Can he find Messi? Van Dijk doing enough, and it should be a corner. It will be a corner. Played short to Messi, the goal scorer, off the second in this game. What a goal it was as well.
It's gone all the way back to Semedo there, and the press coming out from Dolomite. If he can play around it,
Done well.
so
He's
much
done
room.
really well indeed. Ronaldo went for the first time cross, took a deflection, so wasn't as successful as he wanted to do. You can see that right on the left-hand side, though, and this is where Dolomite will have to start to come out now and have to be attacking. to our last 30 minutes of this match. Who will be joining Fnatic Tex in that console final? And at the moment, it will be Lyrics. As you can see, every single player back behind the ball, trying to make it so difficult for Dylan Mike to break down. He's done it once again. And naturally, when Dylan Mike starts to press, there are going to be gaps that will appear.
Every time that Dylan Mike's asked the question of Lyric's defence, he's answered. Maybe the post has saved him a couple of times, but he's been very, very solid defensively, and going forward, he only needs a couple of chances. When you've got players like Leo Messi, Zidane, who can create something out of nothing.
Surely. Could be 3. Plays it back into Eusebio. Goalkeeper movement there, just across from Yashin into the centre. Did match up the shot, and it did keep me guessing, to be honest. But just keeping the ball with Messi for a little bit longer as he did, it kept Dylan Mike guessing. Where was he going to play? Where was he going to move into? Just see Dylan Mike getting a little bit frustrated there on the player camera.
And this is Lyrics making a big point as well, because a lot of people last year, when he wasn't able to compete, still regard him as one of the best players. This is him standing up and saying, you know what? I am one of the best players. I wasn't accounted for last year with the quality that I had. I didn't get the rewards that I deserved. And now this year, I'm going to reap those rewards with Team FUTWiz. He's 15 minutes away from making a Xbox console final against Fnatic Tex.
Jumps up once again into that prize pot. $15,000 will be guaranteed for him. As you look at his previous results, his last match was a 2-0 win up against Rafsu, and then before that, it was a very narrow 3-2 win. That Rafsu game, though, again, had a lot on it.
Yeah,
a lot of chat before the game.
Extra 5% as well, weren't it, in that game? And I think he handled his nerves and he handled the pressure very, very well. You can see the light blue shirts flying forward for Dylan Mike, yet still, Lyrics seems to be finding a way through it. 10 minutes left. He had a heroic comeback against Diogo. A mesmerising performance against Nicholas Razek. Both to force penalty shootouts. He needs something spectacular here against Lyrics.
I think he's looking for a third. Oh, this is beautiful. A little chip as well. No. Unfortunately, it couldn't have been. That was very risky from Yashin there at the back. It's a first-class performance, though, Richard, from Lyrics, who will be making it an all-UK Xbox console final. We spoke about the quality out of the UK, how good they've been over the last few years, and see Tex being one of those leaders of quality. We've seen the likes of Diogo as well pop up this year. Gets a goal now. Might be nothing more than a consolation. His Lyrics will look very calm. Happy to keep the ball. And he's trying to make this a season to remember, Richard. We're only first for Champions Cup into it. He's already qualified for the second one. Forgetting the Masters, obviously, situation when the top 4 will re-qualify. He qualified at home before it. He will be back again for our console final, and it's been so impressive to watch. 0-0 win the first leg, gets the job done in the second leg. Congratulations, FUTWiz Lyrics. You will be in our console Xbox final.
Not only that, for Lyrics personally, but what a signing for FUTWiz can we talk about? They've had some unreal talent over the years. Have FUTWiz, Tom, Quinton, Jamie, Marco, Honey Badger. Arguably, Lyrics up there straight away. He's only played at a couple of events. And he's the Hall of Fame for FUTWiz.
You said it, Rich. You said it at the beginning of the year of signing of the season.
I said
were the
yeah.
words that came out of your mouth when we saw that on Twitter and we saw that announcement. Signing of the season were the words that Richard used when Lyrics went to FUTWiz, and of course they picked up some fantastic signs as well. So you still got Jamie and Marco, obviously Russia and Painter as well. But for a player that, you know, had a lot to prove coming into this year after what happened last year, obviously he was a coach for a period with Nightwatch and helped him along his journey, had to come out. And I was lucky enough that I've travelled to the Draft Story Cup with him, and he's just said to me, don't sleep on me this year.
This is year.
Even though he got banned last year, he was saying, I would have been at that E-World Cup final. He's got that confidence within himself, and we spoke to Nightwatch about it as well. Not many people have got that kind of confidence.
He's got the self-confidence in himself that he believes he can be the world champion at the end of the year. You can see the stats here at the end of the game. This is Lyric's stats after the game versus Dylan Mike. 2 goals, 6 shots on target. He had less possession. He made 300 passes, 4 wins in Swiss, 1 loss. He's dropped 1 game this entire tournament so far, Brandon. And I tell you what, Lyrics versus Tex sets the mouth tingling.
It does. That stat of passes made, I would love to see that more as well from games, because especially those possession-style games that we saw when someone's got to hold out a game, it'd be interesting to see, how many passes we are really seeing over the 2 legs there. But Lyrics does enough. Of course, $15,000 he's guaranteed now for making that console final for the Xbox. 1,400 Global Series ranking points. That means he will be, even if he loses this console final, he'll be second on the rankings. And he's going to be back again for the next Bucharest for Champions Cup as well, Richard. So what a tournament. What a first outing for him as part of the Global Series for this man.
Yeah, and we've still got some unbelievable games left to come up on the PlayStation as well. We've got Clash Crazy versus Fafilza. That's going to be coming up very shortly indeed. But the Xbox console final, we know who it's going to be. Lyrics versus Tex. Spencer, take it away.
Thanks very much, guys. Yes, we do indeed. It's going to be an all-English final. And we've got Lyrics with us right now on the sofa, who's just had a massive win against Dylan Mike, a man who has won a major hit in Bucharest before, but he will not be taking this one home. How are you feeling?
I'm buzzing. Like, I don't know, like coming into the game, it was like Rasek won, and I'd actually been like struggling quite a bit against Rasek at home, so I was kind of happy that Dylan won, because like me personally, I feel like I struggle a bit against people that are as good as me at defending, and I think Rasek's like that, and Dylan's more of like a really good attacker. So, I don't know, I backed myself against Dylan, and yeah, we got the win, so I'm really happy. And I'm even more happy I get to play Tex in the final, because all is my mate. So, if I lose, I'll be really upset, but it's not too bad.
And tell us about the mentality as well, because I read on your social media, you said you were so up for this one.
No,
is it maybe
sure.
one of the biggest kind of moments of your career?
Oh, for sure. This is the biggest one. I said earlier the last game wasn't a big game, but obviously it was. I was talking rubbish. This, like, as we keep going, the games are bigger and bigger, and yeah, this is definitely the best moment by far.
And you've not conceded yet in knockouts, if I'm correct?
No, I've not.
Is
I
that
have. I conceded 2 in my first game.
in your first round of 16, but since
Yeah.
then you haven't conceded. You didn't concede against Raptor, you haven't conceded against Dylan Mike.
Mhm.
Do you think you can bring that in against Tex, or is it going to be a case of just...
Honestly, I think our game's going to be really dead. It's going to be like, I don't know, low scoring probably, and whoever scores first maybe wins the game.
Oh, wow, okay.
I think so. I don't think you're going to see that many goals, but we'll see.
The first leg against Dylan Mike here, as we watched the highlights, was a tight one, wasn't it? And you said that you felt that he was a gifted attacker, whereas you were more focused on defending, but it was defending that won because you stopped him from scoring.
No, exactly. First leg, I think I had more of the chances still. Like, I got the ball into my strikers more. Like, obviously it don't come up on the stats, but I feel like getting the ball into your striker's edge of the box and like trying to turn a player is basically the same as getting a shot off. But he defended really well as well, so yeah.
He went to the second leg, obviously now we're jumping in at 0-0, 35 minutes into this second leg. And it's you on the ball here. Talk us through what's going on.
I'm looking for R9. I get a bit lucky here. Like, as I said, I couldn't turn him. He was too good in the defence, so I got a bit of luck and got the goal. So obviously we'll take it.
And you took the lead, you went 2-0 up, and something we've seen quite a lot in this tournament, and maybe for Dylan Mike himself, is when people have a 2-goal lead, some people are throwing it away because they're either trying to play the ball around, try and hold that possession. What advice would you give to any watcher or any other player on how to control a game when you have that lead?
I don't know. You kind of just have to like react to what they do. Like, he plays narrow, so like that's weird. Like, nobody plays narrow, so I don't know. Like, the end of the first leg, I think it was, I couldn't get out my half. I didn't know what to do. So I don't know. I was kind of expecting more, honestly. Like, when he was gonna go all out. Yeah. But I don't know. I don't think it was as hard as getting out in that first leg. So it was pretty easy. I put Chris on the wing though, and obviously that helped. You see, I learned from my last game. My last game against Rafsu, I was giving the ball away quite a lot, so I was just like, if I'm going to give it away, I'm just going to boot it to Chris.
Yep. See some of the stats there. You had the more shots on goal, despite Dylan Mike having a lot of corners. So you mentioned that you didn't know what to do in the first day, but what is it specifically that you changed, apart from moving wingers?
I didn't actually change anything. I'm not sure. Like, I think he literally just went through a spell where he was just like, his pressure was so good. So I think what changed was more like him, maybe. But I did try to keep the ball a bit more.
Yeah, you certainly did. And how important is it that you've got off to a good start on FIFA 20? Because obviously you had a kind of troubling year last year in the sense that you wouldn't have been able to play in the events that you'd have liked to, although we saw you as a coach, as we've mentioned. Is this a statement of intent for you, big FIFA 20?
I wanted it to be like a bounce back year. Obviously, if you see my interviews, I said like I want to win the World Cup. That's my goal coming in. A lot of people laughed at that, but like, what now really? I'm here top 2. Hopefully I can win this tournament and many others.
What now?
Yep.
What now? But I guess what now is Tex. Tex is the now. He's who you're going up against a little bit later. You've got time at least to have a break and relax.
Sure.
You said it's going to be a dead game. You said it's going to be a very defensive game, and you're going to struggle to break down one another. Do you think there are any weaknesses from Tex? Because you guys have played each other a lot. You know how each other work. Is there any areas you'll be targeting?
Not really. I think the thing with Tex is like he's really aggressive. So sometimes that can come to bite him because he wants to go and get the ball back, where like other people sometimes they're a bit more safe. But obviously it works in his favor most of the time. So, but like if you can beat that press and like get in behind, then you can definitely score goals. But it's really hard to do.
He just said he's in your head. You've been WhatsApping. Come on, tell us, is he or are you in his head?
I wouldn't say either. I think it's just like friendly banter, really. Yeah, I think that's literally it.
Okay.
It's going to be a great game. We can't wait for it. It's a chance for Lyrics to really put out a statement of intent if he does take out the King of Bucharest, Tex. Let's take a quick look at the bracket and see what we've done so far and what we've got coming up still. This is the Xbox side. We know the console final will be between Fnatic Tex and FUT Lyrics, all English final. And we're about to find out who's going to be taking part in the PS4 final because we've got 2 semi-finals coming up. Wolves for Filza going up against Clash Crazy and Lucas Rep taking on West Ham Yargo. So they are the PlayStation semi-finals coming up very soon. We're going to take a quick break now, but when we come back, you've got those games to look forward to. And of course, the console finals, which Lyrics is going to be in. We'll see you soon after a quick break. The FUT Champions Cup is presented by PS4.
Guys do whatever it takes to deal with shave irritation. So we reimagined the razor with the new Gillette Skin Guard. It has a unique guard between the blades that's designed to reduce irritation during the shave. Because we believe all men deserve a razor just for them. The best a man can get. Gillette.
Sound, the most important thing you'll ever hear. It doesn't matter if you've dropped in thousands of times. Are you still using the headset that came with the system? You need to upgrade to Turtle Beach, the Stealth 600, the #1 wireless gaming headset. With superhuman hearing, you'll become a Battle Royale demon. Now that's what I call an upgrade. Oh.
the flow, I get high. More than I drop is the more I get low. The music is lifting me up against soul. Show me a tune I can nod to. Bro, I'm twisting the rules for the fire and the fuel.
den deutschen Fußball.
The FUT Champions Cup is brought to you by Adidas. Welcome back to Bucharest FUT Champions Cup Stage 1, Day 3. It's the final day and we have completed our semi-finals on the Xbox side. We know now it's going to be an all-British final. And as Richard Buckley joins myself and Rachel here, we think there's a chance it could be an all-South American final on the PlayStation.
Potentially. However, Mr. Clash Crazy will have something to say about that. Also, to address everyone out there over the 3 days, you've been asking, Richard, why are you only wearing socks? It's a PGL policy. And I'm simply just not a rule breaker. So, all British final.
I'm going to say, you knew
British
something was in the
socks.
water, didn't you?
Just to be clear, because you're making it sound like I have no respect for the rules, I have been given granted special permission, as Richard would have if he actually asked, to wear his shoes in this area.
Or
but
you
we
can
take
wear
them off
these.
when we get up. So it is actually your choice to wear the socks, really. Or you can wear, yeah, the hotel
Shoes.
I just prefer,
Flip-flops.
they're just comfy, aren't they? Socks.
Yeah, but these are comfortable as well. Anyway.
It's a good look anyway, representing the Great Britain,
Thank
who
you.
obviously have made the final on Xbox. But it's about PlayStation now, that's what we're talking about. And as you mentioned, there's 3 South Americans, 2 Brazilians, 1 Argentinian, and 1 Italian standing in the way of that all South American final, which if that was to come to fruition, we'd have a guaranteed Brit versus South America. And you have to say right now, it's the first event of the year, they're the 2 regions that are dominating things.
100%. I mean, if you look at the rest of the regions, ANZ, sort of the Middle East, Asia, they've just not really performed at this event. South America, especially on PlayStation, have surprised me. I think Lucas Rep, I knew Fafilza was going to perform well, but I think even him to the levels that he has performed, I mean, keeping Houston silent pretty much for 180 minutes is pretty impressive when you actually break it down. This game right here, this will be decided on a mistake, in my opinion. You look at Clash Crazy's last game, it was 1-0, 90th minute, 1 shot on target over the course of the 2 legs. I think if you play the same style of FIFA, I think Fafilza will beat you. I think you've got to change it up. I think he'll know this. He'll come into this game fresh with a different mindset. He's had a full night to prepare for this game as well. I'm looking forward to it. I think we're going to see a different Clash Crazy.
Yeah, and Rachel, Fafilza's kind of gone on the radar a little bit, hasn't he? Because he's done the same thing that Tex has done, which is go unbeaten throughout. We're talking more about Tex for obvious reasons, that he's past achievements, the fact that he's won so many times in Bucharest before, but has Fafilza got a chance to go all the way?
Well, if we're going to go with what we just see on the Xbox, like you just said, yes, it could repeat itself. Obviously, Tex has got unbeaten. Also, Filza is unbeaten there. And I think it's what you or Brandon said as well. He was watching yesterday's matches again, just so he kind of, I guess, is looking at any mistakes, anything he's done really well, just analysing his performance, which I think shows that he's really committed and really wants to go further in this competition. And I think he's under the radar as well because he's just not such a big character out and around the community like people like Tex are. You know, he just likes to keep himself to himself and is quite quiet. But hell yeah, I think he's got something in his locker.
I was speaking to Melvin, who with Team Bundle, with Fafilza, the agency that he's with, and he was so impressed with Fafilza's defensive performance. He says he's the best defender on the PlayStation on FIFA 20. No one defends better than him, and defense wins championships, arguably. So he thinks that this could potentially be Fafilza's time.
Yeah, I have to agree. I've watched a lot of his games and his defence has been unbelievable. But let's talk about his opponent as well, Clash Crazy, also known as Crazy Fat Gamer, who's taken the world by storm, representing Italy very well. Can he take on Fafilza here? Have you seen enough in him to believe that he can be the first person to beat Fafilza?
Personally, no, I don't think he has. If he plays like he did yesterday, and
even with that pose, look at that pose. He's ready for anything.
You can pose all you want, but if you don't attack the game, you're not going to win. It's as simple as that. I think he
He's got a smile on his face, though. I give him credit for that. He doesn't look phased at all. He's ready for action.
Not even phased by your words.
Clash.
I just don't see it.
But he's been a champion before, hasn't he? I think he's been 2-time Italian champion, so he knows what it takes to go all the way.
He's loving life.
And that obviously comes into play as well here. I think if you've done it before, okay, not on maybe this scale, you know how to get through the rounds. You know how to step up when it really matters. Still not convinced. Okay.
I'm not convinced.
Not for Buckley.
It's just his performance yesterday. All I can go on is what I saw from him. And yesterday, he got very, very lucky to score in the 90th minute.
Yeah. Well, maybe luck will
no.
shine on him again. I'm guessing there's a little bit of a Phil's preference on this count, not prediction-wise. But the question is, are either of our casters brave enough to predict against the Brazilian representing Wolves for Philza? Mark and Dan, who have you got?
Yep. I think it's the smart thing to do. We watched Clash Crazy yesterday, and I have to agree with Richard. I think he was very fortunate to get through to this stage of the tournament. However, today is a new day. It's Championship Sunday. Maybe he's got something else up his sleeves for us today.
Philza has one of the best defensive records of players still left in the tournament, so I'm going to have to be smart and go with him.
Okay, so here's the underdog from Italy, but can the Italian stallion take on the Brazilian wolf? Let's find out.
We will have to find out indeed. And of course, welcome along everyone. It's time to kick off the PlayStation 4 quarterfinals, or semi-quarterfinals, I should say, excuse me, today. Starting off with, of course, Clash Crazy taking on for Philza, one of many Brazilians still left in the competition. Dan, how impressive has the South American region been?
It's been amazing, and I've seen tweets on Twitter, funnily enough, where players like Resende is saying, like, we only have 4 spots per console in region in terms of qualifiers, and we had 4 players getting to this stage of the tournament. Give us more spots, we deserve more. They've been incredible, for Philza being the kind of the forefront leader of this South American army, and I really think he has it in him to take them even further here.
Well, here we go. We're underway here in Bucharest, kicking off the PlayStation 4 quarterfinals. Wolf for Philza against a man who made it here yesterday by the barest of margins, the barest of all margins, Dan, is of course Clash Crazy.
Crazy, who, as Richard Buckley alluded to on the desk, he had a very strange game when he went up against Jeffrey. Very little to really scream or shout about. It was 0-0 until the 92nd minute of the second leg, and his first shot went in and is what took him here. But you can only play what's in front of you. I feel like Jeffrey is also another very defensive player. However, for Philza, he is a man who can get in front of you, he can attack, he will score goals. What I want to see is the crazy fat gamer that we saw in the Swiss stages. He beat Lost in the Waves 10-6. Would you believe that the player we saw yesterday scored 10 goals?
I'm not surprised to see it against Lost in the Waves, because we know that, you know, he's all about scoring goals. He doesn't mind conceding them too much himself, but he certainly is going to have to bring something more to the table than maybe what we saw. And maybe it's going to be Ruud Gullit here, around 40 yards out from goal, who can kind of pull some strings, but great high pressure there from Wolves. It's for Philza to win the ball back, but couldn't make the most of winning that possession and turn it into a chance himself.
I do like using Lost in the Waves as a benchmark and seeing how players go up against him. And funnily enough, for Philza, beat him 4-0. To hold Lost in the Waves to scoring none also shows how well defensively for Philza has been this tournament.
Well, here's Gullit again on the edge of the box. Patrick Vieira, the man, the hero from yesterday that put Crazy into this position, finds Cristiano Ronaldo, and you can see he was looking for maybe a little El Tornado or Balassi flick there in the middle of the box to try and work a little bit of space. Of course, it's not just flashbacks to FIFA 19 and those driven crosses coming in towards the back post that skill move can be effective for. Still has its uses in different areas of the pitch. Desari was one who used it quite a lot inside that 18-yard box. But now we're going to see for Philza attempt to get into that final third for the first time here today. And his rhythm looked good yesterday, and this is the first big chance of the game on 9! Allison up to the task.
Yeah, Allison stepping up and showing why he should be a consideration for all these players as to which player they should be using in goal. But maybe for Philza should have done a little bit better there. And I'm sure he'll be ruining that mistake later if we see Crazy manage to go down the other end and score a goal of his own. But still has possession from the corner.
1-9 round the corner here. Van Dijk gets across. You can see Cristiano Ronaldo was hovering, looking dangerous like a predator, looking for any scraps that were dropped his way. You have to give credit to Crazy in the way that he defended that. Now there is a ball down the line here, potentially to Neymar. Instead just goes back inside to Messi and recycles play smartly once again.
And if we look at the knockout stages for these guys and how they got here as well, of course, we know that Crazy was able to beat Jeffrey. And that was a 1-0 victory, and then he also took down Ajit Power 3-2 as well prior to that. Whereas for Filza, he had a 1-0 victory against Harry, hashtag Harry that being, and then he beat Houston 2-1 in the late hours of last night. A very closely contested game which had so much on the line for several different people. South America screaming for Filza, hashtag screaming for Tom, hoping that he was going to get his qualification. But now it's about playing for themselves, both Crazy and Filza, trying to get themselves into that console final.
Here's Cristiano Ronaldo then for Filza, inching his way up the pitch here. You can see Hullet and Vieira player switching in this situation, so vital. Lionel Messi now. Hullet tries to squeeze the ball through, and we'll get a second opportunity. Make that a third now. Maybe it'll be third time lucky. Cristiano Ronaldo does go down under the challenge, but the defender did win enough of the ball there for the referee not to be called into action early on here.
1,400 Global Series ranking points up for grabs as well. They've already secured themselves 800 at this point. And a real chance to put yourself into that top 10. Well, you will be in the top 10 on the leaderboard. And of course, $15,000 available as well.
You
can manage to get to that final.
As well as that, the points here, because of the fact that we have slightly, maybe less opportunities this year than we did last year for points to be, you know, put together throughout a season, that playoff mark that we had last year is going to be slightly lower. So maybe just one big performance here can pretty much guarantee you into the playoffs for that FIFA E-World Cup at the end of the year, which is what everyone is playing to be a part of. You have to say, every single tournament has that little bit of extra spice to it this year. Every player knowing that one performance puts 1 foot towards that FIFA E-World Cup final. Here's Neymar then. Round the corner here to Ronaldo. A little roulette away from his man. Van Dijk sticking tightly to him, as you would expect, but Ronaldo's got goal side of him, but the strength there of Virgil van Dijk just shoved Cristiano Ronaldo off the ball. Difficult to do in any iteration of FIFA. Van Dijk here just showing why he's been such a staple in those centre-back positions for so many players.
You could argue that the 800 points that they've already secured may be enough to get them to playoffs already. To be fair, we may be seeing both of these players. Actually, it wouldn't surprise me if we do see both of these players at playoffs come the end of the season. Crazy to say it already. Haha, crazy. But quite a closely contested game in the midfield, similar to what we saw with Crazy versus Jeffrey yesterday and for Filza versus Houston. Neither player really being able to get that turn on the final man. They're playing the ball into the striker, the likes of R9, but it's about getting past that final defender. You heard Lyrics speaking about it on the couch. If you can get past that final defender, you get that scoop turn correct, then sure, you've got that shot on goal. And the statistics might not show that you've been able to get into that final third, but they feel like it is a chance when you get that ball to R9. You just haven't been able to get the shot away necessarily.
So we're in stoppage time at the end of the first half here. Our first PlayStation quarter-final. Maybe a little mistake there. Might have gifting an opportunity for Filza to go forward, but he couldn't take it. And at half-time, no goals to report here. Another cagey affair. And you can see that in the statistics there. 1 shot towards goal. And still nothing on target. Neither goalkeeper having to pick up their paycheck at the moment.
I mean, I'm having flashbacks from yesterday's game against Jeffrey, but at the same time, Crazy's probably thinking, all right, I'm more than happy to have this game. I'm going up against Filza, one of the best South American players in the world. One of the best players in the world at the moment, should I say. And maybe I'll get that last-minute chance again, whether it be in this first leg or potentially the second leg. But realistically, you have to feel like the slight difference from yesterday's game against Jeffrey, the fact that we now have for Filza a more established player who is more likely to take risks, in my opinion, he may get to a point where he says, all right, I'm not happy to play this way anymore. I don't want to just have this contesting in the midfield. I'm going to change my formation. I'm going to get a little bit more attacking. Sure, it's taking a risk. I might find myself more vulnerable, but I don't want to play this game where I lose in the last minute.
Again, it's that, you know, do you want to look back on this game and the opportunity to get into a console final and say you didn't take the risk, you didn't create the opportunities, you didn't try and go forward and win a game, and you have those regrets and you look back on it that way? I'm sure neither player is going to want to be put in that particular position, but now we're going to see Clash Crazy coming forward. Maybe there was a chance there to strike with the right foot of Cristiano Ronaldo. Instead, looked for that little extra pass inside for the higher percentage finish. Unfortunately, it didn't come off on that particular occasion.
There was a conversation I was having with Nightwatch earlier, is should we start seeing more players just taking those shots, taking that risk? Maybe, yes, you're not going to get the high percentage chance of scoring, but there's always that possibility of a little bit of luck where the ball might deflect, or he goes for a corner and then something comes from that corner. In a game like this, where you're really struggling to get behind the defense, just have a pop shot now and then. Just test the game.
Ronaldo into R9. Here is that chance. Goes back inside, but maybe again for Filza.
Hit it!
Was looking for something just a little bit too much to get that space.
I've
You
seen
saw the
those
little
go in.
Ronaldo chop, and there was an opportunity to strike down. You're quite right. But he didn't take it, and now Filza has managed to win the ball high up the pitch. Here's Johan Cruyff stretching his legs. Little L1 fake shot there, shuffling the ball from left to right. Vieira, again, just can't find that ball between the two CDMs, and that's really been the difficulty here, getting through that blanket of cover that Hullet and Vieira provided.
And I feel like it was predetermined for Filza's head, where he maybe didn't expect to have that sight on goal. So he was saying, look, I'm going to use a couple of skill moves, try and get closer.
Big chance here. Cristiano Ronaldo does strike it, goes towards that near post. And the goalkeeper has been tested. Van der Sar behind for a corner. Hullet's going to get a piece of that, and Carlos Alberto not quite off the line with any particular danger, but at least clears the lines here for Filza.
But at least it creates something from Crazy, rather than trying to overplay it or play that pass. He's had a shot on goal, he's tested the goalkeeper, he's got a corner from it, and from that corner, he still has possession. That's a rash challenge from Hullet, might be a yellow card.
Referee does put him in the book then. And little things like that, 63 minutes on the clock, knowing that one of those players is on a booking in those central defensive midfield positions can make you a little bit more unlikely to dive in for some tackles that you might have been more willing to try and win the ball back from. So interesting to see how that might potentially play into how this does play. A couple of changes here we are seeing for Clash is Crazy. Fresh legs in those wide positions.
Yeah, real chance for those fresh legs to try and take advantage of maybe some fatigued fullbacks. But you can even see Roberto Carlos and Carlos Alberto both still pretty high up on that green bar, so they'll be more than happy to take that foot race. And it's what they've been so successful all tournament, to be honest, those fullbacks. That foot race is something they've been winning time and time again. But it looks like we are in for a very closely contested semi-final, very similar to yesterday in the quarter-final.
Well, it doesn't surprise me too much, because considering what's on the line for these players. You know, you don't want to... First thing you want to do is not be the first player to make a mistake in a game of this magnitude. And we're going to see a free kick routine here from Clash is Crazy. Runners off the ball. Goes short into Pele. Didn't see anything he particularly fancied going forward, so does again recycle the ball. Carlos now stopping up. Managed to squeeze the ball back inside here to Pele. And these kind of positions, a little double tap of that R1 button on the PlayStation controller can pull a player towards the ball, give you that option going forward. That's something I'm not seeing a huge amount of here, just to pull a centre-back out of position, just to create another dilemma defensively here for Filza.
Honestly, exactly what I was thinking. Just double tap it, try and encourage R9 to come closer to the ball rather than waiting for it. And instead, it all just comes to nothing. Or maybe he was double tapping the R1 and just he wasn't getting the right man. So he shifts it over to the other side of the pitch, tries it again, but again, it's getting that striker to come towards you rather than one of the more wide forwards. Filza will regain possession. And in a game like this, where there's very few chances, when you do get that chance, are you going to be able to take it? Is the muscle memory going to be there?
That was the story yesterday, wasn't it? Well, Crazy, that last gasp winner that he managed to just about eke out, having worked so hard to keep that clean sheet. That one chance is all he needed to get to where he is now in Bucharest, and that is one step away from finding himself in a console final, and that will certainly be a booking here, surely, for Ruud Gullit. A rash tackle. And maybe a chance here for Filza. 73 minutes on the clock. Gullit plays the ball wide to Patrick Vieira for Filza. looking for an opening. 15 minutes left in this first leg. Here's R9, tries to maybe bait in Alberto. A little quick exit pass from that drag back.
Filzer is starting to take a couple more risks, though. A couple of passes that he wasn't taking earlier in the game, just trying to force through Crazy's defense with brute strength. A driven pass to R9 is what he wants. And a little scoop turn, and then suddenly there's that shot on goal that's available.
There is that ball, this time into Cristiano Ronaldo. Continues his run, and Eusebio will find it. Defender's still behind the ball, though. Ruud Gullit now into Cristiano Ronaldo, and again, Ruud Gullit just wins that ball so comfortably.
Frustration as well, starting to kick in, I think, for Filzer, just physically anyway, seeing a couple of shakes of the head. Does need to just realise that this is the kind of game he's going to have to play here. I'm sure a lot of opponents felt the same way going against him in previous knockout rounds as well, where he was able to get an early lead and then was just able to control and dominate the game. A console final is set up for the winner of this against Lucas Rep or Yago. That'll be our next PlayStation semi-final coming up after this one. Yago, of course, with quite an impressive victory against Maestro, but a somewhat controversial celebration, something that I'm more than happy to touch upon, Mark. I mean, I know that Yago has had a lot of grief for the way he celebrated against Maestro yesterday, but I think it was all in good fun. I think he was full of a bit of beans after the victory, and then sometimes you do things a little bit too much where you don't realise that it might cause offence to your opponent.
You know me, Dan. I love it. I love the controversy. I love the drama. It makes everything mean even more to these players when we get to the next time that they match up. But that is going to be a mistake here from Filzer, just letting that ball run out of play harmlessly. And with 88 minutes on the clock, giving possession over, Dan, not the best position to find yourself in.
And just a final touch on that Yago situation as well. You've got to remember, Yago lost in the E-Nations final to France. And maybe it was just something that's just been boiling inside of him ever since that E-Nations loss. And he's finally got that revenge on Maestro.
Well, will there be another last gasp goal here for Crazy? Manages to get the ball into Cristiano Ronaldo. Laurent Blanc gets across initially, but Ronaldo uses his frame to keep hold of the ball. Eusebio now, heel to heel. Carlos Alberto trying desperately to keep up with the man from Portugal. Here's the goal scorer, Vieira, towards the back post. And Carlos Alberto turns it behind for a corner. One more opportunity here for the Italian to maybe steal something from the death.
Does have to be conscious of time here. He goes too far back. The referee will just blow the whistle. So looks like he's going to try and cross this one back post.
Yeah, Ronaldo did peel away as well. Van der Sar gets a hand on it. I think that will be enough. That will be the conclusion of our first leg here in our PlayStation 4 semi-final. No goals to report, no huge chances to report. And no real analysis for you to do, Dan.
I mean, the funniest thing is, and Nightwatch has just reminded me as well, do you remember Bucharest last year for Filzer versus Lost in the Waves, where it was like, what, 12-8, 12-9, 20-plus goals? And now we're seeing a Filzer who has only conceded 3 goals so far in the last couple of games. Like, he's obviously worked on a defensive record. Again, I'm using Lost in the Waves as my benchmark, just because he's one of the most attacking players. Yeah. But
it's working for him because he is one of only 2 players in this tournament who is unbeaten.
Yes, he is. Alongside
the other
Tex,
one?
of course.
Tex. And if that record, if you can take that record, if you get to a semi-final on your console and you're in that position and the only other player to do it is Tex, you're quite happy with your game plan.
It reminds me a little bit of Tuga at Atlanta, when we saw Tuga really break through and then he got into that console final against Tex and we were thinking, oh my God, we've got Tuga, one of the most defensive players we've seen. And Tex was able to break through him. He was able to use skill moves. That's what we need to see against a defensive player like this. You need to have that ability to get past that man, to get past the CDMs especially. But when both players, similar to what we saw yesterday against Jeffrey, are playing this defensive game and they are more defensive-minded, you are just going to get this clash, excuse the pun, in midfield where really we're not seeing enough chances. And I don't know whether that's down to the game or whether it's down to the players playing the game, but either way, something's going to have to change for them.
Well, something that we can do for you guys at home who are watching is, of course, Twitch drop. And of course, we need to remind you guys that you can link your EA and Twitch accounts and you can get some awesome free TIFOs. You can get the player, I've forgotten what they are, the player kit, the esports kits, excuse me. My mind was getting ahead of me. And you can see these awesome TIFOs there. There was NYC Chris and some of the other players that we have, of course, Mo Alba, our world champion, at the back there. I want one. I'm not going to lie. Just there's no reason for me to have one in the game, like, whatsoever. But
you want your own one?
I want one just so that when we play an online friendly, I can just have it.
I don't want to have to look at your face.
Every time that I score against you.
No. Not going to allow it. I'm going to use MS Dasari's because it's the shush, and I think it's going to...
Because you're toxic.
Yes, I think it's going to make everyone unhappy. I'm sure we'll have lots of those in Weekend League. But here we go then, leg number 2. Very little to talk about in leg number 1. If I am completely honest, it was just really the game stuck in midfield, but maybe we'll see something open up a little bit more in leg number 2. Filza is certainly the man who has more pressure on him, more expectations. For Crazy, this is uncharted territory, really. But boy, what an amazing run it would be if he was able to get into the PS4 final, secure himself that extra $15,000, 1,400 Global Series ranking points, and pretty much a place at playoffs late next year, or middle of next year.
So who is going to be the player to break the deadlock here in this game? It will change the momentum of the game completely. It will force someone to change something up, and I'm hoping that we do see a goal fairly early in this second leg just to enforce that change, just to bring a little bit more attacking intent of one of these players. Little dink ball into Patrick Vieira here. You can see just one man ahead of the ball at the moment, and that is, of course, Cristiano Ronaldo up top now, dropping in. Filza trying to press the ball, and it is going to be Carlos Alberto who steps in front of his man to win it back. So good patience there.
Both players doing very well to track runs, which is what's making it so difficult to break down, because usually when you get into a situation against someone who is either playing low depth or they're playing very defensive, you can usually play a 1-2 on the wing and then encourage the run, and if they're not tracking the run successfully, you can dink it over, or you can play a through ball, and then suddenly you've got some space on that wing. It's not really happening, because both of these are player switching very impressively, marking those men correctly, cutting out those passing lanes, and it just means it is this struggle in midfield. It is going to probably come down to a mistake. I hate to say it, Mark, but it's looking like it's going to be that way.
Yeah, the difficulty for either player here, really, to even when they win the ball back, to formulate a counter-attack is so difficult because of the depth that the defence is set on at the moment. There's so many players just sitting deep in that back four. You can't even really attack them or get into space behind because those custom tactics are set up with that depth so low. So it's such a difficult formation to try and break down. Well, here comes Crazy, finally injecting a little bit of pace into his play, and here's Lionel Messi. We know how deadly his left foot has been, but again, in that final third, just a lack of creativity and a good tackle means that we are back to this stalemate situation.
And it is the depth that's the issue. I know there's been a lot of complaints online about drop back being the issue, but at the Draft Story Cup, it was tested where drop back wasn't able to use competitively, and there was still this issue where both players were on very low depth, and neither player could break each other down unless they had that little razzle-dazzle about them, or unless someone pushed up. And we have seen players break through this tournament. We've seen some incredible games this tournament, 5-5s, 6-5s. But when you get two defensive-minded players who are more than happy to go toe-to-toe in this way, you get a stalemate.
What's the saying? The immovable force versus the something object? It's pretty much what we're seeing at the moment.
At the moment, it doesn't really matter what the object is. It's not moving.
So again, this clash of styles is providing some slow gameplay, I think we'll call it at the moment.
It's difficult for both players because you have to have a lot of concentration as well to play this kind of style of FIFA.
My concentration would have gone by now. I need to say, I need to give huge credit to both these players for the way that they are able to mentally stay focused for this long. I would have changed formation.
I would have been 3-5-2.
I would have been going for it.
I'd be like, all right, mate, well, either you're going to finally score or actually I'm just going to start pummeling you now.
Which is why we aren't very good at this.
This is why we are not FIFA Pro players.
That's true. Actually, we're not bad at it, but we're not as good as these guys, obviously. But yeah, I would have been 4-1-2-1-2. Both of my wide midfielders just flying forward. I would have just been going for it because something needs to change. I just feel that you have to take the initiative. Someone has to take the initiative in this game. And I don't think it is going to be Crazy, just because of the fact that he won that game in this style yesterday, where he didn't change anything and he got that one chance and he put it away. I just think Fafilza has to be that player. I feel like Fafilza naturally might have a little bit more to his game in that offensive area. We saw it last year. We were at the playoffs. We were astounded by some of the goals that Fafilza was scoring. I just think he's got that ability. Maybe he just needs to back himself and be confident in his attacking play to throw a few more players forward. So that pause has, of course, come in now. Maybe that was the change then. Maybe Fafilza has recognised the situation and thought, I'm going to try and win this game.
But I think it's Fafilza being forced to play this way because of the meta being how it is. He's not being able to play a natural attacking game.
Here's Messi on that left foot. Ball back. Cristiano Ronaldo has scored that goal. And the changes have worked for Fafilza. 1-0 to the Brazilian.
He was just able to get enough space past the defenders. Just a couple of short 1-2 passes. Crazy wasn't able to keep up with it. And finally Fafilza sees that shot on goal. And you got to imagine his heart rate just goes up instantly, saying, hold on a second, I've actually got a chance here. And with how this game's been going, 1 goal might be enough to get me through to a console final.
On a crossfield ball as well from Crazy that doesn't find its target means that possession will return straight back to Fafilza. And now, the interesting thing is we need to see something from Crazy that we haven't seen as commentators in the last 2 games, the last 2 knockout games we've seen from him. And that is attacking intent. He needs to go forward. He is the player who needs to take the game by the scruff of the neck now and go forward.
We need to see Swiss stage Crazy. I need to see the man who beat Nicholas 3-2, beat Mert 6-1, beat Jenna 4-0, beat Lost in the Waves 10-6. I know it's going to be difficult because Fafilza also been incredible in defense this tournament. But he has to push up now. He can't afford to just sit back and absorb pressure. I imagine he'll give it till the half and then we'll see the tactics adjusted.
And for Fafilza, that goal just takes all the pressure off, and what a ball that is. Here's the goal scorer, Cristiano Ronaldo, looking for a cheeky little back heel into the path of Ruud Gullit. Couldn't complete the pass, and here comes Crazy then forward, and all of a sudden you just feel how this game has opened up. We needed that goal, and haven't got it. Crazy now is inside the box. Ronaldo with a quick turn, but loses control of the ball, and now Fafilza. Look at this, end-to-end stuff now.
Yeah, it's naturally going to speed up a little bit just because of that goal and because Crazy is going to be pushing on, pressing a little bit more. Does win the ball back with Vieira.
Great tackle from Patrick Vieira.
I'm going to be honest, pretty poor in the box. Cruyff term not really going to work out with that many players around you. Maybe ran out of ideas a little bit Crazy, but he hasn't really had the opportunity to practice in those areas in this game.
Neymar can't find Vieira again, and Fafilza again cutting those passing lanes so successfully. And there is opportunities now on the counter-attack for Fafilza. You can see that. He's trying to feed Lionel Messi, but well cut out there by Roberto Carlos. And Crazy can come forward again, but there isn't enough time left on the clock, unfortunately, for him at the end of the first half, our second leg. We do have our first goal of our PlayStation 4 semi-final, and it went to the Brazilian Fafilza.
Yeah, and his first shot as well. No shots yet for his opponent, Crazy. And if it stays this way, it'll be our first South American, and it will also be our guaranteed all South American final in the PlayStation as well, with Lucas Rapp and Yago being on the other side. So I'm sure lots to scream and shout about for any supporters. And I know there are lots of supporters of the South American FIFA scene. They were very vocal yesterday after all of the success. And I'm sure for Fafilza, he's thinking, well, at the moment, I'm not really worried, to be honest. I'm more than happy for this game to go the way it is. Come at me, Crazy.
I think the thing that has changed, you can feel the pace of the game has completely changed since that goal. Fafilza's had to defend. Crazy's found a little bit more space going forward. He's had to commit men forward, and it's just made it a more enjoyable game for the neutral. You know, we haven't had that, you know, that doing this grinding game, you know what I mean? That sort of 2 players butting heads. It has opened up. There's been more space. There's been more options for forward passing. And now 45 minutes here for Crazy to find a goal to send us to extra time, or will it be Fafilza who can take advantage of that space now and double his lead?
Where does Fafilza go? Does he just go into game management mode where he says, look, I'm going to keep possession. I'm going to force Crazy to get out of this cubbyhole a little bit. And then as soon as I see that space, I'm going to pounce on it and I'm going to try and go 2 up. Or is he just going to say, I'm just going to keep ball here? Yeah, Crazy can come at me, but unless I see the perfect opportunity, I'm not going for it.
Well, Crazy did manage to win the ball high up the pitch there, and there will be a free kick for him. And the Italian might be able to Get a few bodies in the box here. Van Dijk will go out wide here to Carlos Alberto. You can see him being tracked by Kylian Mbappe though. Pull it into the box now. Cristiano Ronaldo again. Tried to turn onto that stronger side, and that's a little bit easy to read if you're for Filza.
Yeah, there's been a lot of predictable moments, I would say, in that final third. Just hasn't been able to get like a scoop turn around or just a simple drag back. Filza has done very well to read the game. That might allow Mbappe to get through.
Little elastico there from Mbappe. Try and again just buy a little bit of space, get away from the attention of the defender, and now we are going to see a change. And I think looking at the player cams, I'm not sure who it's going to be. It looks like a personnel change here for Crazy, but on the other side of things, are we going to see some more defensive-minded changes from Filza?
Well, it's certainly substitutions. Doesn't look like any tactical changes. Looks like Crazy is more than happy to stick with his 4-2-3-1 at the moment. I would assume he's going to apply pressure as well, put team pressing on with the D-pad. And you can find success if you are down and your opponent decides that they're going to start passing the ball around a little bit, and then you apply that team pressing. I know it's very difficult to get the ball back, and I think that's one of the biggest problems at the moment with this meta is it's so difficult to get the ball back. But if they make that one mistake, or if that one pass isn't quite right, that's suddenly an opportunity to like sneak a goal back. And you just have to hope for that mistake. You're only going to get a mistake if you force it, though. You have to apply the pressure.
It's a nice layoff there, and R9's going to pick the ball up and fire towards goal. The Brazilian can't find the target from distance. Trouble the goalkeeper. Just a reminder of our other semi-final we have coming up on the PlayStation 4. We have another Brazilian. It's an all-South American tie, this one. We have Lucas Rep taking on Iago. That'll be coming up after this one. And of course, the winner of this will be waiting in that console final. And on the Xbox, our console final we had confirmed earlier today. It will be Fanatics Tex taking on FUT Lyrics. And now you can see for Filza inside the box, off to R9. A goal here really would open the gates for that final place here for Filza. Crazy defends, and now inside this last half an hour, the Italian needs something special.
And what a console final it is, by the way, that Xbox side. Lyrics versus Tex. I mean, I think a lot of people would have called something like that at the start of this tournament with how well both of those players have been playing online. The real question for me is, can anyone on the PlayStation side match up to either of those players who may go through to the cross-console final? Xbox has dominated FUT Champions Cups for quite some time.
Well, here's Mbappe. He's inside the box here, an opportunity to maybe find space. You saw Cruyff coming short, but can't beat the extended length.
Hold on.
Virgil van Dijk. Not sure if that ball completely stayed in, but Alisson will have the opportunity to launch it forward, but that's a little bit wasted again. Maybe thought that Eusebio or Pelé was going to be one of those players in the wide areas to try and be picked out, but just a little too straight, the kick there from the goalkeeper, Alisson.
That's weekend league habits coming in, playing against just average players online and being able to get away with stuff like that where it's not marked or it's not tracked correctly. You can't fall into those habits against the best players in the world. Maybe that's a sign of Crazy running out of ideas, or just a sign of Crazy saying, oh, look, I need to take a risk. I don't think I'm going to be able to break through for Filza at this point. That's where he's hoping that Filza will make a mistake, though. On the turn with the likes of Van Dijk. Just wants to nip in with Pelé and steal the ball.
Well, Filza has a big opportunity to go forward here, and Maldini wins it. And look at the players now committed up the pitch here for Crazy. R9 manages to find Ruud Gullit here. Great ball out wide. Great ball here into Cristiano Ronaldo as well. The goalkeeper has committed, and Carlos Alberto manages to make a tackle, but it's not fair in the eyes of the referee. And you can see now, this is all or nothing here for Crazy. 3 at the back. 3-4-1-2 formation in play. Roberto Carlos on that right-hand side. Wouldn't be surprised to see him leave the pitch pretty soon. And maybe see a more attacking player in that wide area.
Still has one more sub. So he could bring on someone else, and he's actually going to leave Roberto Carlos. I guess the thought process behind this is, if I do get an equaliser, I'm going to extra time. So do I want to be playing without a strong back four? And whilst we have seen when other players have done that, they've put Gullit at left back, which has actually worked out quite well, because Apparently,
he
from
can do
FIFA
whatever he
19
wants.
to 20, Hullet can play at left back or stick him in goal. Why not? I think it would work out. 17 minutes for Filza to just hold on to this 1-0 lead, and it would be a tough one for Crazy, I'm sure. Just losing by a goal, but I don't think he would have expected any different with how this game has gone.
Still time left in this game, though. As you say, 17 minutes, that's at least a couple of chances to go forward. Just needs to create a chance himself as he goes in towards the box. It is Patrick Vieira again. The hero yesterday had the same kind of opportunity fall to him. But this time the Frenchman couldn't direct it towards goal when it just disappeared over the bar.
Yeah, it's very rare you see those go in kind of on the swivel volley, especially with the likes of Patrick Vieira. But the press now coming in from Crazy. Filza just needs to stay focused and ensure that he's playing these passes correctly. We heard from Lyrics when he was on the couch saying, look, if I felt at any point I was going to give the ball away, I would just hoof it up to Cristiano Ronaldo on the wing. Whilst Filza doesn't have that option, he does have the pace of Eusebio on the left-hand side that he tried to utilise there. Didn't quite work out, though.
Big tackle from Patrick Vieira, and there might be a chance to counter-attack here for Filza. How does he play this one? Does he look for that killer blow that would end any hopes here for Clash? He kind of looked like he was caught in two ideas himself. Do I go forward? Do I go backwards? And all he's done is give possession back to the Italian here.
And this is where pressure really starts to come into things as well. Even though Filza had a fantastic season last season, we've heard from a lot of players at this tournament. I don't know what it is about this, whether it's the first tournament. We heard Ooston saying, I was more nervous in my game yesterday than I was when I was playing at playoffs, when I was playing at the grand finals. It's that first tournament jitters. For Filza, so close. You can almost taste that console final, taste that 15 grand.
A goal here would end this. 6 minutes left on the clock for Filza. If there's anyone in the building here at the PGL studios in Bucharest who knows that, it's him. You can see Crazy's desperately trying to put pressure on, but all he can do is force it out for a throw-in here to the Brazilian. Crazy needs to win this ball back. And every second that passes is going to be so painful for the Italian. It's been a heck of a run in the tournament so far from him. He just looks at this stage, maybe, unless he can find another last gasp chance and a last gasp equaliser, this might be one step too far.
For Filza, though, with his experience, surely has enough. Maybe he can kill the game off here.
Eusebio goes back to Cristiano Ronaldo. Again, experience.
Didn't see a clear sight on goal that he was comfortable with, so instead you recycle play, you keep the ball, you frustrate your opponent, and you finish off this game. Maldini does win it back.
Maldini's won the ball back, and we're into stoppage time once again.
What a challenge.
Big tackle there from Laurent Blanc, and that could be a game-winning challenge here for Filza. Cruyff stretching his legs, heading towards the corner. Hullet wins it back, but gives it away. And there is the final whistle. It was a battle. It was a grind, but at the end of our first PlayStation 4 semi-final, that man on the screen, Wolves for Filza, will be going into the final.
I don't think Filza will look back on that as one of his most enjoyable games of FIFA. However, it's job done, and sometimes, again, you can only play what is in front of you, and when you get two players who have a clash of playstyles like that, it is just a grind. It's about who can just keep their concentration, who can get that one chance. And fortunately for Filza, he was the first one to really take that risk, to change things up. He got his goal, and then Crazy just didn't really have much of a plan B and wasn't able to get in the final third and put any real pressure on Filza's defence.
Yeah, a great run, though, from the Italian. As we said earlier, he would have taken that, I think, this performance at the end, at the start of the tournament, excuse me. And, of course, one of those master spots as well. So he'll be back at the next tournament as well. But there's just something about Filza. You know, there's no... Nicholas wouldn't have said at the start of last year he's the best player in the region for no reason. And I think a little bit of experience under his belt now, 12 months of FIFA 19, now he comes into FIFA 20, and you can see those results starting to come. And the first event of the year, to find yourself in a console final, I think there's a big year ahead for Filza.
A console final that is there for the taking. No offence to Yago and Lucas Rep, who are the two other semi-finalists that will be competing for a spot in that console final as well, but no Maestro, no Nicholas, like some of the biggest PS4 players that we've seen, no Mo Alba. This is a real chance for Filza to get himself into a cross-console final, secure himself 2,000 Global Series ranking points and say, hey,
playoffs are mine.
Of course, and we've got our next PlayStation 4 semi-final coming up as well. We've got the Brazilian Lucas Rep who'll be taking on the Argentine Iago, so a big chance for them as well. We're going to have an all-South American final on the PlayStation 4. Very exciting stuff ahead. The game was a bit of a grind, but we have our first finalist for Filza. Back to Spencer and everyone else on the sofas.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, I mean, for Filza, he's just been knocking opponents down one step after another. Very hard to score against and very good at getting goals when he needs them. He's done it again, and just like Tex, he's made it to his console final without dropping a game. We don't always see that, and there's a chance we could have something very rare, which is two guys getting with a perfect record to meet in the cross-console final.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at for Filza's games, they've not been the most entertaining, but tactically, when you look at what he's been doing, it's been pretty perfect. Defensively, unbelievable. Going forward, he knew that he had the goal. I was listening to his coach there, and he was shouting at him, don't attack. You've won the game. If you go forward and you attack, you give the ball away. How many times you see someone have a corner, they get counter-attacked from the corner. They have a goal kick, and it goes up the other end, and they concede straight away. He kept hold of the ball. He grinded out the game, and he's unbeaten.
Yeah, this is some of the highlights. And again, there wasn't a lot of action, was there, Rachel? But he's scoring when he needs to. That's a shot there from his opponent, Clash Crazy. And we should give him some credit as well. Doing great stuff for his country, Italy, obviously representing Clash as well. He's made some noise and put himself on the map and picked himself up some decent points, 800 points so far.
I think that was what the game was about, just being patient, wasn't it? And that's what Wolves of Filza did so well. It was kind of a game of chess, as we've alluded to a number of times already. Rich said it wasn't going to be a high-scoring game, and it wasn't at all in the end. But yeah, it was just about who was going to hold their nerve. They didn't have to change much. We kind of saw a couple of game pauses, and no one really changed anything. Obviously, it didn't end up just with that one single goal there.
Near post again.
It was an amazing goal as well. The Elastico coming out of the box, and then the little back heel, I didn't see it, split it open into the attacking third. I think the importance of the Coach Thomas there, being able to coach through the entire game, now one of the new rules for the FIFA 20 season, I think that will help a lot of players, because sometimes that guidance, just to tell you what minute you're in, because I don't know if you'll sometimes see it when you're playing FIFA, but when you've got to look across different aspects of the pitch, when you're focusing on the ball itself, and then you see the top left corner, you see the time, you see the stats there from the game, possession, boss, pass, completion as well. We knew it was going to be one of those games where there weren't going to be a lot of chances. I said it in the preview of the game. It's probably going to be a 1-0. It's probably going to be whoever takes the chance. You can't play FIFA like that and expect to get lucky and win a game. So Filza tactically better, won the game, goes through to the final.
Yeah, I'm very interested to see if any of his future opponents can boss possession against Filza, because every game I've watched him, he's had the lion's share of possession. He's actually with our boy Mike LaBelle now to run us through some action from that last game.
And we're nearly on a handoff here. And as you can see, of course, we're back with the breakdown board. I'm joined by Filza, 1-0 victory. We're going to review that goal. I'm going to give you a bit of a breakdown, and I have a couple questions for you about the breakdown. So let's get right into it. So a lot of build-up, and that's been very traditional with your game plan, low scoring. The best defense is having the ball and having that possession. Also frustrates your opponents, really important in FIFA 20 to make sure that you're efficient. You don't get players pulled out of position. We do see the Elastico, but the key here is more so that he's got a 1-2 and he's creating space. And I always talk about how important it is to create space and then attack that space. So this area of the pitch, we now have new space that's being created. Messi to Cristiano Ronaldo, that's a dream situation, a dream partnership. And you see Ronaldo's going to make an overlapping run, and this leads to the goal. But it's more about understanding where that space is going to be on the pitch. Scores, of course, on the near post. And the question I want to ask you is, because we talked about it yesterday a little bit, it's so important to get better at FIFA, to review your gameplay and to really figure out, well, what do I take from that match, win, loss, draw, no matter the result, how can I improve? And that's what I wanted to kind of ask you. What are you looking for when you're watching your gameplay back?
I'm always looking for the mistakes I made in defense, because I think defense is more important, because if I don't concede a goal and I don't give the opponent the ball, he'll get frustrated. So that's why I watch my games. I think in the attack, I will probably make some goals. So my biggest, always when I'm watching my games, I was watching my defense.
And you said in that game, we talked just before we went live here on the breakdown, how you feel like you're going to need to be a little bit better in the next matchup. So what are you trying to change? Is it going to be creativity, opportunities created? Because obviously you controlled that matchup. You kept the clean sheet over 2 legs, which is very difficult to do. So there's some positives that you can hold on to.
Yeah, I think I need to improve like some passes. I made some mistakes in the middle of the pitch, and maybe in the attack, I need to put some skills. But yeah, in the rest, I think it's okay.
Well, you guys heard it from the main man, and we're definitely going to see a South American rep. But back to you, Spence.
Thank you very much, guys. Fantastic stuff. And yeah, I mean, for Filza, almost quite atypical for a Brazilian to say that he's concentrating on defence. Traditionally, in traditional football, we're used to Brazilians using attack as the best form of defence, but it's no doubt that he's improved. You know, he was a great player last year, but he's gone up a level, hasn't he?
100%. I think that's just the game suiting him. I think last year we talked about him being this creative, passing, free-flowing player, and sometimes it was defence that let him down. This year, it's complete opposite. What were bad last year? My defence. What is his main asset this year? It's defending. It's seeing games out. And I also think as well, being with Team Bundled as well, they, after speaking to Melvin quite extensively, they'll have a plan A, a plan B, a plan C. They'll have different scenarios for different minutes on the pitch, keeping the ball in certain areas. And I think all that, and now you're starting to see a bit of a finished product with Filza.
Yeah, certainly gone up a level, and he's going to have to keep improving if he's going to get a big trophy here. He's going to go up against another South American. We know that for sure. We just don't know whether it's going to be a Brazilian in Lucas Rep or an Argentinian in Iago, which would be a Premier League clash, West Ham versus Wolves.
And the thing is, I guess Iago as well, they're kind of friends because they're both team bundled as well. And if you kind of have a look around them on the community, they're always kind of hanging out together. They know each other's game really well. And yeah, a Premier League clash should be quite exciting. But then Lucas Rep, I mean, he's coming back into form. Another one of these players that's coming back into form. So again, can't call that one at all, but it'd be great to watch either of those two take on Wolves, who's been so dominant.
Yeah, 100%. And we know whatever happens, we're going to have a Brit versus a South American in the final. That's guaranteed. Another thing that's guaranteed is we're going to do a Twitch drop. And some of you are going to be very lucky. If you've linked your EA account with your Twitch account, you can see right here on the screen, Lothar Matthäus is joining a few of you. And so make sure you've linked them and check your accounts. Maybe not straight away, but throughout the day as they get updated. Some of you are going to be very lucky. Let us know if you're lucky enough to get that icon indeed. We're going to have a break now, but when we come back, we have the final semi-final on the PlayStation 4. It's the Brazilian Lucas Rep going up against the Argentinian from West Ham, Iago. See you in a second.
The FUT Champions Cup is presented by PS4.
Guys go through a lot to deal with shave irritation, so we built the new Gillette Skin Guard with a specialized guard designed to reduce it. Because we believe all men deserve a razor just for them, the best a man can get. Gillette.
Sound, the most important thing you'll ever hear. It doesn't matter if you've dropped in thousands of times. Are you still using the headset that came with the system? You need to upgrade to Turtle Beach. The Stealth 600, the #1 wireless gaming headset. With superhuman hearing, you'll become a Battle Royale demon. Now that's what I call an upgrade. Go! Nunca faria isto num jogo a sério. Isto é errado.
Wrong? What's wrong with wrong? I mean, is that the wrong place for a pitch? Hey, eu gosto do scum. Alright, let's talk about wrong. Is that the wrong kit? Delicious? I see you. Everyone's gonna want them, trust me. That's the wrong way to play. Alright, pack it up. Do you remember when Sancho was wrong to leave? You're killing it over there, my guy. Wait, AJ?
Wrong sport!
Megan Rapinoe. She's the wrong influence. Yeah, but I think she's okay with that. Sterling, they say he's the wrong size, he runs wrong, he's got the wrong tattoo. That's just noise, man. Wrong's working for you. Wrong? Yeah, because wrong's the new right. Wrong breaks new ground. Yeah, that's wrong.
The people want to know, what's the best formation? Well, we have all the pros here. Let's talk to them.
4-2-3-1. You have good defense, you have good attack, and it's simple.
I think 4-4-2 is the best formation for pros and casual gamer because it's the easiest way to go attack and defend because you have like everywhere player. Also 2 strikers where you can play like always double passes. It's really easy to attack, and yeah, good tactic. Drop back or play defensive, it's really effective also.
I started with 4-2-3-1 the year, and it was really good. The balance was good, but it also lacked in the offense. But obviously now I think it can be better, and I see Enrazek performing well with it. So I'm gonna go for it and maybe try that formation so I can play it in 2 weeks at the next cup.
I'd say 4-2-3-1 because it gives you a lot of balance, and you can also go high depth and press high, or come back and play like most people in FIFA 20 do and just sit on the edge of the box. So you can kind of do both depending on how the match goes. So yeah, 4-2-3-1 for me.
So I have been playing 4-4-2, but it's more difficult to defend. So I still use it sometimes if I want to feel a bit aggressive, but mainly 4-2-3-1, same as last year. And I've been playing that the whole of today, and it's been doing good.
For me, the best formation at the moment is the 4-2-2 narrow, because I figured out some settings for it. So when I defend, it works like a 4-4-2. And the right CM goes to right mid and the cam goes to left mid. So I defend with a 4-4-2, and when I get the ball, I can attack normally with the narrow. So I have 5 players up front, and my CMs are Hullet and Ronaldo, so they both can shoot really well. Also have a huge body to kind of protect the ball, and it works well in front of goal.
Best formation for me would be 4-4-2 because I like 2 strikers and I like width as well, so it works really good.
4-2-3-1 because I can control the game, and it's my preferred way to play because I have the striker, I have the 3 cams, and I can defend well. So it's the perfect formation for me.
We've talked to pros, we've talked formations. Join the conversation. Let us know down below what's been your best formation in FIFA 20.
The FUT Champions Cup is brought to you in part by Turtle Beach.
Welcome back to Bucharest, Romania. It's finals day here, and this is the FUT Champions Cup Stage 1, the first competitive event of the FIFA 20 calendar. I'm joined, as always, by Rachel Stringer, and also we've got Mark Hatcher with us, and we've got our final semi-final coming up next. On the PlayStation side, Brazil, Argentina, the age-old derby of South America.
There's always something special about it, isn't it? It doesn't matter if it's FIFA or real football. And these 2 players that we have in there as well, they're both, you know, we saw them yesterday. They like to erupt when they get a win. They like to erupt when they score a goal. So there's going to be a lot of passion in this one. Looking forward to it a lot. I think it's going to be a very exciting game.
And these 2, I guess it's kind of one of the storylines for the championship as well, that they went 3-2 in Swiss. So they didn't have the perfect record, and they've made it all the way so far in the competition. But Lucas Rep there, he was the guy that defeated the Iceman, Nicholas. So that says something about his game. Also something about how Nicholas wasn't playing so well. I'm not sure.
I mean, the fact that, you know, Lucas Rep beat Nicholas and then Iago beat Maestro. I think if we had a Maestro versus, I've just had a mind blank there.
Nicholas?
Nicholas game. We'd be like, wow, amazing.
Yeah.
Like, this is a crazy final. Like, this is going to be. So these are the two players that have beat them. That's the level that they're playing at the moment, and that says a lot for how they're performing today.
Yeah, and if Lucas Rep is to beat Yago here and knock out a second Argentinian, I don't think he'll be safe in Argentina.
No.
That's very true.
He won't be winning any fans over
Certainly
there
knock your
at all.
windows and doors.
No. There's the last few games to go by. We can't necessarily guarantee lots of goals on the pitch, but we can definitely guarantee fireworks off of it. These two players have been probably the most emotive we've seen in this studio. Ending the day yesterday with Yago and some celebrations as he beat Maestro. Kind of borrowed the Frenchman's celebration against him there. I'm not sure we'll see him do that again here, but we might see some more irons because he's representing West Ham
That's a
now.
good point. You've got vested interest in this a little bit now, haven't you?
Well, West Ham need all the positives we can get right now.
As an Arsenal fan, I feel for you. I think we should probably leave the real football conversations. Let's talk about FIFA again. It's much better.
Who are we thinking out of these two, though? Who's got the best chance?
Oh, this is a really tricky one. But I think if you're looking at Yago, he kind of bounced back. We said he beat Maestro penalties to get this far, but he lost to Maestro in the Swiss. So he kind of obviously can perform under either circumstances and can perform when pressure's on. Defeated Nicholas, the other side Lucas Rep did. Does Yago look more comfortable? No, he looks quite nervous sitting there on your screen right now, but I'm going to go with the Irons. I'm going to back Spencer's team. Irons, Yago.
I'm going to go with Yago as well. Only reason is I go back to the E-Nations last year when he was playing for Argentina, and he was playing some phenomenal stuff, and he was kind of overshadowing his teammate a little bit there, which was somewhat of a surprise. So, yeah, Yago seems to, when the big stage is there and the big stage is set and everything's on the line, he seems to perform. I think he relishes these kind of situations. So, yeah, Yago, I'm going with him.
Either way, it's going to be, as you mentioned, someone going with 3 and 2 wins in the Swiss format up against a perfect record for Filza in the final. Is it possible that someone with 3 and 2 can beat a 5 and 0 for Filza, or is this going to just be a decider for who gets runner-up?
Well, we just heard there as well on that little VT that Mike Bell did that both Filza and Yago both doing 4-3-2-1. So both similar formations, both in the same team, both playing for Premier League teams. I think they'll know each other's games really well. So I think if Yago does make it through, I think it's all reset and we'll just see what happens.
Yeah. Okay. It's going to be great. Mark, you feel like you have something to add there?
I feel like I want to see one of these players be creative in that final third. I think that's the one thing that players have been lacking on the PlayStation 4 side of things, maybe in comparison to the Xbox. You look at the way the Lyrics and Tex have scored goals, who have found their way into the Xbox finals. They're going to score goals. Like, that's the thing. Whereas the other side, the PlayStation, has been a little bit more defensive, and like we saw in that last semi-final. So I need to see something from one of these two players, which, you know, says to me, I can score goals, because you get the feeling they're going to have to if they want to beat Tex or Lyrics if it gets to that cross-console final. So, yeah, I want to see a little bit of spark up front. I want to see a little bit of inventiveness, not being afraid to shoot, to take on the goalkeeper. And I think whoever does that will come out on top.
Definitely. Well, reminder, guys, this isn't just a game for pride and a spot in a console final. The loser of this game will take $7,500 home. The winner will double it to $15,000 minimum, maybe more. In terms of points for the global series, the rankings leaderboard, the loser will have 800, the winner 1,400, nearly double. So lots on the line for this game. What do our casters, Richard and Brandon, think is going to happen?
Yeah, we can't wait for this one. Obviously, we're waiting to find out who will be joining for Filza in that PlayStation console final. For me, it's got to be Lucas Rep. He's back this year for FIFA 20. He beat Nicholas in the round of 16. Let's not forget that. And I just feel like he's got the advantage in this game. Scores a lot of goals.
I think it's going to be Yago, and we're all going to get invites to a bundle party tonight because it's going to be 2 bundle players in the PlayStation console final. They'll have a member in the cross-console final. I think Yago.
It's going to be a great game. Brazil, Argentina never disappoints. Enjoy it, lads.
Thank you very much, Spencer. And yes, exactly as what Spencer just said, it never disappoints. Not just because of obviously where they're from in the world, but they both score goals. You know, we've seen this quite a lot. We've seen, obviously, with the low depth that people are playing, drop back. We're seeing some 0-0s in the first leg, some 1-0s, some 2-1s, some 3-2s. Not much going on. Lucas Rep, if you don't know this guy, cast your mind back a few years. FIFA 17 FIWC Grand Final. He was there. And he, on the road to being where he is right now, he beat Nicholas, Richard.
Yeah, he did beat Nicholas 5-2. You might remember him. He had a different haircut.
Bit of a mohawk.
FIFA 17. He had a mohawk. Now he's let it grow out a little bit, and you can see the mohawk is long gone. Brazil versus Argentina. You can see the average goals there. 3 apiece, pretty much, for the stats. You see the custom tactics as well here. Good bit of insight into Yago's game. He's playing on balanced for depth, a little 4-2-3-1 formation. 4 5-star skillers in the final third of the pitch in the front 4, and I'm looking forward to this. Jago's been good value this tournament. He's very emotive. He's added a little bit of spice into proceedings. The 4-1 victory against Via Moore, the penalty shootout win against Maestro with the preceding celebration. Can he make it into the PS4 console final to join Verfilzer?
Well, what a run it's been as well, Richard, for not just these two players. I'm sure they would have not want to matched up against each other as well, because we've seen how close this kind of South America group of players have been at this tournament. First and foremost, they've played fantastic coming into the final day. 4 out of the 8 players were from South America. Obviously, some of them still in the competition. Spidercon, we said goodbye to him. Verfilzer remains unbeaten. But we have to have a word on Jago yesterday. It was a penalty shootout in the end, Richard, and a very controversial ending as well. Maestro obviously clearly wasn't too happy about that, in which was a penalty shootout to forget for him. Jago kicking things off early for us. Off the post. Could have easily been 1-0.
What start that would have been as well, kicking us straight into the action. Jago there smashing it off the post with R9. A nice little bit of play as well, building up to the goal. And that's showing Lucas Rep. You're in a game right now. You are in a game, mate. In a semi-final.
Speaking of being in a tough game, he was in a very tough game yesterday against Dito. We know how Dito plays this year. Very possession-based as always, and this year kind of suits that play style even more. He got through that game. And I think the one thing that we took from it, Richard, is that he was able to adapt his game. He's quite an attacking player. Beat Nicholas 5-2 in the round of 16 as also yesterday. So he can change up his play style. He can adapt to his opponent. Here's Jago now. Surely going to go 1-0 up early on, and yes, he is.
I'm telling you, Jago is very good value right now for FIFA 20. The way that he plays, he goes forward, he attacks, he tries getting that early lead, and he's so expressive as well in his celebrations.
The one thing I loved as well yesterday, Richard, Nicholas might not have had the tournament to remember for his standards, but he was right behind Jago. I saw the tweet saying, come on, Jago, let's go the full way. Let's try and pick up this win for Argentina. And he's 1-0 up, Richard, in 12 minutes in game. What a player he is. I remember when he just kind of burst onto the scene last year for Champions Cup. Number 2 in London. What a tournament it was for him there. Since then, he's played for his national team in Argentina in the FIFA Nations Cup. Came back this year with a brand new signing as well. West Ham picking him up. And as you said, what a signing as well. Can Lucas Rep respond? Obviously representing NSE in this tournament and for the year ahead. R9 just doesn't know where he wants to go, really. He did play back to Ruud Gullit. It's good that we have seen an early goal in this game, because it will mean that Lucas Rep will have to come forward and have to start throwing it.
Mark asks for attacking football on the couch, and that's exactly what he's getting right now.
South American attacking football. The guys on the couch spoke about it a little bit as well. Yes, prize money's fantastic. Yes, being a champion's even better. But global series points will really help your season. Jago, the touch was too heavy. Van der Sar for his line could collect that one pretty easy. Both players already guaranteed themselves 800 global series points. The winner will jump up and take 1,400 home.
Just looking for a little ball roll there past the goalkeeper. Lucas Rep looks rattled right now. A few of the passes going astray. He's not settled into his comfort zone whatsoever, has the Brazilian, in Jago in a great opportunity to stamp out this game right now.
And you probably
to
asked
kill it off.
Why there has been such a great start, Richard. He's got Coach Bass in his corner. I'm sure he would have been analysing that game yesterday. Lucas Rep played against Dito, looking for any advantages they could find. That touch wasn't great from Cruyff. Still going to be in possession for Jago, though, and it really has been non-stop pressure so far. He clearly wants to get that lead, and he did it against Maestro yesterday. He won the first leg 2-0, but he then threw away that lead. Head into the second leg, scored again, went 3-2 up, then conceded. So, yes, he might be able to score goals, but he does concede a few as well.
And this game right now, it's really setting to quite a high tempo. We just saw quite a slower, more methodical game from Verfilzer versus Clash Crazy in our other PlayStation semi-final. This one right here played at 100 miles an hour. Ball pinging around the box.
Chance for R9 to go forward once again. It was an early goal, just 12 minutes in if you have just joined us for the Argentine. As we said, recently picked up by West Ham for the season ahead. If anyone would have predicted this to be one of your semi-finals coming into the tournament with the big names that we have lost, including Mo Alba's gone, Maestro's gone, Nicholas is out the competition as well.
Dito falling to the wayside, Houston, Tuga, all these players synonymous with big performances last season in FIFA 19. There's new blood being injected onto the PlayStation 4 for FIFA 20.
A good performance here as well, Richard. Would set you up for a fantastic season. Last year it was players such as Abinio that made the World Cup final, just scraped that 16th spot, didn't he? Did it for South America. No way through that time again for Neymar. He's up against Van Dijk and just ran into him. Fortunately, there's no shortcuts past that man.
Quite a good South American sort of contingency last season at the grand final with Abinio, with Nicholas. Fulfills it.
Fulfills, speaking of him, he's waiting for one of these two to join him. He could be looking at an all-Brazilian final. Pull it now. It's caught in two minds there and superb. What a defensive Ruud Gullit in that aspect. And in time at just 2 minutes, still 1-0 to West Ham. Iago, who has looked the stronger player out the two in this half, very much attacking minded. I get to play one more attack if he is lucky, Lucas Rep, and there's a few minutes just to take a break before we jump into this second half. Let's see what the halftime stats are saying, because for Lucas Rep, they won't be saying much.
There's a few worrying signs potentially for Lucas Rep. Yes, you've had the possession and the passing accuracy of 94%. However, you've not created anything. 3 shots, 2 on target for Iago. And all these possessions seeming to be in the attacking area, the attacking third of Lucas Rep's. That 40%, I'd have to say at least 20% of that in and around his box, trying to get the ball into his strikers. Luke said it earlier on the couch as well. Sometimes a shot on target doesn't come off getting the ball into your strikers, but it's positive. You feel as though you're getting the ball into those areas where you are going to, sooner or later, get a shot off. Stats don't tell the entire story. Sometimes the balance of play, the feel of the game, is a better indication of how it's going. And for me personally, that first half, I'm not seeing a more one-sided first half of FIFA today, yesterday, or on Friday in Bucharest.
Most definitely indeed. And as you were saying, Richard, that sometimes it really does take just a shot, just to say to your opponent, you know, I am happy to attack, I am happy to get a shot away, and it also will start giving your opponent a little bit of worry that you are happy to take a shot on the edge of the box. You're happy to maybe look to get the likes of Messi on the ball, R9, the big players that we know can deliver on the big stage time and time again. And with that 5-star weak foot that a handful of icons can give you, it just adds to your arsenal as a FIFA player. Back underway for this second half now in the first leg. Iago does lead. Both players already guaranteed themselves $7,500, an important 800 Global Series points as well, which will be massive for their season. This is only first FUT Champions Cup of the year as well, stage 1 of 6. And if you are liking what you're seeing, we still have a huge final to come at the end of play today, in which someone will be walking away with $50,000 and getting their name on that FUT Champions Cup, Richard.
Yeah, and will it be a repeat name? That's the question. Will it be Tex? We've had DH Tex, we've had F2 Tex. Will it now be Fnatic Tex on that trophy?
And what will it be as well, Richard? 3 years back-to-back for Tex, winning the first major of the year.
His 5th FUT Cup as well. Barcelona.
His name has been in that cup 5 times.
Bucharest, Singapore, Atlanta, and
Incredible
potentially
stuff.
Bucharest again.
Iago, fake shot into danger. And the side goes down. Can't hang on to the ball though. Lucas Rep not happy with Summit. He's having a little word to his coach there. As you know, coaching rules have changed for this year. Just able to add a little bit more input during the game, but most players will put their headsets on, whether it's game sound or music that they are listening to.
You got to think, in that room, when you're actually in the studio where the guys are playing, it's silent. The only things that you can hear is the buttons being pressed, the sighs, the cheers, the groans. It's absolutely silent. So you will hear your coach telling you what to do. You will hear them shouting at you if they want you to keep hold of the ball or attack. It's a very, very different gaming experience from playing in the players' lounge to the actual studio.
Lucas Rep just free-flowing at the moment with his attacking play. Back to goal, Johan Cruyff. So easy for him, it looks like. A huge second goal as well in the complexion of this two-legged matchup. He's going to go straight into a pause now, in which you might see to kind of just seal things up now, try and push this 2-0 win into that full-time whistle. Also on the other side, needs to make a massive change now, does Lucas Rep. We've not seen him get anywhere near Yago's goal, let alone register a shot at the moment.
He's not been danger whatsoever. He's not created anything. He's not gone forward. And you see the subs coming on here for Yago. I think he knows that he can kill this game off right now. Eusebio coming on and Cristiano Ronaldo, striker and cam, right cam I should say. Change has been brought onto the pitch for him. Lucas Rep, something drastically needed here for him to turn this game around. Yago, he's had so much room, it feels like, in the final third. That ball just slipped through the cracks towards Johan Cruyff. A little swivel shot past the goalkeeper. 2-0 up. And it could be more. If Lucas Rep doesn't turn this, just turn something around, turn something into a positive, because it's all been negative for him. Look how much room Cruyff's got. Something has to change for Lucas Rep.
He's completely pulled out. Zambrotta, I believe, in at left back. Cruyff's been out just a pivot on the ball. Left foot finesse past the goalkeeper. He can go either way. We know that of Johan Cruyff, and what a player he seems to be. Heavily featured over the weekend here in Bucharest.
His time's done. Off he comes.
Yeah, he's got the goal. He's done his job. And on comes fresh legs for West Ham. Yago, the Argentine, leading 2-0 in this first leg up against Lucas Rep. The chance to face up against Fafilza on PlayStation console phone. And Fafilza is there, a very tightly contested game. That was against Clash Crazy, the Italian pro.
I don't know if it's just me, but everything that Lucas Rep's doing right now just seems a little bit slow. There's no urgency to his game. It just all looks a little bit mundane.
He's got a chance now, Richard. If he can find that ball into R9, has to go the right way with it. What a save. Huge save by Yashin.
Created the opportunity very nicely on the edge of the box. Little turn, Cruyff turn from R9.
It's probably one of the most dangerous positions to get into with R9. Oof. Yashin able just to collect onto that. I thought Hullet was going to win it in the air. It was actually Yago's Hullet that just got his foot on it. The goal kick does come out.
He might beat him in a running race. Eusebio.
Zambrotta just doing enough to keep possession. As you said, the worst thing that could possibly happen right now is Lucas Rep goes 3-0 down. Especially with a leg as well left. Of course, there's time. But mentally, it's going to be testing for him.
We've also seen how players have been able to control games and see games out. Multiple 1-0s, 0-0s. And 0-0's good enough right now for Yago in the second leg.
As we said before this game, it is really a change of scene for Lucas Rep. Last year was probably watching all the events and trying to compete in the Global Series at home online on the online qualifiers. Just didn't have any luck, unfortunately. We didn't see him at one single event last year. I was saying they actually saw him at LQE in Atlanta. Other than that, we didn't actually see him at all. He didn't do enough to make the playoffs. This year, back for bang. Already, as we said, got 800 points, which is massive for his season. And we know what that prize money can do. It really can help you in life.
And more importantly as well, auto-qualified for the next FUT Champions Cup, Stage 2.
True.
Because he's made it to Championship Sunday. He's one of the top 4 players. He's one of the Masters players.
This is where game management is key from Yago. Honestly, won't be surprised if this does finish 2-0. He'll happily just keep possession, or will he look for a third for Yago? He knows there's still a game ahead of him, all the way to the back post. Just done enough, you say. Look how defensive he was as well. He had to come back.
Zidane just bullied Ruud Gullit. Off with the ball.
Big switch of play. Paolo Maldini out. It's Carlos Alberto. Clearly hunting for a third is Yago. Lovely ball inside. R9, what can he do now? Accelerated facial. There's your drag back. There's a huge save to keep Lucas Rep in this game.
Could that be the catalyst potentially? That save, keeping him in the game at only 2-0. To spur him on and just give him something going forward.
I think Richard's asking questions right now. Are we going forward with the ball? And playing a high-risk pass like that, you're just giving away possession again. I know it's easy for us to sit here and say, but we're trying to break down this game. We simply have not seen enough from Lucas Rep right now. And if he goes 3-0 down, it's no one else's fault but his own. Played like a 40-yard pass.
He tried playing a Hollywood pass from defence to a diagonal Steve Gerrard-esque pass and just gave the ball completely away. Something needs to change. He knows that. Look at him. He knows that. Shake of the head. And very disappointed. You see, very happy there in the Yago camp. I think he was saying it should have been 3, actually. I saw the 3 fingers come up, and unlucky not to be 3 as well with that save.
And of course, as we did say earlier today, you guys at home can have a chance of winning an Elite Pro 2 headset, obviously provided by Turtle Beach, one of our sponsors here at the Global Series, especially in the FUT Champions Cups. All the pros are using them. There's a special hashtag. Use this hashtag, Turtle Beach Super Sunday, with you maybe watching the event, playing your weekend league, obviously getting involved in the Twitch chat. And of course, make sure you do follow Turtle Beach for a chance of winning one of those headsets. You've seen the hashtag. Make sure you get involved because they are very decent headsets.
Discussions here between both of the players and their respective coaches. I can see that the players are actually loaded into the game right there, and it looks like we're going to be getting straight back underway.
Key thing is, though, Richard, let's go back a little under 24 hours, right, when Yago played against Maestro. I know it was our last game of the day. He was 2-0 up going into leg 2. What happened? Maestro came back. Of course, they completely learned from that yesterday.
And it had to go down to a penalty shootout for him to get into this round and beat Maestro and dispatch of the rival that you could say in Maestro.
And that is why Lucas Rep's got to think that as well. I'm sure his coach is telling him that as well, that he was winning 2-0 yesterday in Yago. You can turn this around.
Vital information there that was being transferred from Bass to Yago. As I hear the crowd roar. And it's a straight pause cued instantly by Yago.
And we have got the pleasure of seeing the change that he is making. Going into his game plans, obviously, these are normally preset before jumping into a game, but clearly a last-minute change.
Which shows these are individual changes. They're just his regular custom tactics that he likes using, the 4-2-3-1, free depth, but you can see that he's changing this specifically for the opposition that he is facing in Lucas Rep. They will have studied Lucas's games, they'll have looked at what he's doing, how he's playing, how did he get past Dito, what were the sort of key factors and key stages that he did to dispatch of Dito. And now Yago, I like that individually coming into the game, changing things up. And last, fist bump, pat on the back from both players. Big second leg needed for Lucas Rep.
Most definitely indeed. He knows the job in front of him, does the Brazilian. We didn't see much of last year at all. Back from a bang this year, it seems. He's already qualified himself for the next FUT Champions Cup with the new Masters system that is in place. But for him, a performance to forget currently right now from that first leg. He's 2-0 down against West Ham and Yago. He's had a fantastic start to play today. Really well done. Looking for a third early on. Richard into the down. One more into Cruyff round the corner. And he means business. Does West Ham, Yago.
Johan Cruyff being the magic man for him. You saw the short free kick played. He played it backwards, opened up the space, and a very delicate touch by Cruyff past the goalkeeper. And that was a pause cued by Lucas Rep. I'd expect to see maybe even a 3 at the back in use here for him. 3-4-2-1 potentially, 3-4-1-2. Something has to change. As you see the 4-2-3-1 on screen there from Yago. He's switched into a 4-4-2. Has Lucas Rep.
And you can just see that discussion going on in your right top corner at the moment. And that is what wins you games.
I think it could be discussing how... 'cause we're watching Yago's POV, so this is what he's talking about right now. This is what the screen that he's seen. I think he could be saying he could be going 3 at the back. Carlos Alberto, Laurent Blanc, Van Dijk as a back 3. Maybe push Zambrotta in sort of a left mid role. You put Eusebio on the right mid potentially. And then you go 3 at the back, using it like that. Let's see what Lucas Rep has changed to.
Again, not happy with something. Obviously, it's just Yago's perspective before. Maybe over to Lucas Rep now. One last drink, and here we go. We are back underway. The worst possible start in this second leg for the Brazilian Lucas Rep. 3-0 down now in aggregate. And Johan Cruyff really proven his worth across these 2 legs. 2 goals for him. Very direct from Lucas Rep. Haven't seen so much of that. 3 goals. He must come out and play now. He has to put Yago in an uncomfortable position. Whether that's via his custom tactics that he's playing, when he starts to use constant pressure, yeah, he won't be doing it yet because if he wants to go into extra time or further, his player's going to be absolutely knackered. Hopefully we should be seeing a slight change. That player switching is so key from Lucas Rep right now. Because that is what let him down on the last goal he conceded. You can see Maldini and Van Dijk, they're just getting twisted with the runs they're on. Oh, no, that's a huge tackle from Zambrotta.
A needed tackle as well from Zambrotta back there. That goes in 4-0. Game, set, and match. But it's going to be the small, intricate details. That tackle right there, the player switching, where he can use it from Lucas Rep.
Van Dijk's been pulled out. Straight back in position now for him. CR7, surely. Got to take a chance. Probably not Vieira. Take it with CR7 off the post. A warning shot fired at Yago to say I'm still in this game.
They've got to go in though. You'll be thinking right now, Lucas Rep. In the Lucas Rep camp, this isn't our day. We've conceded 3 goals.
And if he concedes 4 from this, Rich, it's going to be even worse for him. Neymar just having a bit of fun on the ball there, it seemed. Back to Zidane, it's a gift. Of a deflection for him, back to Zidane once again. He's not going to be the person that takes the shot. Will it be Mbappe instead? Make that 4. And you might as well put his name in that console final already.
That's exactly what they'll be thinking. Lucas Rep right there. We've gone at one end, we've hit the post. The deflection's bounced away from me twice on the edge of the box. He'll be thinking, this game is just not mine. His thought process, he'll feel as though he's playing against the game and not his opponent right now. He'll feel as though he's an uphill battle that he can't win. He's trying to drive and he has his tyres slashed. There's no way out for him.
And if you really look into this formation, Richard, that Lucas Rep is playing a 4-4-2 on the other side, well, he's changed it now. Yago, I think he's going to, well, no, he's not. He's going to say it's a future game plan if he wants to use it. You can see it was a 4-4-2 in action last time we saw from Lucas Rep. I just feel like he's struggling with that extra man that's not there for him compared to what, you know, Yago has been able to do, the 4-2-3 when we know you have your 2 CDMs that sit in front of your back line and command it. Then you have that little cam that's just a nuisance for you to defend against. On the other side of that, you've got 2 midfielders that you're expecting so much out of, defensively and going forward.
Well, you saw it then. He had his right cam on, come back on defence as well. Did Jago? That's one of the regular custom instructions that he has on his players. You saw how defensive Mbappe was. It sort of plays like a 4-4-1-1 when you have your left cam and your right cam on, come back on defence. But then if you play quite slow build-up, it enables you, your left cam and your right cam to get forward, just as Kylian Mbappe did. Right there. Very clever finish past the goalkeeper. The inform Mbappe, yet to play with him myself, but looks like a remarkable item in FIFA.
Yeah, so a lot of people get him in the rewards just a week or so ago. Could see he's part of a few competitive teams, obviously more of a substitute than a starter. It's important that Jago does not let his foot off the gas. He's 4-0 up currently. It's kind of an interesting story of this game we're going to be looking at. Because if you do follow competitive FIFA, you follow the qualifiers, the FUT Champions Cups, Filza and Jago played their qualifiers next to each other for the first FUT Champions Cup in Brazil, I think at some sort of gaming show. They matched up against each other in Swiss and in the knockouts. Filza had to go then through the loser bracket to get here. So they have played each other quite a lot already.
Crazy story, and obviously both players as well with team bundled, so that's another aspect to the story. They'll know each other, they'll know how each other, the game plans that they possess. They'll probably be practicing, coming into the tournament with each other alongside competing for these spots. And this is what happens when you play an aggressive play style. Players come out of possession.
Of all people, not a great pass into Mbappe. And not great from Mbappe.
Just as I was saying, players come out of position, gaps open up. You've got to play like this to try and get back into the game.
Drive, use that sprint boost. Has to try and pull away from his man, but Maldini, he was having none of it.
Actually, Dan Gaskin talking about some of Eusebio's first touches, that he was seeing and feeling quite a lot of Eusebio's first touch being quite clunky. Great example of it there. I feel like R9, CR7, Leo Messi would have accelerated away from the defender there.
Our first touch is everything, really, isn't it? Really gets them in motion and gets them moving. R9 back to Hullet. There's your drag back. Is there a finish? So much needed goal. And it's come at a perfect time as well. Only 36 minutes into this second leg. I know it's 4-1 on aggregate, but a goal can do a lot of things, especially when you're trailing.
Sliver of hope opened up. A ray of sunshine, potentially in the darkest, gloomy day for Lucas Rep, in the form of Ruud Gullit, getting a goal back, now trailing 4-1. And this continuous pressure that he is starting to build upon West Ham Jago, it's not going anywhere. This is how he's going to have to play for the rest of the game to try and conquer Jago. And if he turns this game around, it will be a huge miracle. After being 4-0 down in the second leg.
There's that through ball. This is looking good from Lucas Rep now. He's having a lot of joy down this right-hand side and that byline back inside. Zambrotta, the play, you just don't want on the ball in that area. Don't know why he was even up there. And you've got Carlos Alberto sitting on the right-hand side. Zambrotta was very high on the right-hand side. There's Eusebio. Again, you can't pass the ball through a player. That player being Maldini. The best thing that Jago could do right now is just go and score down the other end to wipe away any hope that Lucas Rep has. And in time of 2 minutes, this will be the last chance of the half. Currently, Jago 4-1 up. Mbappe, the goal scorer of the fourth. Back to Zidane. Here's that chance of Cruyff. He goes down. Referee waves that one away. If there was any penalty shouts. We will be playing one more corner now. Lucas Rep has to deal with this.
See the goalkeeper just edging off his line there. with the goalkeeper movement.
Long ball into the box. Can Hullet get there? What a touch that is. Neymar back to... Oh, my God, that would have been an unbelievable goal if it did come off.
Yeah, a little bit ping-pong heads and volleys passing around the box there. Still, Yago with the stats heavily in his favour. Lucas Rep, you saw the change that he has made there.
Oh, there you go. Zambrotta's in at right midfield at the moment. Obviously, 3 at the back at the moment for Lucas Rep. And all right that he's made that change because he needs to chase the game.
And these are the changes coming on. Are we potentially going to see Vieira come on? Yeah, it's only 4-1, but...
It's a smart substitution.
Just to see the game out. You see his custom tactics that he does have already set up there. Drop back on his 4-4-2 and on his ultra defensive 5-3-2. He's got an ultra attacking 5-2-2-1.
He's going for it, Rich. He's going for it. Well, he's going to change the formation. I thought he was going to play 5 at the back for a minute and try and just see this game out as expected. Maybe depth to go down. No, he puts it back up.
Drop back for depth. We're playing on balanced as well on the offensive.
Just to double check that as well. I think the key thing with this formation, though, Richard, you said this 4-4-1-1. You've got those 2 CDMs that you always had before, but it's still a defensive-minded formation. Those 2 CDMs will just sit back in front of your back 4 and just command that area.
Yeah, you see what he's doing here as well with the individual instructions here on the 4-2-3-1 second variation. Zidane and Hullet going to be sat very, very deep. And then his left mid and right mid also going to be tucking quite deep in that formation, allowing R9 and Cruyff just to sort of do the business up top on their own. Seeing another change as well here coming on for him. Eusebio coming off the bench as that left mid in that particular formation.
Well then, it's now or never for Lucas Rep. 3 goals are needed, and time is simply running out for him. He's got 45 minutes left if he wants to stay in this tournament, or even send this to extra time.
Already in the 4-2-3-1 second variation, you can see the blockade of white shirts. Pretty much 2 banks of 4, and then you have your cam and your striker just sat up top. He's already done the business in the offensive. Now he's got 45 minutes, Yago. See the game out and book your place into a console final.
That's nice. Really nice, in fact. Mbappe expects a cutback once again. Mbappe nearly falling over his own feet, still in possession. That's Rush. Surely got to be a finish. What a block. Zidane on Zidane.
Virgil
Proven
van
his
Dijk
worth.
and Zidane both there, having to be defensively very, very sound.
And that's why you're often seeing these kind of big moments, Richard, where you do see Hullet go up against Hullet. They've both got the same stats. That's why those battles are so tightly contested every single time, and you can never tell who is going to win it. Similar to Zidane and Zidane, we just saw their awful pass there from Lucas Rep. The goal before the 60th minute, or around that time for Lucas Rep, would really make this into a really interesting last 30 minutes. Only be 2 goals that would be needed, but he just can't break down that line. That midfield line, that is. If Yago gets another goal, it will simply be game over. Mbappe back inside.
Ooh. See the chances now, not rustling the back of the net. With 30 minutes left, can Lucas Rep give us something to shout about in Bucharest?
It's got to be now. It's got to be something special. Again, it's so hard to break down. That's what Yago will be looking to do, make it as hard as possible for his opponent to even have a sniff at a goal, let alone a comeback. It's happened a number of times though from Yago. Might be in a winning position, but a bit careless in possession a few times. Got to look after the ball a little bit better. Mbappe into the Zidane. Well, just doing enough there just to keep this attack moving. You can see the number of white shirts back there. So hard to break down for Lucas Rep, and you can just see the frustration as we hit another 10 minutes into this second half. 70th minute mark now. Still 3 goals are needed. He needs the cutback to come off.
Free kick against him.
He's been penalised that. It looked like he won the ball. And he's going to get a yellow card as well on top of that. Because Lucas Rep can just laugh. You just saw what he wanted to do, didn't you, Richard? He wants to play that ball across goal into R9, which would have been a guaranteed finish.
I mean, the sheer amount of shirts back there as well. The sheer amount of white shirted players in the defensive third. I'm just having a look here to see what he's doing in terms of the substitutes that he wants to bring on. He was looking at Roberto Firmino, but instead he's gone for Vieira to sort of bolster up that midfield. 4-1 down. You're bringing on Patrick Vieira. Something tells me that Yago knows that this game's not over yet. Another free kick gone against him. So unlucky.
For him, it's literally all or nothing now. That's why that constant pressure is so high. And there is a chance of giving away free kicks because he will be hunting in packs for this ball now. Expect to see the likes of Ronaldo, R9, Eusebio as a free, just chasing down that ball. It's simple. 3 chances, 3 goals. Everything has to be perfect. And so far, we haven't seen a lot that has been perfect from Lucas Rep.
Nothing's really been perfect, has it? From him, the goal that he scored, nice little bit of individual play, but Yago still, he's been in pole position from the first 5 minutes of the first leg.
It's always just simple things like this with throwing. Take your time on them in a winning position. Ensure that you are not giving away possession in really stupid areas, really, from a corner, from a free kick, from a throw-in. You know how easy it is to concede from that. Even for Yago, go back if you have to. Again, we're nearly into another 10 minutes into this second half. 80th minute, we are literally about to approach. Ronaldo, surely, has to be now! Yashin, that might have won you the game.
What a save. He's not been called into action a lot, but the couple of times where he's needed Yashin to make a big save, the man has delivered.
And this is where it could all be over, though. He's just offside. 9 minutes left, 3 goals needed. I think we are going to be seeing a Fafilza West Ham Yago grand final. Of course, for the PlayStation side, that is.
Wolves versus West Ham.
The Premier League matchup. As you said, 2 team bundle players. The question is, who are they going to be supporting?
I think it's just fair game. You sit back and you know that you've got a player in the cross-console final.
On top of that, you know, you've got your players who've got Global Series points as well behind them, Richard, which is massive. Pull it. Maybe one more just to put the cherry on top of this cake. It has been made by Yago over these 2 legs. It's been a great start for him. And that start has really moved him on to winning this matchup. Those 2 early goals were everything for him. He's looking for a 5th. Zidane just doing enough there to stop it or not. Possession just given away carelessly once again. It just hasn't been good enough from Lucas Rep, unfortunately, on Championship Sunday. Fantastic from him yesterday, beating Nicholas, beating Dito. For him, though, take the positives out of this tournament. You're back again for FIFA 20. You've picked up 800 Global Series ranking points, and you will be in the next FUT Champions Cup. One more chance, one more goal. It's perfect from Yago. And he will be in that PlayStation console final.
No reaction from Yago. Simply, job done, sir. He moves on to the PlayStation console final. We have our 4 finalists ready for battle. Tex versus Lyrics on the Xbox and on the PlayStation 4 for Filza versus Yago. One of those 4 men will be lifting the FUT Champions Cup here in Bucharest.
And there we go. Congratulations to Yago. Some huge performances over the 3 days here in Bucharest, and a sign of what we can expect from West Ham's newest signing. Commiserations, Lucas Rep. Great to see him back on the pro circuit for this year, and we won't be seeing the last of him. He's back again for the second FUT Champions Cup this year, Richard.
I think the win against Maestro in the quarterfinal for Yago almost spurred him on. I think that gave him a lot of confidence. Knowing that somebody who he's played against Maestro, going back to the E-Nations Cup last year, Maestro beat him. Going into this tournament today, yesterday as well, Maestro beat him. Now you've sort of conquered that barrier that we're always put in front of you. A little bit like Lev Vinken and Nicholas. When Lev Vinken is to beat Nicholas at an event, I feel as though all that pressure is going to be just released. And then you'll see Lev go on and win a trophy. It's always been that player that stopped him.
Yeah.
A little bit like with Yago, with Maestro. It's always been Maestro who stopped him. Once he dispatched of him on penalties, free game.
There's always been chat as well. Last year is Yago in Nicholas's shadow. Last year, this year, Nicholas has kind of struggled a little bit to adapt to FIFA 20. He got the invite to this tournament via the Masters thing, and obviously a top 4 finish last year at the E-World Cup. But as we know, Yago will be through, of course, to our console final up against Walsall Fields. They're setting up a Premier League matchup, and we're going to throw it back over to Spencer with the team on the couch.
Thank you very much, guys. Yes, he's done it, and we are going to have that Premier League matchup, as mentioned, West Ham Wolves on the final of the PlayStation. It's going to be great to see who comes out on that one, but Yago's really done well, particularly given the 3-2 record he emerged from the group stage with.
Yeah, I think so. Absolutely. I mean, we didn't expect many goals. We haven't seen many goals in the PS4 side of things. For him to come out there as well and get 5, I think it's kind of a sign of things to come in the next round as well. We know he's taking on Walsall Fields, Premier League matchup, like you said. Those teams haven't played yet in the Premier League, so maybe it'll be prediction to what we'll have in a couple of weeks' time. I think you'll know better than me when West Ham are taking on Wolves, but I think it's a matchup we'll see shortly.
Yeah, I think it's 3 games from now. We've got
there
him,
we go.
Yeah, still, I mean, I was right.
Great.
I'm just going to say,
Me
you know,
too.
I was right. I mean, he has that ability to score goals in the box. He knows how to break down these deep line defenses. And when he gets those chances, he's putting them away as well. That's been the difference between, I think, most of the players that we've actually seen make it through to the finals so far today. Tex, Lyrics, and of course, Yago, the way that he's just gone forward there as well, has shown some real talent. It's getting that earlier goal as well. I think if you can score in the first leg, it completely changes the complexion of the tie, forces the person who's changing the game to try and push a little bit higher on the pitch, try and win that ball back, and it gives us more goals. So the longer that the games stay at 0-0, the more concerned I get for chances being created. But as soon as we see that first goal, that's when we get some exciting FIFA 20.
And it wasn't until I think he was 4 goals up that he decided to change his formation slightly and put 2 rows of 4 at the back just to kind of prevent Lucas Rep for getting anything past him. Obviously,
Give him a sniff.
Yeah.
Why would you?
Yeah.
Yeah, and this is obviously some of the highlights here. It's the second leg now. 2-0 at this point. It was to West Ham Yago, and he's still coming here in the white kit, trying to get a goal. And he's played the offside trap well, not just on that goal, but also on the second goal in the first leg as well. It looked to be offside, but he's managed to just time it. No VAR helping out.
He's moving the ball forwards as well, which is always good to see. You know, when a player's looking to score, looking to not just keep possession, it's what do you do with that possession? If you end a game with 2 shots on target and you've had 70% possession, you're not using it in attacking areas. You're not using the ball
Which is something that
to
Fulfil's
try
has
and
been
score
doing.
goals. Exactly. Whereas Yago, if you watch, he's always looking to get aggressive. He's always looking for that ball inside the box to create an opportunity when he has the ball. And you could say the same with Tex. And when he has the ball, he's always looking to create a chance. He's not just looking to just hold on to the ball for the sake of it.
We're going to see those 2 styles come head-to-head in the final. That last highlight we saw there was not just a Yago goal, but the fact that Lucas hit the post right before it. He does get one back here, and we wondered whether there was a chance of 4-1 for the Brazilian to bounce back, but Yago is too dominant. He actually gets one more here, which I think is a little bit of an unfair one on Lucas because he's kind of wrapped up at this point, but it is a 5th, and very commanding from the Argentinian.
I think it's a fearless way to play as well. You know, he wasn't afraid to go out and attack like a lot of the players have been. They've just been sitting back a bit too much for all of our liking, I think, could be fair to say.
I think it's a good point that you made here. You can see that, you know, the shots on goal is double what Lucas Rep was, whereas possession, he's got less possession, only slightly, but that's split. And that shows exactly how you need to play FIFA 20. If you play, for example, like we've seen a few players play where they've just kept possession and they haven't created too many chances, you think if you do not take that chance that you finally create, then you give your opposition the opportunity to create 3 chances, 4 chances, 5 chances. It's such a risky way to play, but it's such a comfortable way to play because when you have possession, you can't lose the game because obviously you have possession of the ball. I know it sounds very simple and very obvious, but you have to be prepared to try and score goals. on FIFA 20. You have to take those chances, look to move the ball forward. The more chances you can create, the more chances you're going to have the chance of scoring, and the more wins you're going to get. It's been proven. Everyone who's got through to the finals has been playing like that.
Yeah, definitely. All right, so time to go over to Mike LaBelle now. He's got something for us at the breakdown board. What you got, Mikey?
Thanks, Spence. So we're going to talk about setting the tone, and that's what Iago was able to do. And he had a game plan where he was always going to look for the additional pass. You want to make sure that he was working it in, and that's where we're going to take a deeper glance on the breakdown board, and we're going to talk about it. It's about knowing what you want to do and where you want to do it on the pitch. So once he recycles to Zidane, at this point, Iago hasn't been shooting from outside the box. That's not part of his game plan. So he's going to wait for Cruyff. So he has to buy a little bit of time for Cruyff to basically come back onside. And that's what you're talking about, maybe some debatable calls. Well, here we go. VAR Mike is what's happening today. So we have the ability to slow this down, freeze frame, bring it on back. And that's what he's waiting for. He's going to use Zidane, which everybody would love to have this option. To have someone like that at the top of the box. You're going to have a ball roll, just buys a little bit of time, lets him check back onside, drops it off, Cruyff with the finish, and we saw this time and time again from Iago, and it increased efficiency. And when you're efficient in FIFA, that means you're being very clinical, and if you want to be at the best, you want to be the best, you want to maximize your potential, and especially at the competitive level, at the biggest of stages, you don't always get tons of chances, and we've been talking about that a lot this weekend, and it's important that you take those opportunities when they're granted or when you're able to create that space.
Okay, thank you very much, Michael. It's amazing timing, isn't it, on those passes, because it's not just the getting your guy onside. It sounds so simple, but how many times do you find yourself offside in a weekend league game? It happens to me all the time. He's used it. It's not a coincidence, is what I'm trying to say. Because multiple times in those two legs, he's broken it.
And the easier thing to do there is that we've seen a lot of players do. When that ball gets played back to Zidane, you're going to wait for the second central midfielder to come alongside you. If you do that, that allows the defence to completely recover. It allows another CDM to get back in position. Iago's looking for the furthest player forward up the pitch to score a goal. It sounds very simple, but that was a great example of it. He could have gone sideways. He could have gone backwards and waited for it. But no, he saw the run. He saw there was an opportunity to find the killer pass. And the little ball roll away, bought the time. Perfect pass, great finish.
He's just slowing it down and he isn't rushed, which shows confidence as well. That's basically what he's doing.
Yeah.
Everyone else, or people who are not getting this far in the competition, I should say, will be rushing that. And it would have gone offside.
We will see that matchup on the PlayStation final between the perfect record for Filza against someone who's had a loss, which we've said in the past can actually help you. Whether it helps Iago remains to be seen. But when we come back from this break, we're going to have our Xbox console final. It is the Great British Bake Off. It is Tex versus Lyrics. Who will win? We're going to find out after this short break. The FUT Champions Cup is presented by PS4.
Sound, the most important thing you'll ever hear. It doesn't matter if you've dropped in thousands of times. Are you still using the headset that came with the system? You need to upgrade to Turtle Beach. The Stealth 600, the #1 wireless gaming headset. With superhuman hearing, you'll become a Battle Royale demon. Now that's what I call an upgrade.
Guys do whatever it takes to deal with shave irritation. So we reimagined the razor with the new Gillette Skin Guard. It has a unique guard between the blades that's designed to reduce irritation during a shave. Because we believe all men deserve a razor just for them. The best a man can get. Gillette.
Here we go to the final day of the first major of the season. We only have 8 players left.
And now we're here in the cross-console final here in Bucharest. And it's going to be Joksam from Epsilon up against F2 Tex. He saved on that right-hand side, oh my days!
What a header from Ronaldo.
F2 Tex, another huge win at the first EA Major. That you're one of the best FIFA players in the world at the moment.
Xbox Grand Finals. F2 Tech taking on MS Dasari. Bullet whips this one in. Oh, Eusebio would have won it! Can you believe it? MS Dasari dethrones F2 Techs.
Here we go, this is your grand final.
MS Dasari from Saudi Arabia against Nicholas from Argentina.
Oh, lovely fake shot. Oh, and a lovely goal as well for the man on the away console. MS Dasari once again. Congratulations to the Saudi Arabian.
Welcome to Bucharest. It is day 3, the final day of the 3rd major of the FUT Champions Cup.
I'm going to make a brave prediction here, if I may, but I don't think a German's going to win.
He is playing at the top of his game. Well, his name are then. Oh, that's just beautiful. That is beautiful.
2 German players in a cross-console final.
Will it be Dolomite or will it be Hasu?
To Vieira, to R9, one more goal and finish this.
The main man, the man of the moment, Dolomite, the first ever German player.
Our youngest ever FUT Cup champion.
Here we go, we're live in Atlanta, Georgia, the Peach State. It's the FUT 19 Champions Cup, and it's Tex, and it's Tuga.
Some of the greatest players in the world of football do this move, but to see him do this 4 times.
Oh my goodness. I've honestly never seen a goal like that in competitive FIFA.
That man on your screen, he is the special one. F2 Tex does it again. Look at the pace of Mbappe there towards the back post. It's 3, just like that. Blink and you'll miss it.
I really mind what Dasari says. I'm by far the best player in the world. I beat him twice this year. He's beat me once, so I know best.
To Pele, back to Pele again to score and to deliver. He calls himself the king of the jungle and he could be the king of the Xbox here in London.
Using those 2 CDMs to try and find the ball in behind, and Eusebio has found that ball in behind. The shrug of the shoulders there from Maestro because he's realising he's up against the king of the jungle, and that is MS Dasari.
3-time FUT Champions Cup winner, the reigning world champion, and maybe, just maybe, the best to ever play the game. The Saudi Prince, it's Rogue MS Dasari.
We're going to call this the player pick segment. I'm going to talk to the pros. They're going to give us 1 defender, 1 midfielder, 1 attacker. Who has to be in the squad?
Defender, Van Dijk is the best. I see people at this event not using Van Dijk. They're stupid. I'm not going to lie. You got to use Van Dijk. Midfielder, Bullet, and striker R9. So the basic ones. But if you want to go more affordable, I'd say that new Joe Gomez. I don't know how much he costs, but I'll go Militao. Midfielder, Sissoko, and attacker. I don't know, somewhere 5-star, 5-star, so...
Dembele.
Yes, Dembele.
For defender, I think it's Van Dijk, because I know he's not the fastest, but the way also he just gets into the tackles is insane. He gets every 50-50. And also for midfield, I think it's Hullet, the 90 rated. I also have him at home, and the way he dominates the midfield, can go forward and also defend really well. And for attackers, it's the 94 R9, because he has 5-star skills, 5-star weak foot. The scoop turn, I think, is really effective this year, and also that he can shoot with both feet is also pretty nice.
Defender Maldini, midfielder Hullet, striker Pele.
Best defender Maldini, best midfield Gullit or Zidane, and attacker R9.
The best defender, as I said, is probably Militão. The best midfielder, I think it's Kante. And striker, probably Son.
The best defender is definitely Van Dijk. In the midfield, Gullit, and in the attack, Eusebio.
Defender probably Van Dijk until Team of the Year comes out, then Team of the Year Van Dijk. Then in midfield, it has to be Hullet for I don't know when it started, but he can do everything. And in attack, this year, at least right now, for me, it's Messi.
I think Van Dijk at defender. He's a bear. He's great. Middle field, I will take Hullet. Best, player for balance, offensive, defensive, and as striker, I would take Messi. First time he's better than Ronaldo. It's amazing to play.
We've heard the pros player pick selection. There must pickups, defenders, midfielders, attackers. The question is, who's on your radar?
The FUT Champions Cup is brought to you in part by Gillette. Back to Bucharest in Romania. It's FUT Champions Cup Stage 1 and we're nearly ready for our console final, starting off with the Xbox. Got Rachel Stringer and Richard Buckley along with me here. One thing that was introduced as a new feature for this year was this Masters, Global Series Masters element, which means that the top 4 performers from the previous tournament will automatically qualify for the next one. We've actually got some permutations to look at based on the guys that have got this stage, who they've qualified of people. So we're going to take a look at that now and see exactly who has made it to the next event, thanks to the guys who've done well here. So Tex, getting to the Final Four, actually qualified Phil, who was the person he beat to get to the Final Four because they met in qualification previously. Likewise, FUTWIZ Lyrics, from getting this far, has qualified Benny CR7 to the next tournament, which is in a couple of weeks. And we actually saw a great Twitter video of Benny celebrating at home, which I very much enjoyed. Wolves for Filza has qualified Palnetto99 as well, I believe his fellow Brazilian. So good for them. We're going to see him at the next tournament thanks to that new feature.
Yeah, that's one of the great features of this season. Obviously, those two boys behind us didn't need that. They'd already qualified for the next FUT Champions Cup, which is, of course, again here in Romania, in Bucharest. But great for the other guys there. And I think Ben, he said that he absolutely loves Lyrics now. So Lyrics has got a new fan, thanks to him, letting him qualify through. But yeah, great addition to the new series this year.
Yeah, I think arguably a lot of people say qualifying is harder than events. So if you can come to an event, place top 4, you take away the pressure of then having to re-qualify for the event.
Yeah, and this is the next matchup, the big one, the Xbox console final. 2 British lads going head-to-head, and friends as well, we should say. Fnatic Tex going up against FUTWIZ Lyrics. I mean, certainly Tex, along with Fafilza, is the only unbeaten player left in the tournament. Lyrics hasn't got that to say. He's only lost once, though, and he's barely conceded goals in the knockout stage, so maybe gaining momentum. And many people will say, you know, it's a massive matchup, isn't it? Lyrics wasn't in consideration with the biggest names last year, part of that because he served a ban. Yeah. But he's back now, and ask anyone in the pro scene, he needs to be considered with the top boys.
Yeah, he's dangerous. He's a dangerous player to play against. Also, I was talking to FUTWIZ Dan, actually, after the game, and he said a little bit of revenge, potentially, as well for FUTWIZ, because the last time that FUTWIZ and Tex matched up was the cross-console final. Last time we were in Bucharest. In May, it was Thomas Lees against Tex. Tex beat him. So Lyrics potentially getting some revenge for FUTWIZ.
Interesting. I mean, it's going to be a very close game, we think. An entertaining one, we hope. But who do we think is going to edge it?
I'm going to go with Lyrics. I think, like you said, momentum is definitely going in his favour. We had him on the sofa. We had both of them on the sofa. But he seems like a different player. He seems really confident. He wants to beat Tex. Tex is the best there is on the Xbox at the moment, as we keep seeing, as he was last year. So if he beats him, he's going to create a massive storm on the scene, all to play for Lyrics.
I find it very hard. I often banter with the predictions, but I'm here now, and I find it very, very hard to back against Tex when he gets this far into a tournament.
Yeah, especially in Bucharest.
Whenever he gets into a console final, into any semi-finals, usually goes all the way. Usually, if he gets eliminated from a tournament, it's either by Desari or it's earlier in the tournament. I just don't see him falling at this late of a hurdle in a tournament.
Yeah, the way he's playing is really, really impressive. But he's got to get through this Lyric-shaped hurdle to win the Xbox side, and then, of course, take on the cross-console final if he can do it. Reminder that Tex has made a real habit of winning the first event of the year. He's done it 2 years ago in Barcelona. He did it last year here in Bucharest. He won many other things last year as well, as we know. And he's looking to make it 3 years in a row that he wins the opening event. Lyrics obviously hoping to stop that pattern emerging. Let's also talk about what's up for grabs in this game, though, because we've talked about them being friends and jokes about whether one of them's in the other one's head or what have you, but there are serious things that they need to take seriously in terms of what's up for grabs. So they've already secured a minimum of $15,000 each, But if you win this game, that goes up to 30. It doubles. $30,000. Obviously, a chance to still get 50 if you win the cross-console final. And in terms of points, it's quite significant. But they've already got 1,400 points. That's going to put them right near the top of the leaderboard. But if you win this, you max out at 2,000, because by winning the cross-console final, you don't get any additional points. You win your console side 2,000 points. We'll see you top of the console.
Yeah, and more importantly, if you sort of compare and contrast last season to this season, you saw Joxan win the PlayStation side in Bucharest. He then picked up 850 from an LQE. That were enough to send him into the grand final. So if you're winning this game, you're guaranteeing 2k points. You've already made FUT Cup 2 because of the auto qualification. You're pretty much looking towards playoffs, looking grand final after what, 3 weeks of competitive FIFA?
Yeah, it takes a lot of pressure off you for the rest of the year, doesn't it?
And for Tex, it's probably about gaining some more trophies as well. He's obviously already won 4 FUT Champions Cup. He can make it 5 today, and he's already won 8 tournaments in total, 9, nearly edging double figures for him, which would be such an achievement if he was to do that.
Yeah, both players representing new teams, of course. You got FUTWiz for Lyrics and Fnatic for Tex. So I'm taking 2 Tex predictions from you guys for the win.
Correct, yeah.
No, go Lyrics.
Are you going to go Lyrics?
Yeah.
You're mixing it up?
Yeah.
Okay, either way, it's a GB win. What do our casters think? Mark and Dan, are you on the Tex train, or are you joining the Lyrics bandwagon?
I'm not sure. What about you? You go first this time.
Choo.
All right, he's
I'm
on the
on
Tex
the Tex train. I have been since the start of the event. It's hard not to be, but I think Lyrics is going to be a really tough competitor.
I'm not going to make any noises, but I am going to give you a prediction, Spencer, because that's what I do. I am going to give you the worst prediction ever as well, because I think Tex is going to win, but I'm going to predict Lyrics to win because I backed him at the start of the tournament. I'm a man of my word, okay?
Okay, staying to the Lyrics.
And I'm
guns.
100% still, so it's that prediction
You're
just
still
means
100% on predictions?
Yeah, of course I am.
No, he isn't.
Kind of.
Ethan,
close enough.
Not sure
no
how
one can
predictions
verify
work,
that.
100%.
We can verify the game's about to start, though. I've been looking forward to this one for a long time, so hopefully it lives up to the hype. Take it away, lads.
Thank you very much. And yeah, it's time to get into our Xbox final. Hopefully this one is exciting as Richard Buckley's sock collection has been throughout the weekend. It's time to get into it. It's an all-British affair here. Dan Gaskin is, of course, Fnatic's Tex taking on FUTWiz Lyrics.
What a chance this is for Lyrics to have that redemption story. I'm sure he already considers this the perfect start to the season, but it could top off with potentially a cross-console final. If he can take down arguably the best FIFA player in existence in Fnatic's Tex, he has done so much through the past couple of seasons, and he now has a chance to make it 3 seasons in a row, the first major victory. If he can get past Lyrics and then win that cross-console final, which would just be absolutely insane.
Of course, a chance to make history here for Tex, as we always seem to say whenever he's on our screens, as he's releasing Neymar down. Well, this flank here gets the ball inside to Eusebio. Little drag back, exits the same way that he came in. But for Lyrics, Dan, as we just see this attack out, a real chance to upset the apple cart here and really confirm what he was saying on the couch early himself, saying he is one of the best in the world. People have been questioning that. If you can beat Tex, get yourself into a cross-console final, win yourself a tournament here at the first FUT Champions Cup of the year, well, no one can argue with you.
He did also say on the couch, though, he thinks it's going to be a very closely contested game and it could just come down to 1 goal. Or he said if whoever gets the first goal is going to go on to win it, because they'll then just be able to control the game, dominate, and really just defend against their opponent, stop them and restrict them from having those chances. However, both of these players have scored a lot of goals in this tournament so far. Tex with an average of 2.10 per game, Lyrics with an average of 1.9. Though, we have also seen them both with very good defensive records, so it's one of those where I think we're just going to get 2 play styles collide here. 2 very good attacking players, but also very good at the back.
I think this is going to be a super exciting game, and the first opportunity of the game fell to Fnatic Tex. You saw the idea there, the picture being painted in his head as he just threaded that through ball through. Almost managed to complete the ball roll around Marc-Andre ter Stegen, but the big German from Barcelona managed to get down to it, get a piece of it. And Lyrics survives the first scare of this game.
Yeah, and Lyrics will have to be conscious of that as well. The fact that Tex is driving that ball in to that striker, is looking to get like a scoop turn around the final defender. If you can get that turn, if you can get that shot away, it's so crucial. And usually you can come away with a goal if you can plan it in the right direction. But as you said, ter Stegen showing why he is one of the most popular keepers to be chosen in this tournament. Getting out and getting down fast.
So already had chances in this game, and I've got the feeling that even though you were saying, and quite rightly so, what Lyrics was saying earlier, saying it could be a cagey affair, it could be a game decided on 1 or 2 goals. Both these players are so explosive once they do get into that 18-yard box. It's certainly going to be interesting to see who can break the deadlock and in what style. But Vieira in at centre-back again for Lyrics, a little bit of a talking point that we made earlier when we saw him on the lineup. It was a little bit surprised to see him being played off chemistry in there, but Hullet steps in now. Someone we're used to seeing alongside Patrick Vieira in the midfield to win the ball back.
There's 32 goals for Tex so far this tournament, 8 of those in his last 2 games in knockout. He won 4-0 against Phil and then 4-0 against Spider Kong as well. For Lyrics, just the 26, but he has also won his last 2 games 2-0, twice against Rafsu and Dullen Mike. So both of them clean sheets in their games. Someone is going to have to come out on top here, surely. Or maybe it might go to penalties, who knows?
Well, here's Hullet then for Tex in the familiar Liverpool red. R9 Ronaldo, a couple of step-overs, looking to get that little boost of speed on the exit. Exchanging passes here with the Dutchman. Hullet manages to just get the ball through to Neymar, but the second time of asking, Ruud Hullet will win that ball back. Tex trying to apply pressure straight onto Lyrics, not letting the Englishman sail, and now R9 has a chance, and Ter Stegen turns it behind for a corner.
Yeah, Lyrics knew that that was a big save from Ter Stegen as well, but Tex really starting to rev up the engine now.
Look at the space here, Maldini. Maybe not the play he didn't expect, and it's an extended right leg from the goalkeeper that saves Lyrics again.
So much pressure being applied. It's really tough for Lyrics to try and bounce back at this point, try and keep up with the player switching, but now he can slow it all down ever so slightly. Try and take the sting out of Tex at this point, because if you allow Tex to keep pressuring you, he's going to keep hammering at that door.
Tex is winning the ball in such dangerous positions here for Lyrics. Again, it's R9 this time who decides that he's not going to let him settle. Strong tackle there from Laurent Blanc in the centre-back position. And maybe finally here, it's going to be Lyrics who has a little bit of respite, but you can see the high line that's being played here by Tex, something we haven't seen a lot of so far in this tournament.
Yeah, a lot of low depth, but Tex says, you know what, screw that. I don't want to play that way. I want to play aggressively. I want to win the ball back in these dangerous areas, and it's worked out very effectively for him so far, but maybe Lyrics can take advantage here.
Space here for Semedo, and he gets the ball into Messi, across to R9, and Maldini had to win the header. And luckily for Tex, he did. Corner here to Lyrics. Messi onto that left foot. We know what a one that is, and he almost gets the return pass, but look at the counter-attack now down.
Yeah, he just needs to use this potential of a 3-on-3. Does manage to switch the play across. Can't quite keep it in, though, Carlos Alberto. And you were talking about team selection earlier as well, Mark. I mean, 2 players who have arguably the most different team selection that we've seen in the tournament. Vieira being a centre-back for Lyrics. We see Garincha on the right-hand side. We see Neymar being used for Tex as well.
Here's Messi then for Lyrics. First chance here. Neymar on the right foot, goes near post. And FUT with Lyrics takes the lead here in our Xbox final.
Now, we saw that little clip earlier as well, asking players who do they think is best defenders, the best midfielders. Tex saying Van Dijk is your best defender. You're silly if you're not using him. Well, Van Dijk, he does have his downsides. He's not quite as quick and as agile as some other defenders. And FUT Lyrics taking full advantage of that there, being able to shimmy away with Neymar, and then what a belter it was into that corner. That's what Neymar has. He has that ability to use the outside of his boot. Very effective way to score in FIFA 20.
So after weathering the storm, and it was an early storm from Tex, Lyrics' first chance, he manages to convert. Beautiful play from him, and now Tex on the back foot, of course. A long way to go in this game. Into stoppage time at the end of the first half of our first leg. Hullet decides to attack that space. Couple of step overs. Tex knows he needs to go forward, and Lyrics defends well. A little fist bump there from Lyrics on the bottom right-hand side of your screen, but a long way to go. Just the 45 minutes gone in this first leg.
Now, I think weather the storm is the correct phrase as well, because Tex really was going at him, applying so much pressure and make it difficult for Lyrics to get out of his own half. At some points, even get out of his own box. Lyrics was struggling, but it shows the clinicalness of some of these players when you get to these late stages of this tournament. If you present them with an opportunity, they are going to take it. And I'm trying to think back to the last time we've seen Tex behind in this tournament, and I don't think we have really seen it happen that often. It was something that was very familiar to him in FIFA 19. Almost we would expect Tex to go behind a goal or two, and then he would have the Tex come back as usual. But FIFA 20, a very different game to FIFA 19, and if Lyrics is anything to go by, he said, whoever gets the first goal probably going to win the game. We'll see whether that pays off for him.
Well, Lyrics managed to take that one chance, and of course he has his goalkeeper to thank as well, to Stegen with a couple, or 3 big saves in a period of around 10 or 15 minutes in a frantic period of defending to keep him in this game. Neymar wins the ball back here for Tex, and I think Tex is going to want to take this to Lyrics here. He's not going to want that lead to stay in touch for too long. Want to put the pressure back on someone who isn't used to being this deep into tournaments. Here's R9 for Tex, heel to heel, but can't get round the Frenchman Blanc.
And I think Lyrics must know that he's not going to see out 2 legs of FIFA without conceding a goal versus Tex. So he won't just want to sit on a 1-0 lead and hope that that's going to carry him through to a cross-console final. He knows he needs to build on that lead, but it's about choosing the right time to do so. Try and control the game, try and slow Tex down a little bit first.
There's a little bit of space here for Patrick Vieira. Here's R9. Fake shots away from the attention to the defender. Ruud Gullit now squeezes the ball back through to Eusebio, gets it on his left. And again to Stegen. Pulls off a huge save here, down to his left-hand side. Garincha into Gullit, heel to heel from him. Space here for Maldini. Vieira, Tex keeping the pressure on here, but again, Lyrics just hold strong.
And again, it's Maldini, it's Vieira on the edge of the box. It's not R9, it's not Eusebio. And even with the shot before the corner, I'm not sure Tex expected Eusebio to get that ball. It somehow snuck through, and he almost hit that shot button a bit prematurely. Had a little bit more time than I think he realised. And that is potentially a chance rude by him.
So about to hit the hour mark here in our first leg of the Xbox final. Lionel Messi now for Lyrics. Virgil van Dijk comes across and wins it. And only one real chance for Lyrics so far in this game, but as we said, clinical in front of goal was Neymar when that chance presented itself. Seeing a pause being cued here as well by Lyrics. Dan, do you think that's just going to be a change of personnel?
Yeah, maybe just get a couple of fresh legs on the pitch. I don't think he'll be changing anything too tactically. I know he was a big fan of the 4-4-2, and he said that throughout all of his weekend league games, when he's always going 29-1 or 30-0, he'll stick with that 4-4-2 throughout.
Here's Garincha there in the scoop turn. Couldn't get away from Neymar of all players, who had found himself back in that almost a full-back position. Neymar maybe waiting for that run of R9, instead decides to go back inside to Zinedine Zidane now.
Just not able to get that 1-2 you're looking for. Sometimes if you try and play the 1-2 too quickly, it's just ends up at the feet of the defender. You have to give it that extra little bit of a second, but it's a very precise timing, because if you wait too long, then of course the defender is able to track the run too effectively as well.
Well, they're trying to find Vieira. Eusebio defending stoutly there for Lyrics. You can see that cued pause still in effect as well. Ball has not gone out of play to allow Lyrics to make those changes. But at 1-0, game still very much alive for both of these players. We've seen that Texas be able to create chances, Dan. And ter Stegen has been called into action on more than one occasion here for Lyrics.
And I think Tex would have known coming into this would have been his arguably biggest test of this tournament so far. Both good friends, of course, both from England as well. I'm sure have played a lot together online. I'm sure I've watched a lot of each other as well.
Lots of space here for Neymar to attack as well here for Lyrics. Maldini goes across to deal with it. Oh, manages to squeeze the ball back inside under pressure.
Very much was a squeeze. Very tight angle indeed, but these are the kind of balls you don't see from an average FIFA player. Just utilising that radar correctly, seeing that space on the left-hand side, but unfortunately, really good tracking by Lyrics. Defending very well at the moment, but he's having to defend a lot.
Yeah, Tex is really hassling him in midfield as well. You see that offside trap being employed there, and Gullit again steps in here for Lyrics. And there's space here. R9 spreads it out to that man who'd found the space as well. Eusebio on this right-hand side tries to whip it across and get it through Virgil van Dijk, and I know that Tex absolutely loves that man. Obviously, huge Liverpool fan himself.
There's one thing you can't do. You can't go through Van Dijk. Sometimes you can go round him. These are mounted in defence.
9 minutes left then. Eusebio now just showed too much of that to Zidane. You could see what Tex is trying to do. Just wait for that tackle to come in and maybe just execute a skill move or look for a little quick pass. away from his man, but there's one person that's got away from his man here, and it's Semedo of all players who's got it into Messi, looking for that back heel. You could see the idea again from Lyrics, just couldn't execute quite as he would have wanted.
And you feel like Texas is going to have at least one more chance in this first leg of this console final.
Garincha into Hullet. A little bit of a desperate slide there. Ball into the box! One chance! One goal! And now in our Xbox final, it's one apiece.
And that's the kind of passing move Texas has been looking for throughout the entirety of this game, but finally sees that little extra bit of space. A lot of people would have shot in certain situations there, but he's always looking for that extra chance, always looking for that extra percentage of scoring. A fantastically worked goal from Fnatic's new boy. 2,000 Global Series ranking points on the line for both of these players. Arguably enough with maybe one other event with an okay placement. You're already looking at an E-World Cup spot. But look at that. A lot of people maybe would have just shot with Neymar instantly, pulled the trigger, saw the pass to Eusebio, and then it was an easy finish from there.
Fantastically well worked, fantastically finished. And now this tie is fantastically poised. One apiece. Lyrics will have possession from the restart here. Can he re-establish that lead in possibly the last attack of this game? Blanc with a long ball out to Cristiano Ronaldo, who's just introduced himself to the pitch.
Yeah, a couple of fresh legs just came on for these final few moments, and maybe that might be the difference maker. I'm sure Lyrics will want to make it sure that he does have that final attack. Just keep that ball away from Tex as we go into added on time, just the 2 minutes. You do have to be careful not to give the ball away.
And he has given it away. Kylian Mbappe picks it up. The Frenchman doing great defensive work as R9 burst his way into the box. Oh, and Mbappe was there. But the ball just didn't fall to the Frenchman. But when it is all said and done at the end of our first leg, nothing to split the two players. It's one apiece.
And even though only 1-1, plenty of chances and a very action-packed game, actually, very back and forth. There were a couple of times where Tex just ran into a little bit of a wall from Lyrics, but there was always that concern of the counter-attack. Even though Lyrics didn't have as much chances as I'm sure he would have liked or that he's used to in some of the games he's played prior to this, at least he made that one chance really count. And I think that will be in the back of Tex's head. I cannot give too many chances to Lyrics because he is so good in front of goal.
And of course, the winner of this Xbox final will be one step closer to getting their hands on that beautiful trophy here at the FUT Champions Cup first stage. We've obviously got to wait to see who their opponent will be down on that PlayStation 4 final, which will be coming up right after this. But I mean, you can see the game plan from both the players here, can't you? You can see Lyrics is looking for that goal, like he said. He's looking to then sit back and soak up some pressure. Whereas Tex, he's playing a very aggressive game. Even for Tex, I would say he's playing a very, very aggressive game, looking to not let Lyrics settle. And you have to say, both tactics kind of worked there. Obviously, we're kind of at a stalemate at 1-1, but you could see the thought process behind both players there.
Yeah, and the thing is with Lyrics, I don't think he wants to play defensively. I think he's being forced to play that way. He even said that on the couch earlier. He said, look, Tex is a very aggressive player, and I'm just going to have to sit back and I'm just going to have to try and absorb that pressure.
So we also should remind you of some Twitch drops that we have in our Xbox final. A reminder to link your EA and your Twitch account for all sorts of goodies coming your way, including the FIFA Global Series kits, TIFOs, and the Global Series Adidas ball that you can see, as well as the FIFA E-World Cup Stadium, which, of course, everyone should be using in Weekend League. If you don't, then you should. No shadows on that pitch. And, yeah, lovely stuff for you to pick up. There's a lovely picture of Stokes there in the back on the TIFO.
Yeah, you're guaranteed those as well, as long as you do link those accounts. So they will be within your account probably within a few hours, maybe a day or so. I don't know. I don't make the rules.
That's the second time that you've done that. You've tried to predict something that you're not quite sure.
Well, I had it within like an hour of watching, but someone else might not be as lucky as me. So
okay, let's talk about this second leg now, because it is set up beautifully, and we know exactly what's going on right now. Tex is probably taking his customary little break and stepping away from the game. Do you think either of these players are going to change anything from what we saw in that first leg? Because like I mentioned, both players coming in with a clear tactic on how they wanted to approach this, and you have to say that they both kind of had success.
Well, they both found their success, and there's no need to change anything when it's all tied up 1-1. If we'd gone into the second game and maybe Lyrics was down a goal, we might have seen a couple of tactical changes, but because it's 1-1, I think it'd be very similar. We're going to see Tex with the same kind of pressure in that final third. But I think Lyrics has noticed that there are gaps, and he's seeing that the fullbacks are being very aggressive from Tex as well. If he could just beat that first man and then just play a lob-through ball, he's into a lot of space there, and he can take advantage of it. He knows that that's a possibility, but he also knows that if he goes for some of those passes, there's the risk of missing that pass, and then suddenly Tex has a 4-on-3 situation or a 4-on-2 situation.
Yeah, I think Tex as well is going to play a very similar game. He had big chances in that game. You have to say that ter Stegen came up with 3 or 4 big saves at big moments in that game. Lyrics very clinical with that one chance that he did have. And of course, just to remind you as well, the PlayStation 4 final that's coming up after this will be an all South American affair where we have Yago taking on Fafilza. But you can see Tex is back in his seat now, which means we're not too far away from getting our second leg underway. Who's your favourite in that PlayStation 4 final, by the way? Just very quickly while I've got a moment.
I mean, Yago at the moment is looking very dominant in how he's playing, but I feel like Fafilza has just looked so solid at the back that I can't see anyone breaking him down at the moment. So I think I'd have to go for Fafilza. If you're forcing me, I'll go for Fafilza.
I'm not holding you under duress or anything. It's fine. You can say no.
I am always a little bit concerned when I am next to you because you are double my size.
Well, I mean, that goes for most humans and you.
Well, thanks.
I mean, you have had a go at me most of the time,
This
so
is
this
true.
is me firing back for once. But
This is true.
Let's focus on what is ahead of us. You can see both players now getting set up for the second leg. Lyrics, what a statement this would be. A lot of talk about him before the tournament, myself included, is a big believer in this young man and what he can achieve on FIFA 20. It's just that big tournament win you need, isn't it? Just to put yourself in that conversation of tournament winners when the next one rolls around.
Yep, he was unfortunately banned last season, so didn't get to have a spot in the E-World Cup. He apologised, he realised it was a mistake, and now he's back. He wants to redeem himself, and, well, it seems like the best way is just to play some good FIFA, and that is what he has done this tournament. And I'm sure that even if he did only walk away with just an Xbox final under his belt, he'd be more than happy with that. One other thing that we didn't mention, I mean, yeah, okay, they get the trophy if they win the entire thing, but you saw the little mini trophies they get if they are just one of the Masters. They automatically qualify for FUT Champions Cup #2. But if you are a finalist winner, if you win the Xbox final, you get a trophy that says Xbox final winner. I think that's a nice touch.
A champion in their own right on their own console, so it should be rewarded as such. You saw the attempt there from Tex to fire that ball over the top of Lyrics' defence to start this off. 1-1, if you're just joining us, of course, welcome along, as Neymar almost steals the ball off of Patrick Vieira. In a very precarious position there for Lyrics. But if you're just joining us, as I say, aggregate score 1-1, essentially 0-0, as you can see at the top of your screen. If I like that, after 2 legs here, after the next 90 minutes, we'll go to extra time and then to the penalty spot if required. But hopefully we won't need to go there as Laurent Blanc snaps into a standing tackle there. You saw the idea again from Tex, looking for that little fake shot just to give him that one-on-one opportunity.
And as far as I'm aware, I don't believe that Lyrics has actually ever beaten Tex in a competitive FUT Cup. But maybe this is where he can write his own history. Tex has played Lyrics before in Bucharest last year. He won it 3-1. But I'm sure at this point, those kind of results are not in either of these players' heads. Different game is FIFA 20. And different opportunities for both players.
Little mistake there from Fnatic's Tex, just looking for that dummy, and the ball just rolled out of play to present it back to Lyrics here. Lyrics now building an attack of his own, spreading the ball out to Semedo. Continuing his run here as well, the Barcelona man, Eusebio. Instead goes back inside to Lionel Messi. Here is Semedo getting aggressive, and Zambrotta will tower above Lionel Messi to win that head-up.
Now this is the scary factor when Tex starts marching towards you with the ball. He was terrifying in FIFA 19 because of his ability to chain skill moves together so successfully, and you never really knew where he was going. He was one of the most unpredictable players. I do feel like he's lost an edge in FIFA 20 as you can't chain those skill moves together as successfully. But he still finds a way. I mean, we'll always see like a fake Rabona followed by the stop, followed by a drag back, followed by a bull roll. He just times them a little bit different.
Well, there's space here for Tex. You can see R9 was just desperate for that ball back. You can see he attempted Elastico to get inside the box, and Couldn't quite create the space for that final pass, but Tech still keeping the pressure on here from the corner. Vieira collects it. Rude Hullet. Men behind the ball here for Lyrics, but he's found the ball through to R9. Little body feint there, and Hullet will open himself up and looking for that finesse. Into Eusebio. Chance there for Tex, but Lyrics holds on.
Yeah, good composure there from Lyrics. Very easy to lose your head and start diving in, lunging in with tackles when the ball is bobbling around in the box, but he stayed focused. He was able to just play that ball out safely.
Here comes Lyrics then. We know that it doesn't take him more than one opportunity to score a goal. Hasn't had too much in the offensive side of the game so far, but as I say, only takes one chance. R9. Teasing Van Dijk. Teasing Tex in defence as well. Scoop turn away from his man. Eusebio, that's a great ball into Lionel Messi now. A couple of step overs. You can see space here for Zidane. Starting to open up here for Lyrics, but just at the right moment, Tex had to win that tackle, and he did.
Look how quickly Tex wants to get up the other side of the pitch. He's saying, look, there's men that have been pushing me. There's gaps in the back. I need to take advantage of this ASAP. But so quick are Lyrics players to get back, get behind that ball, and make this more difficult for Tex. Both players at the moment just in a nutritional battle of trying to urge and force their opposition out of these cubby holes they're sitting in and saying, look, come push me, come try and take this ball away from me, and then I'm going to take advantage of that space, and then I'm going to hit you with that scoop turn, and then bang, I've got that opportunity on goal. But because they're both so strong defensively, it's so difficult to actually get that chance.
It's going to take a moment of magic, or, as I say, a mistake from one of these players, which we pretty much haven't seen from either of them throughout the tournament. Just a reminder that Tex is currently unbeaten in the tournament. The only other player left who can say that is for Filzer on the PlayStation 4. Around 8 minutes or so until half-time. In our second leg, still no goals to report here. Maybe it'll be Lyrics who can turn creator here. Eusebio will get the ball back. Lionel Messi turns away from Maldini just for a second, but the Italian wins the ball back. Feeds it to another Italian, Zambrotta in at left back. And with 5 minutes left, maybe it'll be Tex who can create that next chance.
It's just the time that both of these players choose to step in and lunge across with those players. It's not just to try and win the ball. Sometimes it's to try and block the ball as well. Of course, a slide tackle is an option, but it's very risky. So instead, you almost create a little jump across the man by lunging in. And when you've got the likes of Virgil van Dijk, you've got the likes of Maldini, such big frames, big bodies, they can just get in the way. Such a nuisance to try and beat if you're attacking.
Here's R9 then for Tex. 1 minute plus stoppage time until half-time. Hullet and Vieira combining, just waiting for that final attack of the half, and there is that attempted ball down the line. Zambrotta's going to clean that up all day, looking for Garincha, and just that pass was pretty wayward from Tex.
I think Lyrics knew it was a risk if he had just quickly tried to pump that ball down the wing, because it could have potentially just dropped to Tex's right midfielder or right back, and then he would have had another attack in that those last minutes of the first half. No shots yet for Lyrics, though. Very well contained by Tex, but around the box, Lyrics is certainly looking somewhat dangerous, but Tex has not yet bitten into the bait that Lyrics has been offering on the edge. He's been using the drag back. He's just been crab walking along, hoping that someone's going to lunge in.
It's
Tex
going
says no.
exactly the way that Lyrics said it was going to go, to be fair to him. He thought it would be a one-goal game, and at this point, you have to say it's starting to look like that. And it isn't a question of when, it's who. He's going to get it.
And it's not like either of these players lack offensive ability. We've seen that with the goals that we've seen prior to this in their earlier games. I'm sure if one of them does grab a goal, then suddenly we'll see the game open up even more, where the other will have to push on. And there will be gaps to take advantage of.
Eusebio shakes his head, and I think Tex shook his head as well. A little bit of a disappointing touch there from the Portuguese icon, just letting that one roll out of play as Zinedine Zidane now picks up the ball, in the middle of the pitch. Great little touch there from Neymar, continuing his run as well. Can Lyrics create here? Maldini gets across, not once, but twice to win the ball back.
I think those are the situations where you hope that your winger can just bundle their way through past the centre-back that's drifted out, because if you get past them, then suddenly there is that space behind. But when you do have Maldini, it's very difficult to get by. Still very much the game being controlled by Tex.
The longer that this goes on, Dan, sorry to cut you off there, the more important that next chance that's created becomes. It could be a game-winning, an Xbox console, side of the bracket winning, a championship winning goal at this point. Still a stalemate between these two players. Hullet now steps forward, tries to feed it into R9, but again, just so many bodies in the way. It's so tough to break it down.
It really is, and at the moment, it just seems like both of them have kind of run out of ideas, but you say that, maybe Tex will pull something out here.
Oh, massive chance here. Oh, Blanc slides in.
What a challenge that was.
He got just enough of the ball.
Very
Tex
brave.
went for the heel to heel, as you say, Dan. Incredibly brave decision there from FUT Lyrics, but sometimes fortune favours the brave.
And it was all from just a little defensive mistake from Lyrics as well, trying to pass that ball out too quickly. Tex was able to pounce on it, and it meant that a couple of those defenders were out of position. If they're not out of position and they are back, it means that Tex is having to just force himself between his two CDMs, just passing it between Vieira and Hullet, hoping that Lyrics makes a mistake, steps out of line. Very rarely has he stepped out of line.
How long can you keep that level of concentration up, though? Here's Garincha. Another new icon to FIFA 20. Is he going to become an iconic name for Fnatic's Tex? With a winning goal here, comes into a central position. Vieira dribbles forward into Eusebio. Space here for Tex. He's turned away, and he's found a way.
Not one, not two, but just 3 swivels on the spot. At one point, it looked like maybe it was one too many, but Lyrics just not able to keep up with it, not able to lunge in. And Tex just held his own there, was confident in his ability, knew exactly what he wanted to do with the ball. It was a brave attacking maneuver, but he's pulled it off, and now he's finally got the lead in this tie. 24 minutes left now for Lyrics to try and bring himself back into it.
Absolutely unbelievable composure. Great technique inside the box as well from Eusebio. Just to have that ball on a string, to turn away from the man, not once, not twice, like you said, Dan, but 3 times. And then having found that space, finding a finish to the left-hand side of ter Stegen. That goal is absolutely huge in the context of this game.
So many players would have panicked in that situation, probably was shot a little bit earlier. And it's one thing I credit pretty much every pro at this event, at the highest level of FIFA, is how they react to the scenarios they're presented. You have to read the situation. You have to analyze where your opponent is covering, where their defenders are. And Tex read that one perfectly. And he's rewarded for it now. And he's on his way to yet another cross-console final in the first major of the year.
And the dream of the 3 back-to-back first event wins of the year is still alive for Tex, but Lyrics has got something to say about that. He's come a long way since the disappointment of last year, but he can't get the ball through the midfield here of Tex. He's got to apply that pressure. He's got to squeeze at this point. 20 minutes left in this game to send it to extra time.
One of the things that a lot of people have said Tex has got better at from FIFA 18 to 19 to 20 is game management, is knowing when to hold on to a lead, knowing how to shut a game out, knowing how to restrict an opponent of opportunities. 16 minutes left until he's in that cross-console final. And it's when he starts to just hold on to that ball a little bit more, take a couple less risks with passes, start to eat away at his opponent's brain, let alone the game time.
You can see the changes coming in here for Lyrics. This is the last roll of the dice for him. If he wants to get into that cross-console final, he has to find a goal in this next 15 minutes or so. So he's going on his most attacking custom tactic there to get as many players putting pressure onto Tex, towards Tex's goal.
Throw-ins always tough because they're so easy to mark at times, and Tex shows us exactly that. Wins the ball back. That's not what you want to see if you're a FUT fan.
Well, it turns back inside here for Tex, just trying to see this game out. There's still time, though. And that ball looks like it will be slightly overhit, so it will be possession going back here to Lyrics. Needs to make the most of this opportunity to go forward.
He's going to have plenty of bodies in the way, and he's going to have to produce a little bit of magic like we saw Tex do in the final third, but that's not the magic he's looking for.
Will be a free kick as well. Blanc managed to intercept the pass, but Zidane was just late, meaning more seconds off the clock, meaning more possession to Fnatic's Tex.
And I know we say it all the time that there will be a chance, there will be that one opportunity for Lyrics, but how many times have we seen Tex in this scenario close a game out and not allow a chance? Can Lyrics first get the ball back, and then what can he do with that ball if he does?
Here's R9 then. Maybe a chance on the finesse shot. Ter Stegen will gather. Most importantly, that didn't just parry it away. Wasn't enough power in the shot to really cause him too many problems. And now Lyrics can come forward. Zidane over the top here. Zambrotta getting forward. Everyone instructed to go forward here for Lyrics as Zidane finds the pass here. Pele puts it across. Alisson under pressure. But great feat there from the Liverpool goalkeeper to just bring that one down.
It was almost a nightmare. Thankfully, though, Tex very focused on the ball, but there's still opportunities for Lyrics.
Pele managed to win the ball and step away there so well. 87 minutes on the clock here in Bucharest. Lyrics needs a goal, and he needs it now. Hullet into R9. Scoop turn away, but not away from the attentions of Maldini. And that could well be the game as we tick over into the 90th minute.
And Tex desperately just trying to get forward, get away from men here, try and waste that time ever so slightly, but Zambrotta wins the ball back. There's going to be one last-ditch attempt, but the ball's given away, and that's probably it, Mark.
Garincha comes forward. Will Tex look for one more opportunity? Or will he just see this out? R9 into Garincha. Corner for Tex. We're over the allotted time. As Garincha just twists, turns, as the final whistle goes. And your Xbox champion here in Bucharest, none other than Fnatic Tex.
He's done it again. Another major at the start of the season. Tex has found himself in the grand final, the cross-console final, and it's just one man that stands in his way now of making it 3 back-to-back titles at the start of a season. We haven't found that man that's going to be standing in his way just yet. For Filza versus Yago will be coming up in the PlayStation final. A great effort from Lyrics, an amazing tournament from him. I mean, a great redemption story, and be sure we're going to be seeing that name a lot more as the season goes on, but it just seems like Tex had that little bit extra about him.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. I think fantastic tournament from Lyrics. We should definitely highlight that. I know a lot of people were talking about him before the tournament, and after a performance like that, I'm sure that we'll continue to talk about him moving forward. But Tex, it almost sounds like a broken record sometimes when we're talking about this young man, but the achievements that he has in a game where there's so many competitors, there's so many different regions around the world, there's so many people gunning for you, to be this consistent and at the top of your game for so long across so many different tournaments, he is special.
And you can see the statistics there in that game against Lyrics, the amount of passes he made, the possession, and the amount of shots. I mean, it's not as much shots as I'm sure either of them would be expecting against a more average opponent. They'll be able to dominate the game, have shot after shot after shot. But when you're going up against an opponent who can defend so successfully, who's tracking all those runs, who's putting those bodies in the way, it is so difficult, and it almost makes those goals even tastier that they were able to get through. I mean, that Eusebio goal from Tex, I mean, I'd love Mike Labelle to pick that one apart, because just the intricacy about it, just being able to have that decision-making to turn just that couple extra times and then shoot away with Eusebio.
I mean, the great thing about that particular final as well is that all the goals that we saw were well-worked goals. They were great opportunities created by fantastic players. And speaking of people who love to break down gameplay, there is Mike Labelle, who's with us at the moment. He's not breaking down gameplay, though. I believe he stood by with Tex.
Is correct. I'm joined by Tex. We're going to call it Black Hoodie Tex in full effect. And congratulations. You, of course, are the Xbox champion, and we have another plaque for you. How did that feel? Because I saw that you let out a little bit of a yell, some emotion. We really haven't seen a lot of emotion from you throughout this tournament, and you're staying undefeated.
Yeah, so basically, I've been undefeated the whole tournament, but I haven't really. It's not the fact I don't care. I'm just taking it chill. What happens, happens. But now I'm here, and I was playing Lyrics. I can't lose to Lyrics because he beat me last knockout game in Club World Cup, and he hasn't shut up since. He talks about it all the time, and he's been chatting in my ear this whole weekend. So I had to win. So that's the emotion. So he doesn't talk to me anymore.
And we always talk about how you almost look like a different player, the way that you're able to pick apart your opposition in the second leg of these matchups. What did you adjust? What did you shift? Because I know you had to be really patient to get through his defensive wall.
Yeah, so he plays overload ball side. I don't know what it is. I've never done it myself. I've never tried it, but I think it's called overload ball side. I'm not too sure. So Enzo told me to go like 7/8 width on offense. So I did that. The lines were open, and I trust myself when I get the ball down the line, I'll be able to score more goals than my opponent, and I managed to do so. But the disappointing thing is, now I'm in the cross-console final. I can't watch Liverpool, so...
That's not a bad problem.
Yes.
Or it's not the worst problem.
I might as well win now.
And I know that you play on both platforms, obviously. Do you have a scouting report on either of your opponents that you could potentially match up with on the PlayStation end?
Who's in the final? I don't know. I haven't looked.
Okay, so we've got Iago versus Fafilza.
So I played Iago in Club World Cup. He beat me to knock us out, and then for Phils, I just knocked out Tom. So I got a bit of work to do for #Tom, but let's see if we can get it done.
Well, perfect, and congratulations again. We're sending it back to you guys at the couch. Good luck in the final.
Thanks, guys. Tex, just so cool, calm, collected, but he does it again. He's in a class of his own, you could argue. And Richard, in fairness to you, pal, we were watching that game, having some food in there, and you said 1-0 down when Lyrics was winning. I said, do you still back Tex? And you said, yeah, still back him, and you're right.
Yeah, game after game, year after year, FIFA after FIFA, no matter if he's playing El Tornado, crosses to the back post, whether he's playing against people who play drop back and low depth, he just seems to constantly perform. You see the highlights here from the game. Even at 1-0 down, you feel as though he's always going to get back into the game. He's always going to score. His second leg usually better than his first leg. And again, you see that coming out in full force.
There was nothing really much to kind of separate the two for a lot of the game anyway. Obviously just saw their Lyrics' first goal. I was watching it in here, and it was end-to-end football. When either of the players got it close to the other player's box, it was just defence. The defence for both the players was great. Tex just has something extra each time. They were both great. I don't think you can take anything away from Lyrics either.
And you saw on that goal that he scored then, the wide depth, I should say, the width of the attack. That's what his coach brings to him, because he not only looks at Tex's game and tries to improve him there, which he has done with his defensive capabilities, because that's the one thing that Tex, there was frailties to his game, was defending. Enzo comes in, it's been fixed, his defending is better now, but also the sort of analysing he does on his opponents is so in-depth. And I think arguably you could say that's what decided the game in the end.
Yeah, Lyrics scoring with his only shot on goal over the 2 legs, whereas Tex needed 6 to score the 2 goals, but he did boss possession, slightly more fast completion, 0.3% more, and a couple more tackles for Lyrics. But a very tight game, but Tex getting better chances. I'm glad you touched on his coach Enzo, because I wanted to talk to you about that, because he came in and worked with Tex latter part of FIFA 19, and to be honest, it looked like at that point, I'm not saying it's because of his coach, but Tex's form dropped off a little bit. And we've heard from Tex since that maybe because of a bit of burnout, and he might have not been enjoying it as much. Enzo definitely improved his defence. Wasn't as prevalent a factor in last year's game, but now I think that combination of working with the Italian Enzo and this new game, that defensive improvement has been really, really important for him. It's that catenaccio, that Italian hardcore defending, made a big difference.
100%. I think if you looked at what Tex was just technically very, very good at, what does his own skills sort of attribute to? It's attacking football, it's skills on the edge of the box, it's scoring heaps and heaps of goals. Defensively, that's where he was frail. What did he work with? He worked on defending, he worked on different formations, he worked on seeing games out. And in a game like FIFA 20, where defense is more important than offense, that's what we've seen throughout the 3 days. We've seen 1-0s, 2-1s galore. Having someone like that who is defensively very sort of Tony Pulis-esque, where you've got that Sam Allardyce, we're going to win by defending mindset. If you can then partnership that up with an attacking philosophy that Tex has, you're going to win.
Yeah. Sam Allardyce and Tony Pulis never won a World Championship, but
Give him time.
There's a lot of Italian defenders that did, and Tex could be joining that club. However, he's got 2 PlayStation lads standing in his way, both who are going to compete in the PlayStation console final after this break. It's Iago from Argentina going up against Fafilza from Brazil, and that's coming at you very soon after this break.
The FUT is presented by PS4.
Sound, the most important thing you'll ever hear. It doesn't matter if you've dropped in thousands of times. Are you still using the headset that came with the system? You need to upgrade to Turtle Beach, the Stealth 600, the #1 wireless gaming headset. With superhuman hearing, you'll become a Battle Royale demon. Now that's what I call an upgrade. Go!
Guys go through a lot to deal with shave irritation, so we built the new Gillette Skin Guard with a specialized guard designed to reduce it. Because we believe all men deserve a razor just for them, the best a man can get. Gillette.
Get off me. It's a different jingle when you hear these car keys. Ballers, I put numbers on the boards.
Pace test recalibrating.
Whether rapping or I'm rapping to rap, or might reach back and relapse to rapping up the raw. Givenchy fitting like the gym clothes. 88 Jordan leaping from the free throw.
7 seconds. Exercise reboot in T-5 seconds. Exercise reboot in T-3 seconds. Commencing exercise.
25 smooth work like short. Hit Delaware twice, needed 25 more. I see flaw, cracks in your diamond. CB4, Woo Rhyme, Simple Simon. The sticker in the window, case you wonder what it costs.
We're in the Players Lounge. Mike LaBelle here. I'm going to talk to all the players about the new UCL items. Who could fit in their starting 11?
So I know Joe Gomez got one. Big Liverpool fans, so hopefully he can get an increase so I can use him in qualifiers with Van Dijk. I know Militao got one as well, who I'm using in qualifiers at the moment because I swear his pink moves make him quicker. So yeah, Gomez and Militao are the best ones for me.
I would definitely pick Militao and Kanté for my team. Like Militao will most likely get the upgrade to 86 when they reach the knockout, and I think he will be really good. Right now I have Varane in my team, and I think he might be better than Varane, so I might go with Militao and then maybe with Kanté.
Son or Militao is one of the best cards of the UCL cards, and maybe I can use in my team in home.
Probably Militao, because his card is really insane and he could grow up.
Definitely Militao, because that is by far like one of the best centre backs. Militao's just so quick at like intercepting stuff, and I was going to use the normal one in my next qualifiers anyway. So yeah, that 84 one for sure.
I could see Dembele for sure, and maybe Kanté because they already have amazing stats, and if they keep going further in the knockout stages, they get even better.
I've not seen all of them at the moment, but I think I saw the Eder Militao one, and currently he's even my team, the 81 rated, because I think the way he just gets into the tackles is honestly so insane, probably better than some icons, so I think the 84 rated one of him will probably get in my squad.
Sadio Mane is really good. Also Kanté, both the players when they get also upgraded, they're really good. And I think I will use it in home.
I think Mane or Kanté. Right now, Kanté is already in my squad, and I've tried Mane, and actually with his inform, I tried him. The combination with Van Dijk is really good, and especially for the online qualifiers where you have restrictions, I think that's a good way to go for.
We've heard from the pros. Now we need to hear from all of you. Who are your must pickups for the new UCL FUT items?
The FUT Champions Cup is brought to you by Adidas. Welcome back to Bucharest. My name's Spencer. This is the FUT Champions Cup Stage 1, and we're about to see our console final on the PlayStation side, the last game before the cross-console final. I'm joined by Rachel Stringer and Dan Gaskin. Now, this game coming up right now, I just worked out it's a triple header for 3 reasons. First of all, you've got 2 friends that know each other pretty well, play together a lot. Bit of a grudge match there. Second of all, you've got the South American factor, Brazil versus Argentina. Third of all, you've got the Premier League rivalry, Wolves, West Ham.
It's got a little bit of everything, you'd say,
Amazing.
you, Spencer. And you've also got 2 incredible FIFA players as well. One unbeaten, one who's also shown an incredible form throughout the knockout stages as well. That being Yago, the unbeaten one being for Filza. And there's a chance we could have 2 unbeaten players in the cross-console final if for Filza's to win this.
Which is very rare, Rachel. We almost never see that 2 people win all their games the whole way through and actually play each other.
No, it just shows a level of but I guess the competition as a whole, but also shows that these guys are absolutely on form in FIFA 20 so far, and it's even more rare that it's the first competition of the whole season that this is happening as well. So it shows these 2 players, Tech's already going through to that cross-console final, and Walter Filza there have already mastered FIFA 20, which shows a lot to them. They can just pick up this new game and they can just run with it straight away as well. And they're the 2 players there. They're behind us and
in front of us. They're everywhere.
They're everywhere. They don't actually look too worried either. Usually you'd think at a PS4 final or any final, there'd be a couple of worried faces behind you, but I'm just going to look over. You shouldn't turn your back to camera by now. And they look pretty chill. They're looking at us. A few smiles on their face. But as you said, they're good friends. How difficult is it to play your mate?
It is quite difficult. It doesn't matter if they're a friend, a foe, you're always going to have the same worries, especially if you're going up against somebody you've played against a lot or you know their playstyle. They're going to know your playstyle. They're going to know where your weaknesses are. They're going to know whereabouts they can exploit you. And then you have to try and come up with a plan C or a plan D, and you might not have that in the locker.
Who goes into this game in almost doing the word fear, but who's on the more pressure? Because Filza won all his games, so he's got the ability to do that unbeaten run to the final, which is very rare, as we said. But then at the same time, Yago, I would say, on stats, is the underdog because he's lost a couple games and he's not looked as convincing from the start as for Filza. But at the same time, I think that takes pressure off him because you could argue the stats suggest Filza should win it.
I'd say it's fairly even. Honestly, both of these players would love to reach a cross-console final. They've done well in tournaments before, but they just want to get that extra step further, maybe even lift a trophy. You never know.
Yago has scored more goals in the tournament than Fafilza has. Yago's got 26, Fafilza's got 22. So you could argue that Yago is probably more confident in front of goal. But then you also look at the defensive record of Fafilza, and it's one of the best in the tournament at the moment. So I think Fafilza will probably, if I had to go with someone, I would say more pressure on Fafilza because of his defensive record. People are going to have eyes on him, expecting him to continue that fine form.
Do you think Yago maybe has gone under the radar a little bit because of his countryman Nicholas always being talked about? We've talked about him for many years. They've always been teammates before. So maybe that's why we haven't seen as much or heard much about him. But now that Nicholas is out, he's kind of stepping up and taking that position.
Well, he didn't stand out as much on his own last year as an individual, but he did, of course, get to the E-Nations Cup final with Nicholas, losing narrowly to Maestro and Dax of France. So he was around the scene last year, and he was a very good player. Now he's been picked up by West Ham, signal of intent by them to try and, even though they've been in the scene for a while, esports, to really make an impact this year. And what a start for them. First tournament, getting all the way to the console final, maybe further. So the West Ham guys must be buzzing with that.
Then, of course, he beat Maestro in the semi-final to get here. And there was a little bit of summit afterwards. He did the Mbappe celebration. But, of course, they lost them in the E-Nations. I think there was some form of non-handshake there from Maestro's end at the E-Nations. So I think there was a little bit of spice between those two. A lot of built-up rage from Yago, and he just let it all out. Like, that's what happens when you in football. Like, you get excited, you do these things, you celebrate. I don't think there was any malice intended by it. I don't think there was any like non-sportsmanship. It was just a little bit of fun. And like some people on Twitter have been giving him grief, I'm all for it. I'm all for personality, having some fun with it. I'm sure that they'll be laughing about it in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, it's a difficult one because Maestro, I love the fact that he puts his celebrations out there and gets involved, but it does put a bit of a target on your back. You know, hashtag United, every time someone scores against us, what do you think they do? They hashtag it, happens every single time. You've got to get used to it. So I think that's an unfortunate thing that comes with the territory and the flamboyancy of Maestro. Yep. He used to look at it as a compliment. You know, it's his identity in many ways, and if people do it back to you, it just shows that they know about it.
Yeah, and they respect you, and they're maybe jealous of the situations you've been in before, that you've been able to celebrate that much. Maestro is a champion, is an E-Nations winner, and I just think there's probably a lot of respect there from both of them. But now he just has to watch on, and who knows, maybe Yago will go on to get into the cross-console final and be able to do Texas celebration. You never know.
Well, we talked about Texas defence getting in this far and being really important this year. If we're to believe that's the pattern that's going to continue, then you'd argue Fafilza's the man to win this one. But how is it going to go? It's prediction time. Rachel, what are you thinking?
You said that about Fafilza, but then you've got Yago, who scored more goals, I guess, in the semi-final. So he's the guy that's been more creative and maybe more sure of his ability on the game. So I'm going to go with Houston. I'm sorry, Yago.
Houston, I think he's done well.
He's definitely out.
Houston
definitely
gets himself in.
Definitely West Ham Yago.
Okay.
But you also have to look at the opponents that they were facing in the knockout stages as well. I think Fafilza went up against some really tough opponents, very defensive opponents. I think we'll see more from him now. It'll be more open game. I'm going to go for Fafilza. I think he'll carry on the unbeaten run.
Okay, well, if Fafilza wins, it will be the two unbeaten guys playing each other. But Yago could still upset the odds. Brandon and Richard, who are going to cast this game, what do you guys think is going to happen?
I think we're in for a bit of history, to be honest. I think this is going to be one of the first times we've seen two players go unbeaten throughout the whole tournament to match each other up in a cross-console final. So for me, Fafilza, he controls the game so well, and defensively, he is really sound. So for me, it's going to be a Wolves Fafilza win.
For me, Yago. Yago's winning.
Go with Yago. Okay, well, I hope you have a good game, guys. Enjoy it, and I'll speak to you after.
Thank you very much, Spencer. Give me a bit of info on Yago. Why do you want Yago?
Look, let's go back. Let's go all the way back. FUT Champions Cup 2. Okay, this is in December in London on FIFA 19. Okay, different game, same man. Different set of rules, same emotion. Okay, Yago plays with a fire inside of himself. And I think I spoke about it earlier when we were commentating the semi-final that we saw Yago play, knocking out Lucas Rep. He plays with this emotion that now he's controlled. Back then, it was uncontrollable. It was crying after every result. It was phoning back people in Argentina, telling how he's done. This event, he just looks a lot more composed. He looks a lot more controlled. And for me, I think Yago is the man to take this game and set up an extremely tasty final, an E-Nations Cup rematch between Yago and Tex. That's still burning Tex inside, losing that game. I guarantee it.
And if we get to a cross-console final, well, we'll see a repeat of that, Richard. It will be pretty special. But we have to talk about the Brazilian in this game, Fafilza. It was 12 months ago in Bucharest in the FUT Champions Cup. where everyone was talking about Verfilzer, all this hype about him playing this beautiful style of football. When it went to the knockouts, he didn't deliver. Day 2, he didn't deliver. This time round in Bucharest, he's delivered on day 1, day 2, and at the moment on day 3. The only unbeaten PlayStation 4 player left in the tournament, and these are the 2 best PlayStation players from our first major of the FIFA 20 Global Series. Is Wolves Verfilzer up against West Ham United Yago? Call it a Premier League clash if you want, because that is what we're going to strap ourselves into for the next 2 legs. Verfilzer, Richard, 0.7 goals conceded per game is the average. I mean, he doesn't concede goals.
You just look at his bracket play. 1-0 win against #Harry, 2-1 win against Houston, arguably one of the most creative attacking players in FIFA. Now 1-0 victory against Crazy Clash.
That's 1-0 over 180 minutes of FIFA as well.
There's 1 goal conceded in 3 two-legged matches of FIFA. I was catching up with Coach Thomas earlier, just as the food were getting served up in the sort of catering area. And he was saying, look, I sometimes feel bad that we have to play in this certain way, where we play more defensive and we keep hold of the possession, but he needs a win under his belt. He needs a win. He needs that confidence. And that's what he's doing right now. It doesn't matter how you got to the dance.
It doesn't matter how you win, does it?
It matters that you've got your shoes on and you're doing the tango in a console final.
I think you've hit the nail on the head there, is because when you look at a champion, FUT Champions Cup champion, do you go and break down their Swiss round 3 game of how they got there? Here's the first chance. And maybe he heard you call out for a tango, Richard. Cristiano Ronaldo is the man to perform that dance and put it past the goalkeeper. 1-0 up. It's like he can hear us.
And this right now is a really big moment in the game. This next 10-15 minutes, with Verfilzer taking the lead so early on in this matchup, it means that Yago has to come out. It almost plays perfectly into the hands of Verfilzer.
Look at the last 2 games, Richard, for Yago. Regarding yesterday's game against Maestro in the quarterfinals, what was he doing? Winning position, game number 1. 2-0 win. Yes, he conceded 2 goals, but then he went back in front. He's used to being in winning positions. Go back to the last match, Richard. Winning position again. 2-0, first game. He loves to get in front and then try and control the game off that. This is in Verfilzer's hands, as you said. If he can get 1-0 up, he can start to keep possession and play the way you know he can. He won his last game 1-0.
It doesn't concede. Verfilzer doesn't concede.
And right now, it really does feel like the perfect version of FIFA for Wolves Verfilzer. Spoke to Thomas as well a little bit earlier yesterday and said, is he just enjoying the game? This student says he's loving the game. There's a handful of players that can honestly say that, and they're the ones that are still in the competition right now. He's done so well, wow! Wowee! Cristiano Ronaldo, make that 2. 22 minutes on the clock. Yago has got a huge task on his hands.
Panic stations right now for Yago and Bass. And I tell you what, for me right now, this is Verfilzer coming out and proving a point. Oh, Verfilzer only plays defensive football. He's 2-0 up in 20 minutes.
That goal as well, Richard. We'll see it again on the replay. And you can just see on the right-hand corner of your top face cam there, just a kind of a whisper going on between Coach Thomas, because you can't see in the studio. The players obviously are so close together. The coaches can hear each other.
It's so quiet as well in the studios. There's a smattering of cameramen in there, a few photographers. We all leave the studio when we finished. We come back and we watch the games elsewhere. We don't want to be in that environment. We don't want to be distracting the players on that stage in the studio. He's deathly silent in there.
One thing you have to say, Richard, is that if there was a game plan for Yago to follow, it's been clearly ripped up and we're back again on a blank piece of paper. He's 2-0 down in 22 minutes. Not the start that he would have wanted at all, but Verfilzer would have known that. Yago likes to score goals and go up and then try and control the game off of that, which would have meant that Verfilzer would have had to come out and play. If anything, he's taken this game the perfect way possible. 22 minutes in. Wolves Verfilzer 2-0 up. If you have followed the Xbox side Tex is in another cross-console final. Another FIFA, another cross-console final. And he'll be waiting for one of these two to join him, in which will be a match worth $50,000. And to get your name back on that FUT Champions Cup for the FIFA 20 season. That is if you're Tex. Or alternatively, we could have a new nation winner on there, a new player on there. And it really does just set up this fantastic FIFA 20 Global Series we're going to be looking at. This is only stage 1 of 6 as well.
This right here is a $15,000 game as well. Let's not forget that.
And whoever wins this game will go top of their ranking for their console as well. You'll be the best player on PlayStation regarding ranking points. Come what, Wednesday, Thursday next week, when I believe the rankings will refresh them for the first time this year. Tex is already there. I don't think he'll be moving for a long time from that top spot. 2,000 Global Series points already in his back pocket, Richard. And as you said, even if he loses that cross-console final, it's $30,000 the runner-up will get. Obviously, he'll be looking to pick up another FUT Champions Cup.
Such a strong starter, isn't he? Tex, no matter what game it is, he just seems to start the year so strong. I think it's more reputation. It's more of a sign to the rest of the players to say, yep, I'm back and I'm here to show that I'm the best again.
Fills up. Actually trying to defend there, move his players over. Yago really struggling at the moment just to kind of create anything going forward. And you can just see this bank of midfielders that he's going to struggle to get past naturally. Johan Cruyff, who was huge for him in that semi-final game. Scored 2 goals for him.
When these two have played it previously in the qualifiers, it was Yago who did come out on top. I think you were saying earlier that they played next to each other.
It's a great story. Qualifying. It really is a great story. I believe they're both involved in some sort of gaming festival out in Brazil, and they actually played their FUT Champions Cup #1 qualifiers next to each other in their HQ they're playing in. They didn't just match in Swiss, Richard. They matched in a knockout game to qualify them for this tournament. Yago won that game. The Phils had to then go through the losers bracket to qualify himself for this. So they are very good friends outside, of competitive FIFA. They're both from South America and they're both part of Team Bundled. So they've both been playing the qualifiers together and they've already played against each other this year.
They play against each other quite a lot as well, just online, practicing. I know we're catching up with both coaches, Bass and Thomas, and they said they know each other pretty much inside and out. They know how each other tick. They know how each other want to play. It's all about disrupting that game plan, though. And right now it is for Filza in the driver's seat. 2 shots on target, 2 goals, and over 60% of the football. You see a change coming out here for Yago.
Is he going to move out of the drop back? That's the question. No, he's happy to stay in that so far. Also, you can see Yashin, the goalkeeper, that he's happy to back as well. Now we're going to see that change. Maybe he's going to go into a different game plan now, which could be attacking for him. 4-2-2 seems to be that popular formation that a number of players will be happy to change into. And look at that bench as well, Richard. We mentioned it yesterday about informed Mane's on there. That Scream Firmino item as well. Of course, they probably won't be coming on the field, but he has got a number of options on the bench if he wants to use them.
Sterbottle attacking on his fullbacks, cover centre as well on Ruud Gullit there. Looks like everybody else just unbalanced as it stands. It's Neymar coming off for CR7 up top as well. In this 4-2-2 formation, drift wide. Interesting enough. No, I thought
you want to cut in, wouldn't you, normally? Because we're not seeing many crosses, if any.
Balanced. Players in the box, pretty much going to a relative even keel as well. It's going to be press on heavy touch for Yago.
On the other side of this screen as well, for Filza, will be constantly just probably comparing the teams to see the change that he has made, and obviously see that he's gone into a 4-2-2. I think Yago is done with those changes now. And that is his attacking game plan in motion. I believe he will be moving into. There we go. He's moved into it straight away. He knows he needs to claw back at least a goal going into the second leg. The first half played 2-0 to Wolves for Filza so far. We know he scores goals, Iago. And we know he normally likes to lead games as well. This hasn't been the case for him because Filza just hasn't allowed him. Ball back inside, right place, right time. Laurent Blanco, I believe, at the back. Just a big hoof there from Van Dijk. Now he's going to be able to play out on this right-hand side.
Look how neat that possession were as well, round the back. A lot of players might have panicked there and just punted it into Rose Ed, but kept hold of the ball, worked that opportunity. You can see Vieira there dropping back between the defenders, looking to pick up the ball and move forward here for those tangerine shirts.
That's risky at the back, and Laurent Blanc just maybe tackle that one yet. He's going to get the deflection anyway. It will be for Filza in possession still, and this is all muscle memory for him, just keeping it round his own defensive third. Something simple just as that, as playing 3 or 4 passes between the same duo. You don't know where the ball's going to go. Now we'll start to move forward and try and create something. Here's Ruud Gullit. Linking up with, I'd probably say, one of his best friends when it comes to competitive FIFA in Vieira. Back to goal, there's that chance. Maybe he was looking for.
That would have been up there with the Gillette precision play of the day right there. Keeping the ball so neat and tidy in some great areas on the pitch. The Elasticors mixing up with the quick 1, 2, 3, 4 passes. Building his way through the pitch, and right now for Filza, he's looking irresistible.
I think it's just the case of he's not put a foot wrong, Richard. He's going to come forward once again now. It's Johan Cruyff. Maybe just have a roulette there. Unfortunately, doesn't actually get him any advantage, though. Does keep in possession, though. Great ball just to cut the 2 players open. You're thinking he was going to cut it back into Ronaldo.
No.
Ronaldo's going to pick it up back to Cruyff now. He drops the shoulder and still gets to finish up as well. Not good news for Iago. For Filza extends his lead to 3 goals.
It's just a simple mistake right there. He's tried doing a fake shot out of the back. Over sort of extended with the fake shot. There's nothing he can do about it. It's just how the game programs the fake shot to be inputted in with the centre-back. Nicked off his foot with Johan Cruyff and smashed into the back of the net for a 3-goal advantage. And yeah, even though it's only the first leg, Brandon, you'd probably be looking to say game over. As for Filza, conceded 3 goals at all in this entire tournament. He's not in the bracket play. He's conceded 1 goal, the maximum in bracket play.
So that came in his quarter-final matchup, which he was still able to win 2-1 up against future FC Oostum. He's looking for a 4th now. He's for Filza. Don't mess around with it at the back now.
Actually got his switch results here for you. It was a 1-0 win against Harry, 2-1 against Oostum, and then 5-2 Harry, 6-2, 4-0, 2-1, 1-0. He's not conceded 3 goals over 2 legs of FIFA in this tournament. The maximum amount of goals he's conceded is 2.
But on top of that, Richard, he has not tasted a defeat. I asked questions of him yesterday when we were in round of 16 yesterday, quarterfinals. You never see 2 players from each console go completely perfect. You might see 1, such as Tex has done in the past. But to go 5-0 in Swiss, sometimes we often say it's good to get a loss out of your system. But clearly, it's worked for him.
I'd probably be... I know in FIFA 17, Jihan versus Tas in Paris, that was both played 7-0. That was a group stage, though, not Swiss.
Still a fantastic record, though, wasn't it?
I'm trying to think. If there has been a perfect Xbox versus PS console final where it's been the 2 unbeaten players facing off.
It really does feel like a first. See, we are a long way away from concluding that Filza will win the game, but from what we've seen so far, it does look perfect from him. Zidane just getting that little pass on out to Neymar. Doesn't come of anything, though. Possession will be recycled once again. As he healed to ill from R9. Wants to just tee up Johan Cruyff on the edge of the box. It's not going to work out for him. But going back to the record of Filza, Richard, just hasn't lost a game, has not tasted defeat, and that has helped him mentally throughout this tournament. On the other side for Yago, he went 3-2 in Swiss and had to win his 5th round matchup against Mentz, the French player, to ensure that he would be even in the knockout stages.
He's not conceded more than 2 goals over 2 legs. He's not. It's a crazy stat for Filza. He's 3-0 up. Surely the writing's on the wall.
And he would have had that experience as well of losing to Yago in a tournament qualification. Trying to speak. Tournament qualification matchup. Which was up against Yago to qualify for this tournament. Yago won it, as I keep saying. Filza went through the loser bracket to qualify. Maybe Filza, to himself, has a point to prove. Was at the World Cup final last year. And overall had a really strong year, including that E-Club World Cup campaign as well. Added time of just 2 minutes left now. And what a performance it has been from Filza. 3-0, surely not 4. Headed into this second leg, Yago will be saying, please no. Mbappe back to R9. Unfortunately, a bit of a weak effort, that goal.
No real conviction on the strike there for Filza in the final third. A little discussion here. Probably just more of the same. Keep it up. You're playing fantastic. Arguably, some of the best FIFA he's played. Especially from what we've seen in the bracket play. 1-0 win against #Harry. 2-1 win against Houston. 1-0 win against Clash Crazy. Now we're in the console final and he's 3-0 up after 1 leg.
He feels like more of a kind of like a finalised FIFA player.
Finished article.
Yeah, regarding like he's got rid of those mistakes. He's got rid of those little hurdles and maybe whether it's finishing, defending for him, working out maybe a formation that he enjoys playing, the handful of icons that he enjoys using and how they work for him. I definitely, you know, he's literally like a finished article in regards to he is just that kind of perfect FIFA player right now.
However, when I saw him against Clash Crazy, he was panicking. Okay, when Clash Crazy were pressing him high up the pitch, in midfield especially, he was losing the ball. He was rushing it in some areas. So, Yago is 3-0 down, which is a massive hurdle for him to overcome. But if he can just put the pressure on him and just ramp it up and just go for it, potentially he might be able to get something out of this game. It's going to be a massive ask, though.
Yeah, it's going to be a massive ask indeed, Rich. And as you know, you guys have been tuning in Friday, Saturday, and of course on our Championship Sunday from all over the world. And yeah, as it goes, it pops up on the screen. There is a brand new reward for you guys to earn at home. I believe it's a Premium Gold Players Pack. If you guys want to try and earn that one, you might get a walkout. We can't promise it. But of course, engage in the chat. There's a number of extensions you guys can get involved in, like who's going to win the next match, who is going to, of course, win this whole tournament, who's going to pick up the $50,000 and the FUT Champions Cup, Richard. So we're moving into our second leg now. It currently is 3-0 to Filza. As we keep saying, has not put a foot wrong, has only conceded a maximum of 2 goals in any 2-legged tie. Can you really see this being turned over?
It'd have to be something magical for him to turn this game
Coach
around.
Bass has got some sort of game plan coming into this one because he needs
fairy dust that he sprinkled on his controller in between the 2 games because he's going to need it. You see the changes being made here on screen as well.
And of course, to start, without using drop back, obviously it's balanced from the word go forward. We're just having a quick pause and the last change, look at his players before we do jump into this game. And it's interesting to look that we are looking at a Neymar starting, and Mbappe started as well, Richard. Ronaldo, Van Dijk, obviously 4 normal. Obviously FUT items, obviously an informal 2 in there as well, compared to maybe the icon-heavy teams that we've seen from other players.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's Cristiano or R9 up top.
Yeah, true.
Cruyff at striker is a little bit of a strange one as well for him. Obviously, his editing is attacking right now. You can see the changes from his centre mids as well. Stick position and cover centre that he wants on those. Left mid and right mid stay forward by the looks of it. Stay on the edge of the box for crosses as well.
But also, Richard, you can't drop Cruyff, who scored you 2 goals last game. You know, as you know, you said it's interesting seeing him in striker, but he's done so much for Yago in this tournament, and now he'll be holding out for Johan Cruyff to be a hero once again. He's 3-0 down. Has to get an early goal, has to make something happen. We've seen that change in custom tactics and the formation that he is going to be using in this second leg. The worst thing that can happen is for Filza to score within the first 2 minutes of this game. Falls back to Ronaldo. He stands on his feet. The attack is not dealt with yet, though, for Filza coming straight back. Oh, surely that's going to be a cutback inside. Went to ball roll Yashin. Yashin was wise, though, and just collected that one.
I like the intention of the ball roll to try and set up the 100% chance. I think the cutback was sort of getting marked in the middle of the box there. But I think we're in for a very attacking game right here because Yago has to press him. Let's see what Filza's made of. He's been unbelievable thus far in this tournament defensively.
Well, we've got Fnatic Tex waiting in this cross-console final for one of these two to join. I'm sure he'll be out in the players' area now, waiting and watching and thinking to himself, maybe I prefer to play against this player, or maybe he's already thinking I'm up against for Filza. Because if he did concede 3 goals now, Richard, it'd be the most he's conceded at any given point in this tournament for the Brazilian. Elastico, 1 or 2, going to fall back to R9. It's going to be a gift of a goal, you'd think. Yashin. Wow. Just did enough to collect that one for him. I was a little bit worried then. Worst thing, as I said, that can happen is for Filza to score, it'll be 4-0 down in Iago's mentality, surely. It's going to be so difficult for him to try and pick himself up and move forward. This is that chance for him, Cruyff.
Yeah, his mentality already damaged right now coming into this second leg. But I don't know if you saw that. You saw Bass just sort of hitting him on the arm a little bit. You saw Yago nodding his head. I think it feels like... He's created a chance, hasn't he? I feel like he could get... I think mentally, he's far from done in this game right now. He feels as though he's got this game potentially and the minerals to turn this around. You saw for Filza giving the ball away again there.
Tell you what, this could be half a chance for him!
Hold the phone.
He's obviously made some sort of plan. And at the moment, he's sticking to every single word of it.
What did I say before the game? For Filza, he's been unreal defensively, but when he's been pressured, he's gave the ball away, he's made mistakes. He's got to eliminate those mistakes from his game. And Yago is ramping up the pressure right now.
The best thing that could have happened in this matchup would have been an opening goal within the first 30 minutes for Yago. And you can just see there, Richard, small indications, that press. Every single time is currently working for him, for Filza. If he goes and gets another goal, that 3-goal advantage is kind of reset again for him. The best thing that he can do. Zidane, though, backed by a number of pros and kind of explain the reason why. Here's Ronaldo. He's on the right side of the defender as well. Really well done by Maldini.
He weren't really confident shooting on his left foot there. I think he wanted to open up the angle to hit it on the near post. If you remember the goal that he scored against Houston, where he just thrashed it into the near post for Filza. Gives himself a free kick, Yago. Too far out to shoot here, but there'll be a layoff.
Simple ball roll as well. Play into Mbappe, and this is where he needs to get things moving as Yago. Heel to heel, and a ball roll as well. Van Dijk had to just stretch out a leg to get rid of that one.
Look at Van Dijk charging the ball
Look
down.
at the numbers forward as well from Yago. Could actually be penalised for it, though. Look at that run on the far hand side. Messi's off. He's going to find Messi as well. Keeper's off his line. Is that a risk for him to take? Yashin! Oh, what a save!
You God amongst men.
That's why he's in a few players' teams this weekend. Wow.
Clawing the ball out. If that doesn't get you going and think there's something in the water here for me to try and get back into this game, I don't know what will.
That goes in as well, Richard. That
game
3-goal
over.
advantage is back again. To be honest, I don't know why he dragged him off the line. He was on his right foot, Messi. He obviously was going to be looking to go back on the left foot. Forget about that now, though. We've moved on from it. Yago's just thinking, thankfully, I'm still in this tight. The problem is, though, you can see the numbers forward from Yago. He has to defend magnificently. He's got 4 players sitting forward every single time. He's going to get stretched. His midfield's going to get stretched. Then his goalkeeper's going to get tested time and time again. You've got to be composed in situations like this when you don't have much time on the ball. When a ball roll is so important for you, or just a simple fake shot. Bit of an overload on the left-hand side, not really what you would have wanted. Hullet. Back to Cruyff now. There's a few ball rolls in there. Zidane already got 1 goal. There's the fake shot. Oh, we've got a game up.
Yago with R9. Lovely fake shot, opening up the space, smashing it with the left foot. For Filzer, conceded 2 goals in one half of FIFA. That's the most goals he's conceded at all in one singular 2-legged match of FIFA. Pressure is a thing. Nerves are a thing.
I hope you're still holding that phone, Richard Buckley. Because we have got a game on our hands right now in Bucharest. Look at the change of tactic. 4 players every single time.
A forward. They're on stay forward. It's pretty much everyone get forward and just try and snatch me something.
If Yago gets a third, we might see a huge outpour of emotion. The biggest outpour of emotion we've probably seen all weekend long from the Argentine. The problem is, though, he's got 2 players in Zidane and Hullet having to do pretty much like a 3 or 4 man job. That's the only problem. Superb tackle again, got a little bit fortunate with it. Just looks like a changed man, doesn't he, Yago? Half-time, he's pulled 2 goals back. Oh my God, Richard Buckley, we are in for something special. We're going to have a look at some of the big match moments. Yashin, wow.
Off of the line. Unbelievable pour out.
I thought if he's wearing his hat, he might have threw his hat to try and stop the ball on the line, but look at the reaction there. Thomas, though, saying you've got to keep going, you've got to keep going. You can't dwell on those opportunities. If you're Yago right now, do you change back to your original formation now? You're only 1 goal behind.
You've got to stick with what you're playing right now. You have to just keep on attacking the game. You can see he's still in that 4-4-2, and it's going to be for Filzer, the 2 players making changes. Maybe they've just taken a second to calm down, just to recompose. I imagine the heart rate, the nerves, the butterflies, everything just pumping right now. 45 minutes away from a cross-console final. All you have to do is hold the line. He's getting away from kickoff straight away.
Oh, no. Not a good start from the Filzer. Neymar, can he get past Van Dijk? Yes, he can! Oh, it's nearly an own goal from Laurent Blanc.
I thought he just smashed it in his own net.
Look at Van Dijk. It's gone all the way out to Van Dijk. I doubt he's going to be scissor kicking that into the goal. That's awful. He's going to give away possession. Now Cruyff has got Akers to run into as well. Watch out for CR7 as well. Just who's going to make that ongoing run. Superb recovery from Zambrotta, though. Had to be superb.
Mbappe and Zambrotta, the 2 players with so much pace, just getting back there, making up the numbers for Yago as he comes flying forward yet again. This game.
I've been waiting for a game like this all weekend long.
End to end right now. For Filzer's trying his best to kill off the game, but Yago's just simply not letting him.
You've got to think how nervous Filzer's feeling right now. He's 3-0 up, Richard. He doesn't give away leads. He doesn't concede goals. Could this be his chance to go back in front? Fortunately, the bounce just wasn't there for him.
Right place, right time there, just getting a body in the way. He wasn't even controlling Hullet, and he just bounced off his leg.
If you are wondering, you know, the stake on this game, it's a $15,000 game. You win this, you are in
a date with Tex in the final.
You really are. It's a cross-console final. Even if you lose it, you're guaranteed $30,000 and 2,000 Global Series points, which will put you top of your console ranking. This is better from Filzer. You can just feel he's kind of building back into this game now, and that's on behalf of the help of having Ruud, Hullet and Vieira as your 2 CDMs just holding it together. The press again, it's perfect from Yago. He's just free-flowing at the moment with his FIFA.
Just the way he brought Maldini out of the back there as well. He just nerves of steel to bring your centre-back up, to back yourself to win the tackle, and then have 4 players always going forward in that 4-4-2.
R9, the goal scorer of the second, heavily involved in this passage of play once again. Lovely switch of play out to Ruud Gullit. Who's going to be the person to take that risk at goal? Is it Cruyff? I think for a second, Iago thought it was in. Corner to come in straight away. Last one was an awful corner. He played it all the way out to Van Dijk. He's going to do it again out to Van Dijk. The touch was horrendous last time. Falls back to Zidane of all players. Back to goal. He'll try and shoot that one. Goalie's off his line. It's R9 towards the back post. Just about dealt with again by Verfilza.
Under his own crossbar, nodding it away, but again,
it's coming back.
The ball possession turned back over to Iago, as it seems to have happened every single time in this game. He's got a free kick, I think.
No, he's played up. Referee's played advantage. That fake shot was textbook for Ruud Gullit to be able to read. It's one of them. If he fulfills it right now, you can really feel this pressure. How do you get past it? Carlos Alberto just left his man there. Zidane's having to just drop back into right back. You can just see that on the top hand side of your screen. This is your PlayStation 4 console final. Incredible turn of play. Look at Mbappe. I believe it's Mbappe. Too heavy.
Right idea, just not great execution right there.
Has to win it back. That press really is strong. Is that ball too heavy? Yeah, it is. And there we go, straight into a pause. This is really positive from Iago, though, once again, and we are looking at Iago's point of view here. So we're seeing a big change, another change for him.
The best way I can sort of describe this pressure, sort of like when you'll go on holiday and you'll go to a really, really hot country, you step off the plane and it just hits you. You don't know what to do.
It's like that experience when we went to Doha.
You step outside and it's just the heat and you feel lost.
You're like, where's the aircon?
And right now, he's looking for a way out, is Verfilza of this game. Because Iago is relentless.
Yeah, the pressure is incredible from Iago. Obviously, speak about the Premier League being one of the most entertaining leagues in the world. Talk about 2 of their FIFA players making this one of the most entertaining games we've seen this weekend.
He's in down the line there. Messi's fresh.
He's fresh as well. Can he get round him? He has. He's got past Eusebio, I want to say. As a ball roll, unfortunately, into danger. Watch out for this press, though. Can Zidane turn it around? It's like there, Eusebio's really got nowhere to go, has he?
That's
the other side of that, Eusebio is fresh. Scores now. You'd have to say it's game over. Eusebio, ball roll, surely on the line. It's in from R9. And you can see the outpour of emotion. Surely that is your game winner.
He was under the cosh for so many opportunities. So much time was Verfilza. You saw Eusebio, he was fresh. He was just brought onto the pitch, got down the side. Iago jumped in with a manual tackle. You saw him press circle, and the space when he mistimed that tackle was palpable. There was so much room. And this is the change that Iago has to make right now. 3-4-1-2. All of those sliders.
And I love the fact that, you know, Iago's thinking to himself, I have had chances. I have created chances. He scored 2 goals within the first half, Richard. He's got 15 minutes left, plus added time to make. If he gets a goal, 82nd, 83rd minute latest, he's got about 8 minutes to have a real good go at this. A lot of ifs, though. A lot of ifs. For Fills we know he can see out games. He's got that grit to see out a game.
Iago will be coming at him from kickoff. If he scores straight away, potentially.
I was worried when that ball went into the box because I honestly thought somehow it was not going in.
R9, captain fantastic for Filzer. 15 minutes left.
That goal could be a $15,000 goal in terms of sending Filzer into his first ever grand final, cross-console final at a FUT Champions Cup. And this is what you'll expect to see. Keep the ball, look after the ball, but that press is going to be really strong now from Iago. It's about trying to just pull out the players from Iago, stretch the midfield, then you're going to start to find gaps in between, but on the top of that, Iago's going to want you to play those risky balls. Oh no, look at the space for him. There is a risk when you come forward. Pull it!
Game, set, and match.
Get that man in the cross-console final. That goal seals the deal. He had to come forward, Iago. He had to play free at the back. But gaps will appear and opportunities will arise. Ruud Gullit took the opportunity and he has done enough to send the Brazilian into his first ever cross-console grand final.
Wolves for Filza. You saw when the fourth goal went in, the emotion and the outcry from him, because that was the release that he needed. That fifth goal, it was more of a coolness about it. Yeah, that's game over now. I've got 3-goal cushion. I've got the game wrapped up.
You have to give credit, though, don't you, of course, to...
What a game Iago's had, because some players could turn over and roll down.
One more, why not? Zidane wants to get involved in the party. And that's exactly what he'll do. On that finesse, one-on-one, keeper was just pulled off his line. It was a routine finish in the end for the Frenchman. One of the new icons added to FIFA 20 this year. And he's, of course, amongst the pro selection. And that's why. But going back to your point, Richard, as you said, Iago had a fantastic game. Kept us on the edge of our seats for a very long time into this second leg. 60th, 65th minute, we thought, you know what?
He attacked the game.
This really could be an exciting matchup.
Yeah, he attacked the game. He had to attack the game. And he's made this PS4 console final a great watch.
And that means that at top of the PlayStation 4 ranking, it will be for Filza. 2,000 Global Series points to his name.
And he also continues this astounding record of only conceding 2 goals.
Yeah.
In a 2-legged game of FIFA.
Which really makes this grand final an exciting one. Against Fnatic Tex, that'll be the grand final. Wolves for Filza against Fnatic Tex in a match worth $50,000.
I mean, if you just look at Texas results, 4-2, 5-2, 4-2, 6-0, 2-1, 3-1, 4-0, 4-0, 2-1. He is also not conceded more than 2 goals in a 2-legged game of FIFA.
And there we go. Congratulations to Wolves for Filza. He will be your PlayStation 4 champion, representing Wolves and Team Bundled. Congratulations to this man. He has been flawless, Richard, through Swiss, through knockouts, and it maybe is the Brazilian's year. Commiserations to Iago, though.
What a game it was. Iago kept us on the edge of our seats here in the commentary booth, but for Filza coming out victorious 6-2. He withstood the pressure that Iago was piling on him. And when he got that opportunity, he definitely did take it. 4-2, 5-2, and 6-2 in the final 15 minutes of the game. For Filza, we'll be meeting Fnatic Tex. Wolves versus Fnatic in your first cross-console final of FIFA 20.
Esports organisation against football club. It's going to be an amazing final, Richard. As we know, $30,000 are guaranteed for the loser of this grand final. They've both got equal Global Series points, which will mean that Tex will be number 1 on the Xbox ranking. And for Filza, kicking things off, Richard, on, of course, the PlayStation side. And Abinio, his team, will be thinking, right, I need to get my season going because Wolves are on the map. Wolves are on the map, and you're thinking, first and foremost, for Iago and Wolves, 2 players they've picked up from South America, money well spent on that salaries, you know, for getting them involved. They're making finals.
100%. You can see the stats here from Filza's games versus Iago. He's unbeaten. We've got 2 unbeaten players in the cross-console final in Texan for Filza. 6 goals, 2 goals conceded. Average possession of 59.5% with 432 passes made. Unbelievable performance from Filza. I think the big thing, it showed what he was made of. It showed that he had the mettle. When you are getting pressured, when you are in a tense environment and your opponent is all over you, you just withstood it. You held the line and then you capitalised on the space opening up.
Well, we thought for a minute Iago was going to get back into the game. He came out in the second leg, obviously 3-0 down, had to attack, changed his formation, looked really, really impressive. Scored 2 goals in the first half, But there we go, Richard. As we know, we have a fantastic grand final in front of us now.
Yeah, it's going to be a fantastic game. That's all from me and Brandon here on the desk for the weekend here in Bucharest. I hope you enjoyed the commentary. Spencer, over to you with the winner.
Thanks, lads. Yeah, Mike's actually with the winner. He's going to join him in a minute. But we know our finalists now. It is the perfect final with the perfect players with a perfect record, unbeaten. I can't remember a time we've seen this before. What a way to kick off the season. And one of them will go into the next tournament unbeaten competitively on FIFA 20, which is unreal. I've got Dan Gaskin along with me and Rachel Stringer here. The predictions, the guys who, normally it doesn't work like this. Normally the guys who win all the games in this format, it seems like obvious they're going to go the distance, but they don't. But they actually have this time.
Different class, I mean, from both of them on the PlayStation and Xbox in Tex and for Filza. And like some of the goals for Filza scored there as well. I mean, a lot of talk about people saying he's a very defensive player, he's not scoring enough goals. But as I mentioned, in the semi-final and the quarter-final, you can only play against the player you're playing against. And he played against some very defensive players, so he kept it tight at the back as well. He goes up against Yago, a more offensive player, and then bam, he's 2-0 up in like 20 minutes in game. And his second goal was incredible. One of the best goals that we've seen at the tournament so far. I think this is going to be it coming up. Honestly, very impressed with Filza, and I'm really excited to see what he has to offer going up against Tex.
Yeah, I think Mike's actually going to break this goal down a little bit more for us in more detail. But what I was really impressed with is the fact that he's still boss in possession, no matter who he comes up against. But yeah, Yago brought something to him. He got some goals back. He gave him under pressure, but he just handled it, didn't he, Rachel?
Yeah, it went 3-2, didn't it? I think in the second leg, and that kind of let Yago back in it. I think everyone, the neutral, would have thought, okay, Yago's got a chance now. West Ham have got a chance against Wolves. Wasn't to be. Ended up putting a few more past him just to ease his way into that cross-console final. The first time he's ever been in this position. And it was really a story of defence, I think, all the way through for both Tex and Wolves for Filza. I think Wolves for Filza has maybe only conceded 8 to Tex's 9. So very similar there on how many goals they've conceded. So it'll be very interesting to see if either of them let any goals pass each other in that cross-console final.
Yeah, this was part of the second leg here. Little effort from Filza. What a save. Maybe save of the tournament,
Ridiculous.
that one.
Shaking his head off camera at that one.
Ridiculous. There is no way that any keeper should be saving that. That should be a guaranteed goal. Unreal from Yashin. Maybe a shout for everyone to be using Yashin instead of Van der Sar for that one.
It actually triggered a little bit of a comeback in Yago. Got some goals here. Needed the goals. Zidane, Ronaldo linking up there. Goal that was made in Real Madrid back in the day in the Galacticos era. That was an important goal for West Ham's Yago.
And a lot of people would have crumbled at this point. When you're 3-0 up and you've thrown away a lead a little bit and it's 3-2, you start to get a little bit shaky. But for Filza, he kept his composure, he pressed on, and then he was rewarded going 4-2 up.
Hasn't looked phased really at all this competition, has he? He even said that before they took to the stage there. They both looked pretty chilled out, Yago and Wolves for Filza. Usually, they're looking a bit stressed when it comes to this point in the competition. And it's unknown territory as well for him. So you would have thought he'd be a little bit worried, but absolutely not. Put that one nicely to bed.
That goal we just saw there that made it 4-2, I think was the most important goal because it was one that stopped the rot, stopped him getting back to 3-all. Much bigger celebrations from Filza and his coach for that goal than there was actually from winning the game at the end. And after that, he just became a couple extra goals just to increase that margin of victory. Hullet getting one there, and I think Zidane gets the next one. But yeah, Yago, great comeback, great effort, great tournament from him. No doubt we'll see him again. Actually, I think all 3 West Ham players that they've signed all qualify for the next event. So we're going to see Yago with his teammates Jazz and Jambu next in 2 weeks in Bucharest. So well done to West Ham for really improving their team there. But Wolves are the dominant Premier League team, you have to say, in esports right now.
Yeah, definitely. They'll be more than happy with the signing of Filza, and of course we've got Abinho there as well, also on the squad, and we'll see what he can do when he qualifies for an event. There's a couple of the statistics. Filza getting a decent amount of shots away. I think for Filza, I mean, I can see it. I would have enjoyed that game a little bit more. Like, it's always tough to play a game of FIFA where you're only winning by a goal or 2 goals. It's quite stressful. But when the game's a little bit more open, free-flowing, you've been able to put the ball in the back of the net. It's just a more enjoyable experience. And now he's going to be feeling confident of, I can score goals going into that grand final versus Tex.
Yeah, definitely. And we saw that 94.9% pass completion, one of the highest I've seen, which makes sense because Filza's possession's been so high. I'd love to hear more from Mike when he asks him about one of his goals, how he's got his passing so good. So we'll send it over to Mike.
You kind of took the words out of my mouth. But first off, second plaque of the weekend. Congratulations.
Thanks.
Into the finals. Now he's going for a trophy, of course, next. And when you were here last time, you said, hey, I need to improve my passing. I feel like I wasn't creative enough with my passing. And that's going to bring the first breakdown. And I'm actually just going to call this a Mike appreciation. That's really what it is. I just appreciate this so much in terms of the build-up and the creativity with your passing. A lot of people think you have to have skill moves. And you're going to see here, we're going to take a bit more of a zoom in. You've got a triple team on R9, and you might have seen this once. You might have seen it twice, but we're going to keep this on repeat. Beautiful back heel, fools everyone, ultimate levels of creativity. You tuck it away. And, I mean, the back room, we were all watching this. We all erupted and saying, hand clap to the main man. That was beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. So what changed? What shifted with you? You also have a very experienced coach. And we're looking at Wantana, who was an ex-pro player. And now I see him back there keeping you very focused. Did y'all have a team talk after the first round? You said you needed to improve some of your passing in the final third. You did just that.
Yeah, I think Thomas is really important because he helps me to get more focus. Even if I concede a goal, in the last minutes, don't lose the ball for no reason. So I told you, like, I need to improve some things. And sometimes I just need to believe myself because I think my attack is good with the quick passes. Yeah, sometimes I just need to attack. But yeah, that's it.
And Tex is probably one of the most watched pro players in terms of being able to watch his gameplay. I know it was the first tournament of FIFA 20, but you took an idea for what he's trying to do, what he's trying to accomplish. Are you going to be able to use anything from maybe previous information that's available, previous streams, or even this year's streams to your advantage, potentially going into this final? Do you have a game plan for Tex?
Watched all his games in the knockouts. Tex is an impressive player. His attacking is so good. I'm going to play my game. Like I played the entire tournament, and let's see what happens.
All right, perfect. You heard it from Fafilza. I mean, we got undefeated 1 versus undefeated 2, Xbox, PlayStation, all the above. Back to you guys at the couch right here. Oh, look at this. This is the handoff or the shoulder off.
Just the massage.
Shoulder pass.
Yeah, I like that.
The massage off.
Well,
Like, just there it is.
Lovely. Okay, that's enough. Yeah, I'm looking forward to this cross-console final massively. Can Fafilza step up on his opposite console? We've seen Tex play a lot more of them than we have Fafilza.
I guess it's what we're just hearing to there as well. Let's go back to that in a second. But coaches seem to be playing a massive part in this tournament as well. Obviously, allowed to coach you all the way through now. And obviously, we've seen Enzo, Vertex, and now Thomas, which Fafilza just said there, really kind of adding that extra something that they need to go through. So maybe it's time that everyone like really looks at investing in a good coach, because it seems that they are the people that are really helping to mix things up a bit.
Coach is very important, and I think it will be present in the final as well. When you asked, can Fafilza beat Tex, or can he do it against Tex? The answer would be yes, he can. Like, if he plays his game, like he said, and if he's not intimidated by the scenario of in a cross-console final for the first time, going up against the best player in the world in Tex, if he stays calm, if his coach keeps him calm, then he has every chance and every right of having the possibility of actually winning the cross-console final.
Yeah. I've also, speaking of coaches, I've got a bit of an apology to do, because I did a whole little bit of a chat about Enzo, Tex's coach, earlier, because he was helping him improve his defence. I talked about the synergy between that and Italian defending and the Catenaccio, thinking I was a bit of a clever boy. He's not Italian. I partly blame his parents for calling him Enzo. I did actually know that he wasn't Italian, and I forgot, because I've chatted to him before, but I went and chatted to him outside. He's French. Interesting story, actually. You know the reason he's called Enzo?
Why?
Is because Zinedine Zidane's called his son Enzo. And obviously he's French. I'm assuming his parents are big Zidane fans, and they decided to choose the same name as Zidane's son. They called him Enzo, because it makes no sense otherwise. Why would you call a French person an Italian name?
But back to your
confuse me.
question a second ago. Sorry to Enzo, he's French,
Sorry,
not
mate.
Italian. Xbox and PlayStation now, so they've got to play on both console. How important is it? Well, okay, we're going to get the PlayStation console here. Who's better, do you think? We don't really know how good Fafilza is on the Xbox. Do you think it really matters? Muscle memory.
Yes, it does. I mean, so I'm an Xbox player, and playing on the PlayStation, I find it unnatural. It's quite a light controller, but it does fit my small and girly hands. Whereas some people have bigger hands and they struggle with it, and they might prefer the Xbox controller. However, there are now console controller makers that make controllers that are more similar to like an Xbox controller, so you can get a PS4 controller that is like an Xbox controller. Tex, I think, had one last season. He might have one this season, whereas maybe Fafilza's not that prepared. So you could argue that Tex might have the advantage because he's more used to it. He might have a controller that's ready for it. Or he might just be playing on the PlayStation controller. Who knows? We'll have to wait and see.
Just one of many storylines going into our big cross-console final that's going to come up soon. But right now it's time to choose our Gillette Precision Play of the Day. One play that we think stands out above all the rest. We're going to look at it now, and then our mate Mike LaBelle is going to run it back for us and take a more in-depth look at it. So this is the Precision Player of the Day, and it is a Tex move, I believe, in that very important console final against Lyrics. He's got the ball on the right here with R9 Ronaldo, inside to Garincha, the Brazilian icon. Rude Hullet, and that was quite short. That's why we're going to give it to Mike to give us more detail, because we didn't see a lot of it there. Mike, what have you got?
Well, firstly, I have the full clip. So
Excellent.
That's going to help a lot. And this was crucial because Lyrics really pushed Tex to be the best himself and to really have to make this comeback and complete it. And it shows how he's been able to read the game just a little bit quicker than some of his oppositions, which has helped lead him to being undefeated and being able to create these comebacks. So you've got the ball here with Rude Hullet, and Tex is already thinking 2 passes ahead. And this is something that I always like to bring to players' attention. When you're looking at breaking down your opposition, you have to be thinking, where's the space going to open up? Who are my go-to players? What's going on the pitch? So we have 2 passes that are going to be completed, and he knows that that's going to open up space in the middle of the pitch. And he's hoping that Eusebio, who's just above a nice little square there, or almost a rectangle, or maybe it is a rectangle, that's where it's going to open up the space. Hoping Eusebio is going to tuck in, and he does indeed. Gets to lay off a lot of beautiful first-time passing, and Eusebio is not going to miss from there. Pretty simple finish, but it's all about the setup play and what really led to that, and that's why it's so precise. And it also gives us another compliment for Tex, being able to get to another final. The man loves Bucharest.
He really does. He thrives in Romania, does Tex. And that was our Gillette Precision Play of the Day. Very good goal indeed. Dan, you got any of them in your locker?
Any of those goals or any Gillette razors?
Either.
A little bit of both. I don't quite have the precision that Tex does, but I'm slowly learning. It's surprising. After watching so much FIFA, I actually gradually get better and better after each tournament. Like, I actually take these things and then I apply them to my gameplay.
100%.
It adds at
100%.
least 0.5 wins to my weekend league.
Takes it up to 7.
What?
Dan's good. Dan's actually very good. Didn't you beat Rafsu once?
Yes, it's finally been said on broadcast. Yes, I did in weekend league using El Tornadoes, and that's all we mention it ever again.
I don't think I was supposed to mention that actually. I've probably done thrown Rafsu under the bus there. But listen, I play pro sometimes in weekend league, and I always lose, so I'm glad to represent the talent there. But we're going to have a look at the bracket, I think, quickly to see our 2 finalists. We know who they are, of course. It is going to be Tex versus Fafilza, England versus Brazil, Fnatic Esports versus Wolves Premier League team. It's all set for an amazing final. How well have they done to get this far? The PS4 champion has been christened. That's Fafilza. Xbox champion, yep, Tex, we know that. But who will be the cross-console final? They've both got 2,000 points. Only one of them can get $50,000. 30,000 to the other, so it's a $20,000 game. It doesn't get much bigger than this. The first major winner of the year will be crowned not too long at all. We're going to have a break, but when we come back, it is Fafilza versus Tex. We'll see you soon. The FUT Champions Cup is presented by PS4.
Sound, the most important thing you'll ever hear. It doesn't matter if you've dropped in thousands of times. Are you still using the headset that came with the system? You need to upgrade to Turtle Beach, the Stealth 600, the #1 wireless gaming headset. With superhuman hearing, you'll become a Battle Royale demon. Now that's what I call an upgrade. Go!
Guys do whatever it takes to deal with shave irritation. So we reimagined the razor with the new Gillette Skin Guard. It has a unique guard between the blades that's designed to reduce irritation during a shave. Because we believe all men deserve a razor just for them. The best a man can get. Gillette.
We're in the tournament area. We're going to talk to the pro players about what it takes to be a pro. What advice do they have for everyone?
Don't get angry when you lose, because when I was trying to become a pro, I got so angry, and then like I realized it doesn't help, so just don't get angry and you'll get better.
I think the best is to play a lot first, but then also to look streamers and YouTuber pro players what they do. I did that when I was young. Look many streamers, because they always have like some tricks or like maybe some bugs in the game where you can score easily, and it helps you a lot.
Just keep grinding, watch other pros game and try to learn something what they do better than you and try to improve from that on.
In this FIFA, you maybe keep the ball and have a good defense, and when you attack, you need to do one-touch football and skills.
Play weekend league every weekend, see how you're doing, then try and get friendlies against people who are just above you, start matching them, and just above them, start matching them. That's how Shori did it, and then look how far he come. He was getting like 29 out of 40. Awful.
I think the first way to get known in the scene is obviously to play kind of tournaments, maybe some online tournaments. I think there are a few still, maybe like Divinity in the past.
I always need to learn with the best players and be calm playing, because everybody complain a lot about FIFA. So if you think that FIFA it's like just a game, and then play calm, that's it.
I think the first thing that many people aren't able to do is criticize themselves and not blame the game for losing or blame the opponent, but blame yourself. That's the first step to improve your game, because if you say you've done something wrong, then you can improve.
Advice for someone who wants to be a competitive player would be to maybe watch pros play, and you can learn a few things and just keep grinding the game.
You've asked for the tips. We've provided the tips. Is there anything we left off?
Yes, guys, we are the F2, and today we're at the Parc des Princes, home of PSG, to run some spot checks.
We're here with EA Sports for the FIFA 20 player ratings.
This is not so much about the finishing. This is not a shooting drill. This is a speed and dribbling drill. So we're looking at the speed at which they can get through the course. You're against the clock.
Vamos.
Ready? Let's go!
Nice, Eddie, nice. Keep going. Sharp, I love that.
This is fast. Great first touch.
And finish.
Oh! Boom! Do you want to see the time?
What was it?
13.59. It's fast. Your speed of dribbling is one of the fastest in the world. We're grateful that you're here with us today. Go!
Nice, Angel. Keep going. Yeah, that's good. Excellent. 1, 2. Good, good. Close control. Beautiful.
Quick shot, quick shot.
Yes! Well done.
That was fast, man. That was really fast. 13.44.
That's the quickest yet. But these guys with a low centre of gravity seem to whip around them poles.
Go! Great feet through the ladder.
Yes. Good. 1, 2. Oh, good feet.
Great touch. Oh, great feet. And the finish.
Oh, lucky.
Oh, my goodness. That's the quickest yet.
12.22.
12.22.
I don't know if anyone who tries this is going to beat that.
Let it take over.
How do you feel? Feel good?
We already trained today, so if there's 1-2 seconds missing, it's because of the training.
Got his excuses in early. Let's do it.
Oh, nice, Julian.
That's fast.
That is fast. this is rapid. Oh, wow. Whoa.
Oh my God, cut it! Guys, cut it! I'll tell you what, you might have given Killian a problem.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying, 11.82.
See you tomorrow.
I don't know if Killian would even beat that because it's about the sharp turns and everything. It's not just about raw straight line speed. How are you, bro?
I'm good, you?
Let it take over you. Go! When the beat start rocking, ain't nobody stopping. Let it take over you.
This is the fastest yet.
Let it take over you. Let it take over.
Nice, Killian. Keep going, keep going.
Let it take over.
Great feet.
Love that. And what's the finish? Yes! Oh my God! Yes, Killian!
11.05.
11.05. That
That's good.
How do you feel?
Feel proud.
Wow, wow, wow. I don't know about you guys, but I loved every single second of that. We witnessed some serious speed today.
Jez, we witnessed serious speed, agility, control, and some finishing off the chain. It was phenomenal.
My mind is blown. Guys, don't forget you can get involved in the conversation using the hashtag FIFA ratings.
Until next time, love, peace, and seconds.
Welcome, Capcom. Access granted. Please proceed.
I'm so bossy, get off me. It's a different jingle when you hear these car keys. Ballers, I put numbers on the boards.
Pace test recalibrated.
Whether rapping or I'm rapping to rap, or might reach back and read after wrapping up the raw. Givenchy fitting like his gym clothes. 88 Jordan leaping from the free throw.
7 seconds. Exercise reboot in T minus 5 seconds. Exercise reboot in T minus 3 seconds. Commencing exercise.
25 smooth work like chore. Hit Delaware twice, needed 25 more. I see flaw, cracks in your diamond. CB4 Woo rhymes from Simon. The sticker in the window keeps you wonder what it costs.
My play style has changed. It's a new game, it's different. It's a lot more defensive, so I try to play the same, but the game sometimes doesn't let me, and I lose more. But nah, I'm good. What the players that people can afford, I'd say the best is maybe Baby Rio Ferdinand. The best for how much they cost? Sissoko. I have a song from Who Needs Rude when you've got Sissoko. Nah, but yeah, probably Sissoko. My favourite to win the tournament? I don't think it's me this time, from what most pros think. There's a kid called Diogo, who's really good. Harry, he's decent, so yeah. I haven't really played as much FIFA this year. I've been trying to enjoy my actual life, so I don't see myself as favourite, but it wouldn't surprise me if people think I'm going to win. Back to Romania. that was my first thought. It doesn't really matter where the tournament is, unless it's like a nice night out after the tournament, because I'm 18 now. I had a lot of offers from different teams, but Fnatic's the one that caught my eye. Everything that they offered me is what I wanted, so yeah, Fnatic was the team for me. I need to enjoy myself a lot more, so I think a lot of it will be getting back in a mental state to play the game as well as I can, and then hopefully when it comes to the bigger tournaments I can perform better. A lot of preparing for the new season is getting in your mind that you'll be better than last year. But when I first started, I came on the scene, was really good, and then I had like an off period, and I managed to regain my form for the last season, and hopefully I can do it again this season.
Step 2 Tex, you've just made some history. Another huge win at the first EA Major.
Another goal I have is to win the first tournament, because ever since I've started playing, I've always won the first tournament. So if I can win again, that'd be 3 in a row, so yeah, that'd be sick.
To equalise this game, Ronaldo, it's in! The new kid on the block, look at the passion there. Through to R9 on the finesse, back-to-back champions. Who is stopping this man? Tex will be top of the Xbox leaderboard.
I'm hoping this year I can do better at the World Cup and enjoy myself a lot more, because last year I got in a cycle of I stopped enjoying myself, so this year I can hopefully go in, play and be me. I've always played football, I still do now. It's probably my favourite thing to do in life, is just play football with my mates. Anything that you're worrying about, just play football, mine's off it.
in the flow, I get high. More than I drop is the more I get low. The music is lifting me up against soul. Show me a tune I can nod to. Bro, I'm twisting the rules. For the fire and the fuel.
Es ist das Derby im deutschen Fußball.
The FUT Champions Cup is brought to you in part by Turtle Beach. Welcome back to Bucharest, Romania. This is FUT Champions Cup Stage 1, the first competitive event of the year on FIFA 20, and it's finals day, and we're ready for our cross-console final. The big game is nearly among us. My name's Spencer, and I'm joined by Rachel Stringer, Brandon Smith. We've got the perfect game, haven't we? The perfect two lads going head-to-head because their records, perfect.
It really is, and I just can't remember the last time that we've had a tournament where we've seen someone go flawless in Swiss in day one, again superb in day two, and now they're here for a huge game worth $50,000, and it's going to be a really, really good one.
How rare is it? Have we seen it before?
Honestly,
Unbeaten all the way through to the final?
I mean, not FIFA 19, and not obviously so far this year. I think maybe back in FIFA 17 we may have seen something similar back in, like, I think it was like a Paris regional with Sian and Tass a very long time ago. But these are the records for these guys, and they, as I said, have just been flawless throughout this competition. You can see the goals scored as well compared to conceded. Under 10 goals throughout the whole tournament is just insane.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing stats there. Phil's with 4 clean sheets over 2 legs, which is outrageous. Tex with just 2 clean sheets, or 3 clean sheets actually, if you include the group stage. He scored more goals, 6 more goals. He conceded 1 more. So if you were to take those things into consideration, you'd argue maybe Tex has the edge on the goal scoring front, but Phil's a slightly better defence. But that's different consoles, different strokes. You put them together, we don't know what's going to happen. We can't predict it.
Well,
we're going to have to try.
Yeah, we were trying to say earlier, weren't we, when I think it was Dan sitting next to us, who is better on the different consoles? Would you say it's Tex because he has one made for him, bespoke? Is that correct? Am I right in saying that?
I would say it's Tex just because he's played in so many of them, and really now all we can look at is the controller situation. A few years ago it was a debate between icons on one console and not the other. It's just the controller now, so to be honest, it doesn't phase Tex, and for some reason Tex plays better on his away console. I don't know why that seems to happen. So, yeah, that's my kind of idea on the debate.
What would you choose first, your own or your away?
Well, to be honest, people tend to always go with what I think is the worst strategy here. So how it works is that if you get to if it's level after 2 legs, you continue into a golden goal extra time situation on the console you've played the second game on. So arguably it's better to start on your worst console, because that means if the game goes the distance, it's like having an away leg first, so you get your home leg second. But often we see people choose the opposite route, which always fascinates me. But going back to what you said about the amount of cross-console finals Tex has had, just because of the sheer amount of times he's played one, he's probably played more PS4 games at events than a lot of PS4 pros have.
Probably.
Let's remember he also played in the E-Champions League as well, didn't he, last year? So it doesn't really phase him. I always make the joke that it doesn't matter what console it is, it could be anything, and he'd be able to still make finals on it, wherever it is in the world. So about that debate with the whole cross-console final situation, I feel like Tex normally plays better when he starts on his away one and then moves on to his so-called home console. Because when you do start on your home console, there's just a lot of pressure for these guys for some reason that they have to go and get a result on that console.
I think we never even talk about how much FIFA they have to play at a tournament. They've had to play 9 games of FIFA just to get here. I know it's nothing compared to what they have to do to qualify to get here. There's a lot of time spent playing FIFA over the last 3 days as well, we have to take into consideration. And now they've got to go out and play the cross-console, 2 more legs of FIFA on different consoles. It's a lot of time and effort, a lot of mental draining that goes on between these 2 players as well.
Well, that's the right word. It's the mental capacity you need, because it's the intensity of those games. You know, guys that play weekend league at home are used to playing a lot more games. Sometimes when it was 30, back in the day it was 40. And if you step up to weekend league, perhaps you've been playing at a lower level before that, you can really notice the difference, can't you, in the intensity of the matches. This is obviously a level higher, significantly higher. You can't take a second off in terms of concentration. So, yeah, mentally, it's very draining.
It really is. And I think the key thing of it is that if you look at how the tournament has gone regarding the Swiss matches, obviously round 5 in Swiss, there was 5 rounds on Friday. That's often the real tiring day because they have to play some really stressful games. If you're Tex or for Filza, you won 5 games, so it was okay. But there's a lot of guys that it was elimination football from like round 2 onwards because they were 0 and 2. You come into the next day, Tex had quite an early finish yesterday. If you look at how it started, we started the stream and the tournament yesterday about midday. He was done by about 3:30. He's had that time to go and relax. And for me, as someone that, you know, looks into the small intricacies of what really helps a pro, it's those kind of big moments within the tournament.
Well, something which might be playing into for Filz's favour is the fact that Tex may be distracted. What's going on elsewhere? Oh yes, Liverpool are playing in the Premier League right now against Man City, so that could be distracting for him. I'm sure it won't be, but if, you know, he can get anything for Filza, then maybe he can be like, okay, his head's elsewhere.
Well, yeah, I mean, exactly. From Tex's perspective, he said he might as well win it now because he's had to miss the game anyway. But he says a lot of things which I think are part of playing it cool and playing to his persona. But you know, staying up to watch the fight last night and all these things, if he's legitimate with all these things and he still goes on to win, it almost makes that aura around him all the more special.
My favourite thing about him is he'll win a game, as we saw today. He'll say he'll win a game, and I think he said, like, I hope Ox starts or something like that. Like, he says he's through to the next round of the tournament and an update on Liverpool or someone else that's going on in the world, which I think is brilliant. I think the best story for this final is, though, guys, is the fact of, is it the first event for 3 years in a row in which Tex could maybe become another FUT Champions Cup champion?
Well, and it's Filz's first ever cross-console final, so a lot of firsts going on here. So
yeah, I mean, if Tex does do that, the three-peat will call it, in terms of the first event of the year, then that would be an unbelievable achievement, because people that are maybe newer to the scene might just think, oh, it's Tex, he's great, and he is obviously fantastic, but these are 3 different games, and there's maybe not huge differences, but significant ones nonetheless, in terms of gameplay and the mechanics you have to learn. It's obviously, even if he doesn't win this, to go this far, it's clearly a consistent line of him being able to adapt to a game quicker than others in the scene.
I think it's just the case of he's just a fantastic FIFA player as well. I completely understand what you're saying as well, Spence. The fact of, we know the game comes out at the end of September and qualifying really kind of kicks on in October. So about 4 weeks, 5 weeks, if that, to prepare for qualifiers. And he has done that. New things have been added in, as you mentioned, mechanic-wise, for example. Last year it was a lot of first-time finishes, goalkeeper movement. And to be able to just prepare and train so well within the first 4 weeks, and just clearly looking like a completely different player compared to anyone else on the Xbox side. No offense to anyone else, but the way he's just been able to obviously stay unbeaten and see out games this early in the year. I've even said it to Kojo, his manager. I don't think we've even seen the best version of Tex yet.
And maybe a distraction as well, leaving the F2 boys, not knowing maybe his future for a little while. Same with King Esports and obviously with Fnatic. That, to some people, maybe, you know, he's obviously really young as well, could be quite distracting. You know, had such a great year, probably didn't expect to leave a team and have to go on the lookout for that happened, and he's taken that within the stride as well.
Well, it makes you wonder, because we're talking again about being good across 3 games. He's had 3 technically different teams being unsigned, then with the F2, now with Fnatic. But how scary is it that he's now actually with a fully fledged, genuinely very well-respected esports org that are taking part in a lot of different esports across the world? If they can pull all their efforts and make Tex even better, I mean, how scary is that for everyone else in the scene?
It's incredible. I think the fact of, if you look at his social following, like I remember back in Barcelona when he went from, I was having breakfast with this lad, and next thing you know, 12 hours later, he's gone from 500 followers to 52,000 followers, plus winning the FUT Champions Cup. This guy, DH Tex, he becomes a hero overnight, and it's just grown and grown and grown. And I think one thing we don't often talk about is the pressure he has probably from his fans around the world. It doesn't seem to faze him at all, which is so impressive.
That comes, doesn't it, with being a personality. He makes his own content online as well, and that has huge boost to your ability to play at the highest level. But yeah, it does come at a price. Is that you've got expectation on you, expectation from himself, which is significant, his fans, and obviously now his team in Fnatic. It can weigh down on you, but he does roll with the punches. But we've got to talk about Fafilza as well. The man's done incredibly well. He was on our radar for sure last year, but he stepped up a level significantly for Brazil, for Wolves. Can he take Tex down?
I think when we look at the way that Fafilza's played in both of these guys, what's standing out? Defensive records. They've been so good defensively. Again, as we talk about, we're so early into this FIFA 20 Global Series, and these guys have kind of nailed down the basics of defending and what formations work, what custom tactics work. And I think Fafilza has done such a great job, not just for himself, but for that South American kind of region of players that have all been supporting each other. And I'm sure, you know, knocking out Yago was a little bit hard for him as a team-bundled teammate. But he's got a great chance in this. It's the furthest he's ever got in a FUT Champions Cup, and we might potentially have a new name on that trophy. There's not many names on it.
No, there isn't, is there? We're going to take a quick break now, guys. When we come back, you can see them getting ready behind us. It is going to be the ultimate perfect final, the 2 perfect records, England versus Brazil. The people that created the game against the people that perfected their game. What's going to happen? Find out after the short break.
Guys do whatever it takes to deal with shave irritation. So we reimagined the razor with the new Gillette Skin Guard. It has a unique guard between the blades that's designed to reduce irritation during the shave. Because we believe all men deserve a razor just for them. The best a man can get. Gillette.
Sound, the most important thing you'll ever hear. It doesn't matter if you've dropped in thousands of times. Are you still using the headset that came with the system? You need to upgrade to Turtle Beach. The Stealth 600, the #1 wireless gaming headset. With superhuman hearing, you'll become a Battle Royale demon. Now that's what I call an upgrade. Go!
Welcome back to Bucharest. This is the FUT Champions Cup Stage 1 cross-console final. Xbox winner Tex taking on PlayStation 4 winner Filza. I am absolutely buzzing for this one, guys. This is the final game of the weekend, and whoever wins this is, I believe, the #1 player in the world as we stand.
Yeah, and they really are just kind of setting the mark, aren't they, for this year? I think first and foremost, we know he's going to be top of the rankings on PlayStation and Xbox. We know 2,000 Global Series points will be obviously evenly shared there, but it's all about that trophy at the end of the day. You can have all the money in the world, all the Global Series points. It's about getting that trophy, lifting it, and getting your name on it. So this is going to be an amazing final.
This is a $20,000 game as well. We can't forget. One person, the winner, goes home with $50,000. The other goes away with $30,000. It's not bad either way. But yeah, like Brandon just said, whoever wins this, arguably the best at the moment, until 2 weeks' time when they have to do it all over again. And they'll both be there.
They might do it again as well. Who is going to be winning it? That's my question for you guys. Prediction time.
Ooh.
You can let me go first?
You go first if you want.
Tex.
You going Tex?
Of course.
Both unbeaten, so either predictions
Brit as well
not
now.
particularly
Come on,
brave.
you're going to go with the British guy.
Okay.
I think for me, it's just a case of it's scary to think that we haven't even seen the best Tex yet, in my opinion. And I just feel like make that bit of history. 3 years in a row, first major of the year. It's going to be Fnatic Tex that picks up the win and lifts that trophy once again here in Bucharest.
Okay, they're both going for a Tex win. What do our casters, Dan and Mark, think, who are going to take us through all the action? Who have you got, guys?
Go on, you go first. I'm going to be polite.
I've said Tex from the start of the weekend, so I have to stick with that.
I don't know, man. I'm going to go Tex. I think I want to see the three-peat. I want to see the first event win of the last 3 games go to the same guy. Incredible consistency. I have to say Tex, but Filza is not going to make this easy. It's going to be a really, really tight game.
Yeah, it's a full house of Tex predictions. No doubt the Brit loves it in Bucharest, but the Brazilian Filza has Wolves in his corner. Let's see what happens. Have a good one, lads.
Thank you very much, Spencer. And it is a pleasure to welcome you all along to our grand final, of course, the cross-console final. And some real international flavour here, Dan. Of course, we have Fnatic's Tex, who a lot of us expected to get this far in every tournament, but especially this one at the start of FIFA 20, taking on the Brazilian Filza. Both players unbeaten so far in the tournament.
9-0, but only one of them can make it 10-0. And I'll just talk you through how they got here. They've taken down some pretty big players along their way. Filza beating #Harry, then Uston, then Crazy, and then Yago, most recently in that PlayStation final. Whereas Tex, I mean, he's had an interesting run. Maybe not some of the bigger matchups you would expect on the Xbox side, beating Sakul, Phil, and Spider Kong. And then, of course, he had that incredible matchup that we saw against Lyrics, just narrowly beating him 2-1, his hardest matchup of the tournament so far. But he is here. He's in that grand final. And as Mark alluded to, as the entire desk has been saying, this could be the 3rd time we've seen him pick up the first major of a season. FIFA 17, FIFA 18, FIFA 19, now FIFA 20. This is a real chance for history to be made. But I think you're right. Filza is not going to make this easy.
Well, here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. You can see the 2 competitors on your screen. It is the Brazilian Filza taking on Fnatic, newly signed Tex, in our grand finals here in Bucharest. And I just get the feeling, Dan, this might not be the first time we see these 2 matching up this year.
And what a signing it has been for Fnatic as well. I'm sure when they put that pen to paper, they were delighted to get Tex on board, but there will always be that consideration of, will he be able to do it again? Can he show that same form we've seen in previous FIFAs? Well, he's still aggressive, he's still getting in the face of his opponents, he's still scoring goals, and he's in yet another cross-console final.
And he's already won the ball high up the pitch as well, which for Filza is going to be something he's going to have to keep his eye on, because the way that I see Filza approaching FIFA 20 is fairly similar to what we saw from Lyrics. And I think if Tex can apply the same kind of pressure that he did in the game against Lyrics, he could have some success here.
But we did see Filza in the previous game show he can score goals in those early stages of the game. He surprised Yago. He came out of the blocks very hot and got 2 goals in quick succession. And then it was just a real struggle for Yago for the rest of that series. Yes, okay, he pulled it back, but Filza showed how strong he was.
Well, here's Rudu Hullet then turning and twisting in a driven ball into R9. Virgil van Dijk comes out to try and deal with the strength of R9, and it was a little bit messy, it was a little bit awkward, but it was effective there from Tex defensively. That's Garincha again on that right-hand side. He's been a real influence for Tex.
He really has. I mean, I'm sure that his market price probably rised as soon as everyone saw that Tex was using him on an esports account where you can use any player you want in the game. He really has done a job for him.
Well, here's another Brazilian who has been in pretty much every single squad we've seen so far. It was R9 Ronaldo, but this man has been finding the back of the net more often than not himself. And of course, managed Eusebio, but this time the shot was blocked. But opportunities at both ends to start this one off, Dan.
Vervilza has to be really careful in that final third area if he allows Tex to get that space in the box, because we've seen how effectively he can turn, how quickly he can swivel and get that shot away, whether it be right foot or left foot, because he's got the 5-star weak foot of R9, of Eusebio, just there waiting to pounce. And he's got Neymar there as well, just on the wing to join the fray.
Well, here's Zambrotta then. In that fullback position, little ball inside here to R9 Ronaldo. Mbappe dropping off, being called towards the ball there by Vervilza. And now you're seeing Tex again. Look where Hullet is on the pitch, pushing high up, trying to win that ball. But now you're going to see a little bit of space in behind. R9 with a strike, and Allison has to get a strong hand on that one to turn it behind for a corner.
I like that from Vervilza as well. Just test the goalkeeper early. Test Tex a little bit early as well. You get yourself a corner, put a little bit of pressure, say, look, I'm not afraid to shoot. You're going to give me that space, I'm going to take these shots.
Chance here maybe for Hullet. Van Dijk in again, and Tex was saying how much. Not just in real life football in that Liverpool shirt, he loves Virgil van Dijk, but on this game he said he's the best centre-back on the game. And you can see he can rely on him once again.
Impressive records for both of these in terms of the fact they haven't lost a game. You also have to look at the amount of goals they've scored and the amount of goals they've conceded as well. It's only been 8 goals conceded for Vervilza in this entire tournament.
Great little touch past him from Ruud Hullet there. Tries to feed it into R9. Well, sometimes it's the unexpected, just a little bit of left stick dribbling there from Tex, which created the space. Here's R9, drag back. Maybe might open up for a finesse shot of his own, but instead goes back to Patrick Vieira. Here's Ronaldo. Eusebio exchanging quick passes again, and this is looking pretty dangerous here for Vervilza. Needs to keep his wits about him.
We can already see why there's an average of less than a goal per series that Vervilza has actually conceded throughout this tournament. Tex really struggling to get into that last chance situation, get that shot away, but there is a free kick. Anything that we can see from Fnatic's new signing.
Taking short there, little flick up actually, maybe just keeping Vervilza guessing if he was going to fancy a little volley on that one, test the goalkeeper out, but instead he's played a beautiful weighted pass out wide there. Eusebio into R9, danger here for Vervilza. The heel-to-heel, the double. To cause some trouble here for Vervilza, back into R9, round the corner, big chance! Tex takes the lead!
And he takes the lead in the same fashion we've seen time and time again this tournament. It's the heel-to-heels that just confuse his opponent, but he's not scared to recycle that play, to go back to the midfielders, wait for the perfect opportunity to pounce, look for that space, and it's Eusebio again, just in the right time, at the right place, and he's managed to take a goal lead here. And if that's anything to go by, then we're in for an incredible grand final.
What a start this is from Fnatic Tex. Everything he could have wanted within the first half an hour. The goal to break the deadlock and the way that he worked it is surely going to fill him with confidence.
And all the talk about Vervilza's defence and how he's a defensive player. We have to look at Tex's defensive record as well. Only conceded 9 goals in the tournament. That's 1 per series because he's played 9 series. Incredible, really, that both of these players can keep such a low-scoring game against themselves.
Let's put that into perspective as well. When we say series, that's 2 games of FIFA. So that's less than a goal a game, which is an absolutely phenomenal record. But he's going to have to keep his wits about him here as Cristiano Ronaldo fires the ball into Ruud Hullet. He gets the finesse shot a little bit wrong there, and it will just disappear behind for a goal kick.
Yeah, and I think Tex will be happy with shots like that coming out from Vervilza. Whilst I was encouraging the shot a little bit earlier from Vervilza, I think that maybe that was a little bit rushed with Hullet. Yeah, okay, the space was available, but I don't think necessarily finesse was the right option. Maybe he just could have tried to drive that one to one of the keeper's sides, or even just go for that extra pass. If we look at goals scored, though, Tex has been the player who's scored more. He's got 34 goals in this tournament in comparison to 28 for Vervilza. So an extra 6 goals across those 9 games. That's an average of 3.77 per series for Tex as well. So even though, yes, okay, he's been strong at the back, he has been bagging them as well.
Tex teasing with Neymar on this left-hand side. Stops up, gets his body in between Carlos Alberto and the ball. Goes all the way back to the fullback now. Zambrotta goes back inside to Hullet. Bit of space here for R9. It's a 3v3 situation if he can play this ball wide. Eusebio, though, just a little bit sloppy in possession there, and with around 50 seconds left in game of this first half, maybe a chance for Filza to go forward, but Tex defends well.
Yeah, he's just steps up so successfully with his fullbacks, does Tex. And Filza's really struggled to get into any real dangerous areas. He's managed to get a couple of shots away, but realistically, they were both from the edge of the box. They weren't that threatening, whereas Tex has looked pretty scary. He's been able to play that ball into R9, but instead of just looking for the turn straight away, he's actually been retreating, running back towards the halfway line, and then looking for the runners, and been able to try and play that pass to the likes of Eusebio, to the likes of Neymar. And that's where we found his first goal. And he is a goal closer to lifting another trophy in Bucharest. It would be his 5th FUT Champions Cup.
Unbelievable record.
Barcelona, Bucharest, Singapore, Atlanta. Of course, that stretches across FIFA 18 and 19. It'll be the 3rd time he lifts a trophy in the first major of a FIFA title. The consistency that Tex has shown is unhuman.
It's unparalleled, unprecedented. But for Filza, still a lot of time left in this game, of course. Not just the one game of FIFA to decide who will be our cross-console champion. Of course, we play 2 legs here. If the scores are tied on aggregate after those 2 legs, we go to extra time and penalties. But for Tex, he has the game and the pace of the game in his hands now. He can afford to take his time a little bit more, but to create some clear-cut chances. Force for Filza to work to get that ball back as Eusebio now turns. And you can already see here, Dan, for Filza committing a few more players up the pitch. I like that from the Brazilian. He's not going to let Tex have an easy ride.
I don't think Tex ever expects an easy ride, though, even though he is still very young, very experienced in the FIFA scene, holds himself very well, has slowly matured both in his playstyle and his age. And I think he knows and he expects for Filza to burst into life at any point, so he has to keep his focus.
Well, here's Ruud Gullit then into the field of R9. You can see the idea again from Filza, looking to get that scoop turn, that little burst of acceleration away from Virgil van Dijk. Carlos Alberto comes across with a crunching tackle there to win the ball back, and now for Filza might be able to counter-attack, but given away again, as Eusebio is the man to pick up possession.
And if you are unfamiliar with how FIFA esports works, in the grand final there is a leg on the PlayStation and then a leg on the Xbox. We're starting on the PlayStation. So Tex arguably on his unfamiliar console, but as we spoke about on the couch, he's been here that many times now. He's played on the PlayStation enough times as well that that's not really an excuse for him. The amount of times we've seen him dominate a PlayStation leg as well.
Vieira tracks back there onto Ronaldo. And on the other side of that, Dan, we should mention this is the first cross-console final that we've seen for Filza competing in. So this is new territory for the Brazilian, as Johan Cruyff looks to get deep into Texas territory at the moment and find an opening, finds the ball to Gullit. Great interpass in here as Zambrotta just at the right time again. For Tex, his timing on those tackles really is impeccable.
And it's so often those fullbacks as well. Really gets them involved in the mixer.
Lovely ball from there, and Mbappe with a little snapshot.
All he needs is one of those, though. Does for Filza. All right, the percentage chances aren't as high as if he was able to get a more definitive one-on-one situation, but we have seen them go in throughout this tournament and throughout FIFA 20 in general. So it is worth a pop now and then, and if Tex is going to restrict him to only those chances, then I'm sure he's going to take them.
In behind here for Cristiano Ronaldo. Look at the runner there, Ruud Gullit moving on from a deeper midfield position there to join the attack. Just couldn't find those final couple of passes to kind of weave the tapestry together to create that chance. Unfortunate for Filza, but promising signs for him going forward.
Every time Tex is on the ball, it's almost like I'm watching a ballet, like Swan Lake is about to perform in front of us. It's the 1, 2, 3 turns every single time, just to analyze where the defenders are going to be approaching him from. Keeping that ball close to the feet, utilizing the dribbling skills of these incredible icons and items that he's able to use here on these esports accounts.
Well, here is Garincha, the man who has kind of become synonymous with Tex. at this tournament. Can't get away from Ronaldo, who's doing a little bit of defensive work himself, but will win the throw-in here on the near side. Eusebio picks up the pieces from the throw-in, gets it back to Garrincha. Brazilian inside the box, finds another Brazilian, but he was just offside. He looked like he was just ahead of that defensive line. Linesman calls it back to give a free kick here to Verfilzer.
There are positives Verfilzer can take from this game, though. He has got into a couple of nervy areas that has made Texas defense look wobbly at times. Sure, he hasn't committed to that extra pass to see if he can try and get that ball through for the one-on-ones, but those shots are enough just to worry your opponent when it's only 1-0.
Let's go into one of those advanced areas again here. Van Dijk will get a little bit physical. There will be an advantage played here by the referee. Verfilzer plays on, lovely ball inside the box. Chance here for R9, gets it on to that right foot, rifles it towards goal and forces the save from Allison.
Again, though, I think Tex is going to be happy with those kind of shots. It was far enough away where he's going to be comfortable that the keeper's going to make the save. But it's enough just to apply the pressure for Verfilzer. Give him that confidence. I am going to create chances against Tex.
Couldn't find anything there from the corner either. Took it short, tried to recycle possession. And now he's having to wait here for Verfilzer, be patient so that he doesn't give that ball away in a dangerous area. And this might be one of the last chances he has to go forward. About 8 minutes left of regulation time. Mbappe interchanging passes here to R9. Gets back inside. This is looking dangerous. Lovely little dummy there. Cristiano Ronaldo. Verfilzer. What a save by Alisson.
And Van Dijk doing some work at the back as well. Collides with Cristiano Ronaldo, but it was Ronaldo the one at fault. So it's going to be a free kick for the goalkeeper. But what a chance it was for Verfilzer with Mbappe. He went for that finesse to the right of him. I've seen it sometimes, just driving it to the left of the keeper, right to that near post. But maybe it was just enough of subtle goalkeeper movement from Tex just to make Verfilzer second guess himself.
We have seen some absolutely huge saves from goalkeepers, whether it's been Yashin, whether it's been Alisson, the Liverpool man, in between the sticks. We've seen a lot of different characters who have been placed in goal for different players throughout the tournament, but Alisson showing his worth there. What a save that was to keep this one-goal advantage intact.
Very risky dink from the free kick by Tex, but it's worked out okay. He's kept possession. I'm sure he would be more than happy to go into his familiar console, the Xbox leg, with a 1-goal advantage. I'm sure that Verfilzer would have liked to at least been able to bag one, though, going into that leg. There's still a little bit of time, but I'm sure that Tex is going to restrict those chances.
So that chance for Verfilzer looks like it might be his final chance of this first leg. Tex has the chance, though, to go forward, to compile the misery, to find a second here. It really would be a hammer blow to Brazilian hopes ahead of that second leg. And here comes the man from Fnatic. Into stoppage time, 30 seconds left in game. Vieira. Little cheeky ball into Johan Cruyff, and Tex. This is where he's so dangerous. A couple of step overs. A little Elastico back inside. Not enough to beat the defender, but he does have the corner. Hullet. Look at the man waiting on the edge of the box. Falls back here to Mbappe. Little turn inside. Virgil van Dijk. Can't force it through. Second chance. That will be the last chance. As Verfilzer puts it out of play, and Tex takes a 1-goal advantage into our second leg.
It got very messy in the box towards the end of it as well. Anyone but Van Dijk by the goal there, and that might have been a chance for Tex to double his lead, but as I said, I think he's going to be more than happy with 1 goal on the PlayStation leg going into his more familiar Xbox territory. For Verfilzer, there were a couple of chances where, I mean, realistically, he probably feels like he could have come away with that with a draw.
Yeah, I agree with you. There was that huge chance, of course. I would say there was one real big, clear-cut chance for each player in that particular game. The difference was Tex took his. Verfilzer, unfortunately, couldn't take his. An absolutely, immense save coming out from Alisson, getting that ball. It looked like a guaranteed goal. The way that he played the extra pass, found Mbappe, went across goal. But I think maybe the interesting thing for me is you look back on previous opportunities that players have had throughout the tournament, And one of them was the goal that Fulfilza scored earlier on in the tournament, where he drove it at that front post. Maybe he was thinking, Tex has seen that. I'm going to go a cross goal here. Tex didn't fall for that.
I mean, there's so many mind games going on between these two players, but we have one more Twitch drop for you guys watching at home on Twitch. Of course, if you link your EA and your Twitch accounts, you will be within the chance of getting yourself a mega pack if you are watching the stream. So let us know if you're able to get one. Let us know on Twitter, of course, if you actually manage to get them and if you pack anything good.
Okay, well, we're going to go for a quick break now between the legs. When we get back, of course, we have the second legs action to come. We'll see you in just a few.
Guys do whatever it takes to deal with shave irritation. So we reimagined the razor with the new Gillette Skin Guard. It has a unique guard between the blades that's designed to reduce irritation during the shave. Because we believe all men deserve a razor just for them. The best a man can get. Gillette.
Sound, the most important thing you'll ever hear. It doesn't matter if you've dropped in thousands of times. Are you still using the headset that came with the system? You need to upgrade to Turtle Beach, the Stealth 600, the #1 wireless gaming headset. With superhuman hearing, you'll become a Battle Royale demon. Now that's what I call an upgrade. Go!
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, ahead of our second leg of our grand finals here in Bucharest at the FUT Champions Cup Stage 1. If you're just joining us, is of course Wolves' Fulfilza, all the way from Brazil, taking on Fnatic's Tex. Tex heading into this second leg, Dan, with a 1-goal advantage.
Yeah, both players unbeaten throughout tournament play, but they get themselves here in the grand final where only one of them can walk away with that perfect record. It's something that Tex has done before. It's something he prided himself on in the FIFA 19 season. I believe he did it twice. He argues he was one of the only players to ever do that. I will trust his judgment and I will trust his history checking. But he still has that man in his way, Fulfilza. I still feel like there's something up his sleeve. That Mbappe chance he had towards the end of the game was a huge one for him. But how much is that going to play on his mind going into this Xbox leg? Is he going to get a clear-cut chance like that again? Or is he going to be restricted to those edge-of-the-box shots that we saw in the early stages?
I feel like Fulfilza, although he didn't take that chance, of course, if he would have put that one away, this leg, I say advantage for Fulfilza, but the fact that Tex managed to make that huge save, that his goalkeeper came up trumps for him, means that he does have that advantage. But if you're Fulfilza, there's two ways of looking at things, right? There's one, I missed that opportunity, you get down on yourself, or two, I've shown that I can create not just that one chance, but other opportunities in and around Tex's box where he can score those goals.
Well, 1/3 of Tex's games have been without conceding. 2 of those were in knockout stages as well. It's not like they were all just Swiss games. It was actually in the knockout run. He hasn't conceded a goal in 2 of those. So that gives him a lot of promise going into this Xbox leg. If I can just not concede, if I can hold Fulfilza to no goals here, the trophy's mine, and I'm a champion yet again.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see because that kind of goes against a lot of what we know Tex for. Of course, we love to see him go forward. We love to see him score goals. We love to see him defend with that aggressive intent as well. And it's going to be interesting to see if he changes that heading into our second leg. But for Fulfilza, I expect something pretty similar from him, to be honest. For what we saw, especially in the second half of that first leg, quite an aggressive game. Wasn't afraid to defend with his centre-backs. Wasn't over-reliant on those CDMs to pick the ball up for him. It is just all about taking that chance when it comes down. He has to put the ball in the back of the net. He is presented with another clear-cut opportunity.
Yeah, Fafilza's really trying to take advantage of the aggression of how Tex defends, how he steps up with those fullbacks and tries to win the ball back in those scary positions. If Fafilza can try and bait those tackles out, maybe play a quick 1-2, and then take advantage of the space that is going to be presented on that wing, then he can cut inside, maybe a skill move, or maybe he just needs a couple of passes back into the midfield. And he's going to have those opportunities if he can just pass that ball across the pitch to, like we saw before with Mbappe, but hopefully the next time he gets that opportunity, he'll be able to put it away.
So here it is, the final 90 minutes. FUT Champions Cup Stage 1, live here from Bucharest, is underway. Tex, as you can see, with that 1-goal advantage on aggregate. If Wolves' Fafilza manages to find a goal here and keep Tex at bay, we will go to extra time, and if needed, penalties.
And either way, it's going to be an incredible moment for either of these players. Either it's going to be Tex making it 3 seasons in a row, picking up the first major, or it could be Fafilza being the first PlayStation FUT Champions Cup winner in quite some time. We didn't see one of them throughout FIFA 19.
The ball back is into Ronaldo, trying to get that shot away. Fafilza timing the tackle superbly there with Virgil van Dijk, but early warning signs there for the Brazilian.
Very hard though, when R9 has his back to you and he's just shielding the ball so strong to try and win it back off him, and you know that it's just a scoop turn away, a dummy away, maybe just a pass, a 1-2 away from being a goal. Have to be so focused, so concentrated whilst defending.
This is a nice move here on this left-hand side from Fafilza. Managed to get aggressive there and tries that little accelerated fake shot around the fullback, but we've seen both fullbacks, either Carlos Alberto or Zambrotta, have been absolutely rock solid.
Yeah, and the fake shot would have worked in FIFA 19, but it doesn't really work as well in FIFA 20 unless you're directly side by side with the defender. That's when that acceleration can really just take the ball away from them, and then you can get that advantage. But maybe just a poor prediction from Fafilza, expecting him to be a little bit closer perhaps.
And you can see Fafilza here, the way that he's defending. I think he's trying to presume that Tex is going to not go straight towards goal! But a goal it is! Tex doubles his lead. And that man, R9, is just deadly.
Fafilza just gave him a little bit too much space. He gave Tex the time to think, and he was able to get away from the man. Blanc just left in the dust, and R9 smashes it home, and Tex again taking his chances.
Tex is looking absolutely flawless here in Bucharest. And if he does win this, it would be the perfect tournament as well. We have to keep that in consideration as the young man once again wins possession back for the restart.
And I remember last season counting the amount of goals that Tex was scoring from tournament to tournament and how they were accumulating, and the impressive goal-scoring record. That takes him up to 36 now with 2 goals from this tournament. 36 from 9 games, not bad at all, especially when you consider the current meta of FIFA 20 and how defensive it's been in some of these games.
It really has been an exhibition. Well, someone that I named the special one last year, he's showing that that has carried over here into FIFA 20, but for Fafilza, now the game has completely changed. The situation was new to him before he got into this game, never been in a cross-console final before. And now he's chasing the game, not just by 1, but by 2.
And not just by 2, but also on an Xbox now. A console that I'm not particularly sure he has that much experience with, and I know it's just a controller, and I know most players are prepared for it, and they usually have some sort of controller that's modified, that makes it feel like their familiar console. Would Fafilza have been expecting to be in a cross-console final? Would he have packed said controller? I know Tex would have.
Well, here's Tex again. He has history in his own hands at the moment, just needs to not make mistakes. And that's something that we definitely can confirm that Tex has not done so far here in Bucharest. As Alberto goes back into Vieira now, a 3rd goal here. And you have to feel Fafilza would be completely deflated. Here's R9, beautiful from Tex! He is special!
And it is so simple, but so effective. The track back is deadly in and around the box. Filthy. That's 3 for Tex. And we may have to start carving that name on the trophy already.
Tex again showing in so many different areas of the pitch why he is such a talented human being. It doesn't matter what console it is. It doesn't matter who the opponent is. Tex always finds a way to win. And not only that, Dan, a way to entertain as well.
It doesn't even matter what FIFA it is. 18, 19, 20, he's doing it again. The consistency that this young man is showing is absolutely sublime.
Well,
and there's been so
Filza,
many questions asked, is he the greatest of all time? I mean, get that question back in your mouth. He didn't have a great E-World Cup. He knows that. He let himself down, he let his fans down during FIFA 19. After arguably one of the best seasons of all time, it came down to nothing because he wasn't even able to get out of the group stages. But FIFA 20, you feel like he's here to prove a point now.
well, for Filza to go 2 down this early on in the second leg when you're already chasing the game, just makes things even more difficult. And they keep an eye on that player cam as well, see what the body language is like. See if he's keeping his head up, if there's no shakes of the head. But you do feel here, Dan, that he needs a goal before half-time if he wants any chance of getting back into this game. But Tex is just starting to float. Here's the ball into Garrincha. Vieira back to the Brazilian. Well defended, though.
What does Filza have left? An absolutely flawless tournament for him as well up to this point. Just sweeping aside everyone. But now 3 goals down. This is unfamiliar to the territory already. Not to mention the fact it's his first ever cross-console final. If he can get just one before half-time, that might just give him the confidence he needs, but we've spoken about it before. Tex very good at managing a game when he gets a lead like this. He's developed so much since that young man we saw burst onto the scene in Barcelona, where he's matured as a FIFA player. He knows how to finish a game. He's got Enzo's tactics behind him as well. We saw how much he changed when Enzo started coaching him in FIFA 19.
Well, here's Eusebio. And Tex again looking dangerous right at the end of the first half of the second leg. Eusebio gets it back to R9, scoop turn and block. I mean, he was spinning like a top, but he managed to get some part of the ball.
Didn't know if I was watching FIFA or Beyblade with the amount he was spinning there, but might not be enough time. It's not going to be. Half-time then, and a 3-0 lead on aggregate for Fnatic's Tex, and he's 45 minutes away from lifting another trophy in Bucharest.
67% possession. On the other side of things, for Filza, who's the man who's chasing this game at the moment, 33% possession, a third of the possession, no shots on target, no shots whatsoever. I know it sounds very obvious, but things need to change here. It has to happen. It has to be magic from Filza in this 45.
And we've seen it in cross-console finals before, where you get into this situation where people are playing the likes of Dasari, Tex, and they go a goal or 2 down, and then they go all out attack, and they end up losing by 5 or 6. It happened to Maestro at FUT Champions Cup in London against Dasari, I remember. How much does Filza have? Does he go for, I'm just going to throw everything forward now, going all out attack, I don't care if I lose by 7, 8, 9, it doesn't matter to me? Or is he going to be thinking, I want a respectable scoreline here?
Nobody remembers the scoreline. I think everybody just remembers the result of the game, and I think for Filza, he needs to have the confidence in himself to pull off something special here in Bucharest. Do it for your fans back home. Do it for Wolves Esports, who have given you that backing. Do it for yourself, just to prove you can go that one stage further and call yourself a cross-console champion.
$50,000 on the line. Both of them already guaranteed themselves $30,000, so it's a $20,000 game. And Tex looks like he's going to be the one taking home that check as it stands.
Great ball inside to Eusebio as well. Blanc does well to defend it. Switch of the play here from Filza. Mbappe continues his run, maybe just looking to stretch the defence. Filza starting to get a little bit more direct with his play, you can see it. Tex keeps pressuring the ball, Van Dijk hassling R9, and Virgil van Dijk again. He just seems even better in the hands of Tex.
It's because Tex likes to hassle, he likes to press. He doesn't allow his opponent ever to have an easy time. In the goals that Tex has scored, Filza's just given him that little bit too much space, maybe too much respect. Whereas Tex doesn't have that same respect, he just wants to pummel everyone He wants to get in their faces. He wants to steal that ball back. He wants to be in control of the ball so that he can score the goals.
And now for Fils is going to have to push men up the pitch. Have to try and win that ball back, and that is going to leave spaces in the areas that you just saw Eusebio pick the ball up. Just in between that midfield, just in front of that back four. And as we approach the hour mark here, Vieira again just waiting for players to push out, to leave those spaces in behind, to try and win the ball. And now Neymar with the ball roll and a step over, a fake Rabona. Can't quite fall for Filzer enough to get the space to get the crossing.
Tex just saying, look, I've got a 3-0 lead, you've got to come to me. More than happy for 10 of your men behind the ball, because 10 men are behind the ball. You're not going to be scoring against me, and this trophy's mine. He can be patient. Filzer has to press, has to bring some of these men back out of defence and start trying to win this ball back.
Well, Tex is playing this to the T. Keeping possession, not even giving Filzer a sniff, as Ronaldo now gets inside the box! Drills it against the upright, and that would have been the game, and now a little bit of panic here. Gets it onto the left foot of Neymar. Filzer didn't clear his lines properly, but Tex again showing maybe something we wouldn't have seen a year or so ago. A little bit of maturity and valuing possession over another goal here.
Yeah, just saying, oh, okay, I'll have the ball back. I will eat it a little bit more away of this time.
Corinthia turns back inside Neymar as he shot blocked.
Time is ticking away for Filzer. And whenever he gets that ball, he's going to be desperate to get it up the pitch, but I feel like time is against him now. I've seen goals scored in quick succession, but not against Fnatic Tex.
He's barely touched the ball in this half. It's as simple as that. He has barely touched the ball. And when you are chasing a game and you're 3 down, it has to be absolutely heartbreaking to not even be able to get that ball in your possession. Zambrotta now, again, just waiting for a pass to become available.
And usually when you see possession stats like this, you assume that the opposition has been playing the ball around the defence and running away from the strikers. It's actually been Tex just trying to work his way into the final third. In fact, most of the passes have been within the final third, but for Filzer, it's just sat back and just kind of waited and hoped there was going to be a mistake. So difficult to press, we know, in FIFA 20. So difficult to win that ball back, but another mistake from Filzer as he desperately tries to get anything to try and just slowly but surely get himself back into this game. But I'm fairly certain that name is going to be carved on, started to be carved on the trophy. Maybe at least an F, an A, an N. The Fnatic has begun. Or maybe it's just going to be a T-E-K-K-Z.
Here's Neymar then on the left-hand side. Tex loves to entertain, and with a 3-goal advantage at this point in the game, you just wonder, is there going to be something a little bit special for us to remember? What looks like an imminent victory here in Bucharest. Here's Corinthia. Patrick Vieira is the man on the edge of the box. Van Dijk finds another Dutchman there in Ruud Gullit. There's Gullit again. You can see what he was trying. R9 was in acres of space. 10 minutes to go here in our cross-console final.
It's almost time for that victory lap. I wonder whether we'll see the likes of Steven Gerrard for Tex. And you say, will there be anything special? This tournament has been everything.
Corinthia, back across goal. R9's desperately trying to get there, and every single sinew in my body wanted him to volley that with Corinthia.
Even if there isn't that magic moment, it is a historic victory, a historic tournament for Tex. And one that I'm sure he will remember, many will remember, fans around the world of FIFA esports will remember. I'm sure down the line when it's FIFA 25, 26, we'll still be talking about those back-to-back-to-back first major victories.
Eusebio's gone for goal there. There will be a pause, and I'm just wondering if we're going to see what we're kind of expecting to see. Steven Gerrard in at camp.
Vintage Tex.
I told you he liked to entertain. As a huge Liverpool fan himself, he gets Steven Gerrard, the icon, in that cam position. And if he could bag a goal with him here, well, I think this might have been a perfect weekend in Bucharest.
So for quite some time, there's only been 4 names on those FUT Champions Cup trophies. And it's still going to be the same name again. We saw Dullum Mike being added to that list of names last year when he won in Bucharest. But the fact this will be Tex's 5th FUT Champions Cup trophy is nothing but incredible.
Absolutely outstanding. And here is Steven Gerrard, twisting and turning, and you know what Tex wants to do. Wants to give us something to write home about. But stoppage time is almost up. The whistle goes, and history is made. Fnatic Tex is your champion here in Bucharest. He just looks unstoppable.
Barcelona, Bucharest, Singapore, Atlanta, and Bucharest again. There's something in the water here in Romania that just brings out the best in Tex. A lot to be said about that young man too, though, for Filza with an incredible tournament, 9-0, only losing to Tex in this grand final. He still walks away with 2,000 Global Series ranking points. He'll still be the top PlayStation player on the leaderboards and still gets 30 grand as well.
And he will be back for the second FUT Champions Cup that we have. So congratulations to Filza for your performance, but there's only one man we should be talking about, and that is, of course, unbelievably, Fnatic Tex doing it again in the first tournament of the season. It's just, I'm lost for words. I genuinely am lost for words. Unbelievable.
I mean, there was always the thought of what if he does it again, but then you kind of go into another knockout game and you're like, oh, surely this is when Tex is going to fall now.
Someone's got to beat him.
Someone's going to beat him, but again and again, he just shows a new level, a different class, and I think we are witnessing the greatest FIFA player of all time develop. He's only 18 years old, he's getting older, and of course he's got competition from Dasari, but Dasari was also in this tournament, fell early in the knockouts. We didn't have the Dasari Tex game that could have been in the knockout stages as well. But there will always be that question of, well, when is he going to win the biggest of big championships?
I don't want to get ahead of ourselves here. I know it's the question
know.
that as soon as Tex wins the first tournament of the year, and we're always super excited to talk about, you know, the future and everything, but one step at a time. And I think listening to Tex throughout this tournament, every time we've had him interviewed and we've had the opportunity to speak to him, he said himself, you know, I'm trying to balance my year out a little bit better. Kicking off the year with a win, though, probably top of his priority list there, Dan. I mean, he was flawless. He was unbeaten throughout this tournament. Didn't lose a leg, I don't believe, in tournament play. For Filza, up until that point, was unbeaten. And I mean, he just made it look simple.
And I'm sure it'll be even sweeter if he was able to get a victory next tournament, because then he wouldn't have to play in the qualifiers, and that would balance his life that little bit better.
Well, that's going to do it all from the commentary booth. Thank you all for joining us. A huge congratulations to Fnatic Tex, who is down on the floor now with the wonderful Mike LaBelle.
Thanks, fellas. That's right. I'm with Tex. You won the first event in 2018, first event in 2019, first event in 2020. How does it feel, my guy?
Yeah, so before the tournament, I didn't really care if I won or lost, but like when I beat Lux to get into the final, I was like, I can't lose now, I can't lose now. I was messaging everyone saying I'm actually nervous now because it's the first game I've been like properly nervous for. But yeah, my phone's been going off. I think Liverpool winning 2-0, so yeah, I need to go watch that one.
I actually saw both those goals. I had tabs opened everywhere.
Apparently Fabinho's goal was sick, but that's just what I've heard, so I need to go watch it now.
Okay, we can put it on after after we get everything here. But what's most important here is you getting your trophy, picking up, having that good energy, having that emotion. Woo! We need to work on this crowd. Oh. And just as a follow-up, you've been able to adapt and kind of transcend between each FIFA installment, because that's what people always say. Well, he can't have a year like he had last year. We can't have a year like the year that he had before that. So what's been the key? How have you been able to adapt, no matter what happens in the meta, no matter the pressure, no matter social media, joining new organizations, all of the above?
Let me put this down. It's actually quite heavy. Yeah, so FIFA 18, I won a tournament, and then FIFA 19, people seem to forget that I won like last year, but I said it earlier in the tournament, I don't care what people say anymore. I've gone past the stage of caring, I just don't read my replies. So whatever people say, feel free, but speak for yourself.
Yeah, what's important is you got the W. You're keeping the streak alive here. We got 3 in a row, maybe 4 in a row for next year. We're coming back. Yeah, I don't want to get ahead of myself. Back in Bucharest, of course, in a couple weeks. For all you guys that tuned in, we really appreciate you. EA Sports, the competitors, everyone that's been involved. Thank you very much. Congrats again to to Tex, excuse me. And We'll be back with the PS4 post show following a short break. Woo!
The FUT Champions Cup is presented by PS4.
The FUT Champions Cup post show is presented by PS4. Welcome back. It's the post show here, and we've got the champion who's checking his
Just
phone.
the tweets are flowing in.
They're
They're all
all
flowing
getting on, but we need to talk about him first of all, because Tex has done it again. Mike's obviously been putting a lot of plaudits on you, much deserved, because this is another Bucharest win.
We're going to share this
We'll
mic,
work out
okay?
the microphone situation, but he's going to share with Rachel. But Tex, we're going to look at your highlights now, and we'll sort out the mic situation while we do it. Brandon, he's done it again.
Yeah, he has, and I think it was the story that could be, wasn't it, coming into this tournament? You know, we speak about people being brilliant at the beginning of the year, and that's exactly what this young man was. 3 years in a row, Barcelona, when I said the famous line, 0 to hero, DH Tex, came back in, of course, FIFA 19 last year, won that tournament, and then, of course, to top it off, 3 years in a row for this man. Obviously, with Fnatic this year, $50,000 as well, Spencer. So, you know, a fantastic tournament for this young man, and top of those rankings again.
Yeah, he just loves it. You know, I want to see, as these events go on throughout the year, I'd like to see an updated rankings table with last year's points as well. I know it doesn't work like that, but it'd be interesting to see if you can stay on top over the 2 years, because you had such a good lead going into the grand final last year, and you just carried on where you left off, Tex.
Yeah, this game, I feel like you should have scored that chance just there. Not really. I made my keeper or not, but either way, it was on. But yeah, I actually celebrated my first goal because I'm scared of the PlayStation controller. I'm really scared of it. I look at it, I panic.
You're not used to it yet?
Nah, so I prefer it when I'm not used to it. So like originally I wasn't used to it like at all, so I preferred it. But now I'm used to it. Like when I actually play with it, it's a lot more difficult. So it's a weird one, but I hate the PS controller. But I managed to score some nice goals, so this one was nice. I like that
Do
one.
you think as well, this whole cross-console final debate, for you, does it matter what console you start on? Because a lot of the time you'll start on your away console. You'll still win the game somehow and obviously come through in the end. Does it matter really what console you start on for a cross-console final?
I think last year it did. I preferred starting on the PS, but then I was thinking before the coin toss, like, shall I pick Xbox first? Because it's quite easy to hold out a lead on this FIFA. So I was thinking to myself, if I just win the first game on Xbox and try to hold it out, but I was like, nah, I'm not changing from what worked last year. So I thought, why not? Just, yeah.
For Filza, he had a better defensive record than you going into
Swear.
this. Yeah,
Only
8
by
to
1
9.
goal.
I
One
know,
goal.
I was going to get the
Sorry.
8 goals to 9 goals. You just put 3 past him there.
Yeah.
You know, did you expect to dominate that final like you did?
I didn't expect to dominate. I expected to win, especially when it came onto the Xbox. I'm very confident on the Xbox. I could do my drop outs. I can do not skill moves, but just like the simple things that I'm quite good at. So yeah, but on the PlayStation, you could probably see from the game I was awful. He dominated. He should have maybe even won that game. So yeah, it is what it is. But
I wish I was awful like that.
It's a great goal, isn't it? Also, you knew Liverpool were 2-0 up.
Yeah,
How
yeah.
much did that add?
So honestly, it got to the after the first leg, and I ran to the toilet. And my manager was in there, and I looked at my phone, and it was 2-0 in like 13 minutes. And I think it's half time now. I got the game here. It's half time. So yeah, hopefully we can go on and win that.
The bigger question is, when will Stevie G come on and score a goal?
He came on. I had the ball. I thought, this is it. This is my time now. And it wasn't my time, but maybe next tournament.
Stevie G only pops up when you need him. That's the thing.
He only gets about 5 minutes a game, I think, is on average.
That's his moment. Talk about your new team, Fnatic. What changes have they instilled in your life and your preparations and your regime, or has it been more a case of them not interrupting you doing what you've always done?
I've only just joined them, so we're only getting started. Obviously, got Club World Cup, announcement coming soon, who my teammate is. So yeah, like, it hasn't really happened yet, but I think what will help me is having a routine, because last year I didn't have a routine. I got so caught up in tournament mode that I didn't enjoy myself. I got home and sometimes I cried in bed some nights because I just didn't enjoy myself, and I was in such a bad place mentally that in the off season after World Cup, I was like, okay, how am I going to start enjoying myself again? So I put a schedule in place. I wake up at better times. I go to bed at better times. I'm going to start eating better food. So I just want a routine again.
Yeah.
I think it's great as well that Tex, you know, such a role model in the FIFA esports world and the esports world in general, and he's like sharing these stories as well, because there's players out there that, you know, there will be difficulties in competitive gaming, and the fact you've got a huge esports organisation behind you now that have got some fantastic people working there that can bring in that routine, because I'm sure when you did that Atlanta to Liverpool, that trip, that 12 hours was probably knackering for, of course, you managed to win it.
I think that helped me this tournament, because I swear I slept like 1-2 hours last night because I was watching KSI Logan Paul in my bed, and when KSI won that, I ran to Harry's room and we just started celebrating. There's probably a clip on Twitter somewhere.
So just if you're watching at home, guys, and you think if I want to be as good as Tex, I need to get 1 hour sleep, don't. Get you more sleep, because Tex is getting away with this because he's at the very top level.
Yeah.
But if you're trying to get to Tex level, you need those marginal gains. But I do think it's great what you've been speaking about, and you struggled a little bit last year mentally. But let's face it, if that was you in a struggling year, then if you're getting everything together now and you're feeling a little bit more, you know, at peace in yourself, then what can Tex do this year? What's your goal? You've set out your stall, first event. You've won it without dropping a game. Where do we go from here?
I don't really have a goal, to be honest. I'm just going to take day by day, and if I enjoy the day I have the next day, then surely I have to have a good life, right? So
Of course, the most important thing.
That's my motto I'm going by.
You're doing fantastic, mate. Absolutely
Thank
buzzing
you.
to have you here and to do it again. This guy has been on sensational form. He just seems to make Bucharest his own every single time he plays. We've actually got Mike LaBelle at the breakdown board who's going to break some more action down for us. Mike?
And yeah, we're looking at what I like to call vintage Tex, and he does such a good job. I know you're right here, but he does such a wonderful job of being able to kind of recognize player switching and then make those adjustments, and that's why you're seeing the inclusion of additional skill moves and why you should use these skills and when you should use them. So we have Eusebio here. He's going to feed the ball into R9, and you're going to see an initial skill, but it's more about the follow-up and the player switch. So as you can see, what Tex has noticed is Fafilza has made a switch to Blanc, the center back, so he knows that he can challenge him. It's worth the 50-50. This is a good opportunity to now include an additional skill, because if you take the risk, you're going to actually receive the reward. You're going to have a fake shot, and he bangs it on the near post, and it puts him ahead. It extends his lead. And the second example we're looking at is relatively similar. He's once again trying to bait Fafilza into a mistake, bait him into some sort of error on player switching, and this has been the best defensive player in the tournament. And you see this again. He gets the ball into R9. Ronaldo is going to be a common theme in scoring goals, converting opportunities, as he was in real life. You see he's got the player switch, Blanc, and we're going to see a drag back here, one of the best skill moves and one of the most effective skill moves in FIFA 20, and he's going to get lost. He's going to get dusted, turns him, finishes again on the near post. Van der Sar can't do anything about it, and I think at that point, Tex understood that he had the game. I mean, once you have a 3-goal spread in FIFA 20, you should be able to see that out, and that's exactly what he did.
Would you agree with that, Tex? You say that at that point is when you knew you'd won?
First of all, I want to say I just thought that I didn't shake Fafilza's hand. I got caught up. So apologies to Fafilza.
I'm sure you can get a shake of a
yeah,
hand
I'll go back and shake his hand after this. I apologise. What's the question?
Yeah, Mike was saying that he thought...
I forgot. I was sorry.
No, I think it's a great thing that you mentioned. I'm sure Fafilza would be more than happy to do that. Mike was saying at that point we scored that goal. Was that the moment that you felt you'd won the game? What was the moment you feel like you'd done it? Or did you not wait until the whistle's gone?
When I originally scored my first goal, I was confident, and like when I got onto the Xbox, I was like, if I can just be in the lead on the Xbox, then I'll be confident. Then I got the second goal, and I got the third goal, and I thought if I can get into half-time 3 goals up, I should win. If not, it could be one of the biggest chokes in FIFA history. So I thought that I didn't really think about it. I just thought let's just play and see what happens.
Okay, we've seen some great goals from Tex there. We've actually got the top 5 goals from the whole tournament now to watch. Let's take a look.
He's linking up the play here, and CR7 absolutely smashes it in the back of the net.
That's what Cristiano Ronaldo does.
Heel to heel from Neymar. Here's Vieira. Here's online! 119 minutes.
Can the fellow Brazilian icon himself get a huge goal for him? Cruyff on the edge of the box. It's going to fall to Ronaldo. It's going to get squeezed in somehow.
It seemed as though it squeezed through a gap that wasn't even there, and they just...
You just felt it, didn't you, Richard?
Garincha into Hullet. A little bit of a desperate slide there. Ball into the box. One chance. One goal.
Eusebio's really got nowhere to go, has he?
That's
On the other side of that, Eusebio is fresh. Scores now. You'd have to say it's game over. Eusebio, ball roll, surely on the line. It's in from R9. Surely that is your game winner.
There you go, some fantastic goals there in what's been a fantastic tournament here in Bucharest. We're still joined by Tex, of course, who is our grand final winner, cross-console champion, #1 in the world, we should say, really, and technically level on points with Filza on the other console, but you obviously won the match against Filza, so I'll give you the #1 ranking for what it's worth. Have you got a favourite goal of the tournament?
My favourite goal? I scored lots of nice goals, but I think my favourite goal was my last goal against Lyrics, because it's the one, like, I couldn't lose to Lyrics. I can't have him in my ear for the next, 2 weeks before the next Champs Cup, so that's probably my favourite, being Lyrics. So yeah, that's second goal.
You just mentioned that as well. Back here in 2 weeks.
Yes,
What do you do now? You've only got kind of a couple of weeks to prepare. Do you change anything?
No, I just at home, I just keep doing what I've done before, which is go out with my mates, play other games.
Watch a lot of Liverpool.
Yeah, watch Liverpool and just play football and enjoy myself, really. And then come to the day before the tournament, that's when I fully practice and try be good at what I'm doing.
So it takes 1 day of practice to be that good. I'm sure it doesn't.
I've got to say, an interesting question for me as well. Like, you set the world record for the most global series points accumulated last year, didn't you? And you are going to be top again from the word go on the Xbox rankings. Are you planning to stay there all year at first?
If it happens, it happens. I'm not too bothered if I'm 16th first. It is what it is.
As long as you get your World Cup.
Yeah, and hopefully I do better this year. I did so bad last year, but I'm over it now.
So speaking of points, obviously, very important. We can take a look at how many points people can win throughout the season. I'm sure you've got your eye on some of these points, Tex. So let's take a look now at what's available throughout the competitions this year. As we know, 2,000 points to the FUT Champions Cups. Today was one of them. Plenty more to come. The FIFA Majors are also 2,000 points apiece. At licensed qualifying events, 850 points. Official league partners, 850, 450 or 200 depending on the event. 200 points for PlayStation 4 country tournaments. And of course, Weekend League gets you 30 points if you get 27 wins or more. 4,000 points for the playoffs. So what are you going to do differently this year to last year, Tex? Because, I mean, last year, 99% of it or 95% of it was close to perfect. And then the big one, which I'm sure is the one you'd really love to get this year or any year, the E-World Cup final. Have you got a plan to change that, or is it mostly what you mentioned earlier about not getting burnt out?
Yeah, just regaining the schedule in my life, because I lost it last year. Yes, last year to the outside public, that was the best year of my life, and I can say it was one of my worst years of my life, mentally, because I've never been in a worse place. So this year, I'm just hoping to enjoy myself, and if I don't, I have to maybe take a break, which I didn't do last year. I played so many tournaments, so I just take day by day, as I say.
We saw players like Joxan take a break, didn't we?
Yeah.
They obviously work differently for different people, but we've kind of seen you grow up. Everyone that's followed competitive FIFA for the last few years, you came on the scene as a 16-year-old, and obviously they're pretty informative years for any youngster. If you could say anything to 16-year-old Tex, who obviously came onto the scene with that Barcelona win a couple of years ago, what would you say? What would you prepare him for the next few years with?
I don't know, to be honest. I'm awful at these questions, giving tips. Any interview I have, I hate giving tips. I'm not very good at it. But just when you're enjoying yourself, enjoy yourself. Do you know what I mean? Because sometimes it doesn't last forever.
Yeah, stay away from #Harry.
Going out tonight after Liverpool.
You've played 10 games as well this weekend. That's how many games you have to go through to become the champion here. Was one of them your favourite, taking away the last one? Anyone you really like playing against, or anyone you dislike playing against?
I don't really like playing against anyone. I love the game against Sakul because it was 0-0 for the whole time, and then I finally scored the 60th minute. And I've got real issues playing Sakul. Even though I beat him every time, he makes me struggle, he makes me work for it. So I enjoy beating Sakul. And the first game, of course, because winning the first game settles the nerves. I started so slow, and lyrics, I'll say that. and lyrics, but they're my favourites.
I'm going to say as well, of course, you've set the marker again. What do you make of the UK FIFA scene right now? We've had lyrics up against you in our last four. It's kind of for me, I see the Xbox for the UK, and it's a booming scene at the moment. We've got you obviously that's leading the way. We've had lyrics coming back this year. Obviously, we know the likes of Harry's moved over to PlayStation, Tass over to PlayStation, but there's a huge kind of potential, isn't there, for the UK FIFA scene? We always talk about the Germans being the best and always being at all the events, but for me, I just feel like the UK FIFA scene's just got so much potential in that.
Yeah, in my opinion, Lyrics is one of the best players in the world. So is Diogo, but I don't know if he's going as Portuguese or UK. But we'll put him UK for now. So
we'll try and hold on to him.
Diogo, Lyrics, their quality. Diogo, I think he'll win the second event personally. I feel like this event was a tester for him, and then the next event he'll go and win it. On the PS, Harry, he's qualified for 2 out of 2. I'm hoping he can do better. Tom's really good, but he hasn't had his chance yet. So yeah.
It's interesting you mentioned the next event and you're tipping Diogo for it. Let's talk about the next event because it is 2 weeks from now. Back in Bucharest again. You're going to be here again, and you kind of do dominate Bucharest whenever you come here. So
except from the time I lost 7-1 to Razak.
Yeah, I mean, you're allowed one. You're allowed one. You mentioned Diogo then, but are you playing your chances down again? There's no reason why you shouldn't win another one, is there?
I don't want to put pressure on myself. I hate doing that. So I never say myself, and just see what happens. Really, hopefully I can play well again. If I play like I did this tournament, I think I'll go far. But I just got to be clutch towards the end of the games and see out the game, and maybe I can win again. Who knows?
Let's talk about the format of Stage 2. Obviously, what we're going to see unfold here in Bucharest in a few weeks. Brandon, are you expecting any changes?
I think the thing that I'm looking forward to the most, Spencer, is the fact that we're going to see movements in the rankings. Obviously, it's going to be the exact same tournament we've seen here. 3 days. We'll have a Swiss format on day number 1, as always. 5 rounds off that. Because, of course, the man next to me won 5 out of 5 in those games. Yes, it's the exact same format, isn't it, as we'll see at every FUT Champions Cup this year. Get 3 wins. 3 wins take you through. 3 losses, unfortunately, will send you home. And then we come back for day number 2. Obviously, we'll see that very soon.
3-0 Liverpool, come on.
There we go. We've got live coverage next to us. And we come into day 2. Of course, round of 16 and quarterfinals. Then it's day 3, semi-final, console final, and of course that amazing cross-country final that we just saw and Tex winning. But the thing that I'm most looking forward to, Spencer, is the fact we're going to see movement within the rankings. The first movement within the rankings of the year. So that's the big kind of movement I'm looking forward to watching.
Yeah. Do you think he can do it again next time?
Well, I'm excited to see if he can do it again because he just played himself down there. Diogo is apparently the one to put your money on if you're a betting person. But it would just be exciting to see the people who didn't qualify as well getting their chance again, and the people that you guys did allow to qualify because you already had that place until you got the master spot, which allowed 4 more people to come through. It's great for those guys to have another chance as well. So can't wait for number 2.
One question at home. What's your gamer tag? Collect celery or something?
Collect celery 6.
How did that come about?
He likes collecting celery.
I didn't want to be Tex anymore because people didn't quit against me in weekend league and it did my nothing. So I thought, let me change it, and I went on suggested and just picked the funniest one. So collect celery 6 all the way to Bucharest.
Fan of celery?
I actually don't remember ever tasting it.
With hummus, it's quite nice.
Hummus, what's that?
Dip, you know?
You say you want to eat better this year, so there's your challenge. Get some celery and hummus down here. I believe I'm right in saying celery is one of the only foods you can eat that actually burns calories.
Negative calories, yeah.
Yeah, whilst you eat it. So you try, not that you need to burn any calories.
Right.
We should try that out. Also, you just cost me about £8, Brandon, because you have to change the gamer tag again now.
Yeah, that's true.
You just told everyone what it is.
No, I still said it, so my fault.
A big rebrand midway through the year becomes Fnatic Celery. I don't think it's going to catch on that one.
Get sponsored by Celery as well now. If you go and try it when you get home, you might even get a new sponsor.
Fantastic stuff. Fantastic tournament, isn't it? What a way to start the year, by the way. So many goals, so many twists and turns. You've got the likes of Mo Alba, of course, who's the world champ, still the reigning world champ until next year he will be. But he's not started the year the way he would have liked to start it, obviously crashing out in the group stage. Bit of a shock, although not everyone's favourite. Obviously, Dasari going out was a bit bigger shock. Nicholas heading out as well. You say Tex winning wasn't a huge shock. He would have been one of the names that most people would have put up there. But we did see some great performances from other names. Who do you remember that jumped out at you?
Well, obviously Wolves of Filza going all the way there. Dylan Mike, I think. He kind of came back from a lot of games. I think one was 4-0 down. One on penalties a couple of times, and to Enrazic as well, who Enrazic has been great on the scene all the time. So yes, some great performances, but then some not so great. Were you shocked that people like Nicholas, MS Dasari, Megabit, all these big names did go out so early?
I've not watched the side play this year, so I can't say much on him.
But just his
haven't watched
older
Nicholas,
performances, I guess.
But Megabit, I played him, he's really good, so I was shocked. But Rafsie's a good player himself, so I was surprised when I looked at the score, but it's what it is, it's the first tournament.
Will you go back and look at these players now?
Nah, I'm not invested in competitive FIFA at the moment. I'm not invested in just like anything to do with FIFA. I just go home and then come to the tournament, and then I'll maybe watch it. But like when I go back now, nah, just.
Okay.
I think as well as you said about this weekend, Spencer, it's been a great opportunity for, you obviously we've got the top 5 players on each console. Obviously, Tex one of the ones on Xbox, but on PlayStation, you said Mo Alba, Nicholas. We didn't have any Stefano Pina here. Like, for example, this was the weekend for the players to take points off, you could say, the big boys in the scene. So we've seen that. The South American players have been superb this weekend. And of course, we had a bit more history as well with another FUT Champions Cup winner 3 years in a row.
We have indeed. And Tex, we're going to free you now. You can go and celebrate with your
thank
boys.
you.
Enjoy the game. Well done again. I'll give him a clap off. Champion of Bucharest. Got to get the key to the city eventually. You know, the things he's doing for the Bucharest economy.
Or something.
Bucharest economy is booming. Every time he comes in, it just goes bang. Unbelievable.
I was going to say, if you were wondering what he was doing, he was just kind of trying to follow the Liverpool game down there. A huge Liverpool fan.
I think they heard that, didn't they, Brandon?
Yeah. 3-0, I believe. It's just a crazy weekend though, guys. I just feel like I think Onset and Dan said about on commentary, like in years to come, you know, we always talk about the likes of Bruce Granick, and we talk about like Alfonso Ramos. These are like legends. I call them like Hall of Famers in the FIFA esports world. You know, you put Gorilla in there, August Rosemar, Boris Legend in that Hall of Fame of people that, you know, have gone and competed at the highest level. We won't see dominance like that for the first major of the year for 3 years in a row in a hurry. Again, it's incredible. Just as you said, the adaptation of the new game coming out, adapting to what works, and just getting past everyone and being a champion again.
And the way he's going about doing it as well is quite different, I'm going to say, to what people have done in the past. Okay, maybe not all those years ago there was as much kind of hype that there is now about FIFA and everyone getting involved online on social media. But he kind of says he just goes home and tries to shut himself away from it all. Now got 5 Champions Cup titles to his name. He got 9 trophies overall. This guy, there's just no stopping him. If he keeps that mental attitude, which he has currently got, maybe it's come from his mum, who knows a massive supporter of him, and his team Fnatic now. I think he's, can be world champion.
I think, he's sat there and giving us that kind of response as well, because if you look into his mindset, he's a 17-year-old guy, obviously turned 18 a little bit earlier this year. For him, it was qualifiers, event, travel, play. He's had to naturally just try and get into a mindset of, I'll come and compete, I'll go back, have 2 or 3 days off, and then I'll get back onto it again. Of course, it's as you said, it's just to stop that kind of burnout, because when he got to the World Cup final last year, it was a performance that he wouldn't really want to happen again, because he really wanted to do well in that tournament. It's the big tournament at the end of the year. So it's all about just steadying himself through the year, and I think that is the approach he's trying to say for this year. Yeah,
he does play it down, but anyone watching at home, I can tell you for a fact, if you want to get to that sort of level, or anywhere near Texas level, the sort of level that's going to get you an event like this, you've got to put the hours in. You've got to really practice against good players. And there's a way you can do that, a new way. It's the PlayStation 4 Challenger Series. Brand new opportunity for you guys. Go to playstation.com/tournaments. And there's this whole thing you can get into. You don't have to be an unbelievable player right away. It might help you get better. But it's open to all abilities. And you work your way through different stages. And the higher you get, the more kind of prizes you can get, whether it's in-game currency such as FIFA points, actual cash, and other prizes as well. Going up against people in the same area as you, but if you get promoted, you can, if you get to stage 3, I believe, become the overall champion. There's a title up for grabs. So this is the sort of thing, Brandon, that we recommend to people that want to get better.
Definitely. I think it's a case of course, we have FUT champions out there, and you can have a bit of fun with that with your mates, and then, see how you get on every week. But if you're interested in competitive FIFA and you've got a little bit of an interest to kind of push yourself up against some of the best players all around the world, because I believe it is open to all around the world, win some prizes on the way, maybe a PlayStation mug, as I've been enjoying my coffees out of all weekend long, and just test yourself, see if you've got that interest, that a few hours extra a week, play it, and if you can get to stage 3, as you said, Spencer, you never know what could happen. You could get picked up for a tournament.
Yeah, definitely. It's been an absolute pleasure working with you guys this weekend. PlayStation.com/tournaments is the website you need if you want to get involved in the Challenger Series. Brandon, Rachel, thank you very much. Thank you to everyone else that's joined us. Thank you to you for watching over the last 3 days. The first event is done, and it's that man again, Tex, who takes home $50,000, 2,000 Global Series ranking points. He's at the top of the table. Will he still be there 2 weeks from now at the next event? This has been FUT Champions Cup Stage 1 here in Bucharest, Romania. I've been Spencer. We'll see you next time. Until then, don't go changing.
Viero, Eusebio. Now into Pele. Lovely little fake shot, and he finds the first goal of the tournament of the FIFA 20 competitive season. And it's Pele, the icon himself, the Brazilian, scores the first goal for the Frenchman.
Chance for Goal Machine to equalise, he will. Just like that, all he needed was one chance, and he's straight back into game.
Really smart finish as well. from Goal Machine.
Here's Eusebio, and he's found one man who doesn't now hurt to miss from there, and that's R9 Ronaldo. Left foot or right foot, it does not matter, and the first chance that Iago has, he puts it away.
Eusebio, chance for Robbie Feldman, back inside to Messi, and that's come all from that mistake from Van der Sar.
Why has he not picked the ball up? Well, that's a mistake.
That's the mistake. This could be the match winner. Neymar, ball around the goalie. Surely that's enough.
All from a mistake.
Such a simple mistake as well. Lost in the waves. Just got back possession after an offside.
Surely this is the chance here. Ruud Gullit has all the time in the world. And almost from the penalty spot, like we saw a moment ago, Ruud Gullit slots it home and I saw a little dance.
Messi, keeper's off his line. Yashin makes a great save and falls back to R9. And that is the lead he needed, just to extend it.
Heel to heel from Neymar. Here's Vieira. Here's R9! 119 minutes. Once again, and Brazek needs to score. Pele, Yashin, saved! And all in all is said and done, somehow, some way, Dull & Mike is in the Xbox semi-final. What a game.
Get a huge goal for him. Cruyff on the edge of the box. It's going to fall to Ronaldo. Oh, it's going to get squeezed in somehow. And for Filza, might have just clutched up in the 90th minute to ensure they'll be the first semi-finalist going through to Championship. I can't even speak. Championship Sunday.
Vieira's the man who's orchestrating the attack. R9's managed to get around the corner. There's a man completely free in the middle. Patrick Vieira, is there a winner?
And Lucas Rep, probably the star for me out of that list of players. Here's a chance, surely not four. Tried to move it on the left foot. It's not going to matter anyway. Because R9's there. And when R9 is in and around the box, there's always going to be trouble. Here's that chance for Footwiz Lyrics now. R9 had to be perfect, and it is. It was a tough one. You can see it on the replay. Oh, it's Van Dijk there. Another day, Van Dijk does win that, doesn't he? From what we've seen so far, Messi back to goal. He's going to look for that left foot, as we probably know. Ball roll, there's that left foot, and there's the goal. We said we were waiting for it, but the ability just to move around in such a tight area. Ball roll was there, onto his left foot. Next thing you know, it's 2-0 to Footwiz Lyrics.
Here's Messi on that left foot. Ball back. Cristiano Ronaldo has scored that goal. And the changes have worked for Filza. 1-0 to the Brazilian.
One more chance, one more goal. It's perfect from Iago. And he will be in that PlayStation console final.
No reaction from Iago. Simply jump, done, sir.
Garincha into Gullit. A little bit of a desperate slide there. Ball into the box. One chance, one goal. And now in our Xbox final, it's one apiece.
A fantastically worked goal from Fnatic's new boy.
He's going to find Messi as well. Keeper's off his line. Is that a risk for him to take? Yashin! Oh, what a save! Pull it. Back to Cruyff now. There's a few ball rolls in there. Zidane already got one goal. There's the fake shot. Oh, we've got a game up.
Iago with R9. Lovely fake shot, opening up the space, smashing it with the left foot.
Eusebio is fresh. Scores now. You'd have to say it's game over. Eusebio, ball roll, surely on the line. It's in from R9. And you can see the outboard of emotion. Surely that is your game winner.
Eusebio into R9. Danger here for Filza. The heel to heel, the double. To cause some trouble here for Filza. Back into R9. Round the corner. Big chance! Tex takes the lead. As Alberto goes back into Vieira now. A third goal here. And you have to feel Filza would be completely deflated. Here's R9. Beautiful from Tex! He is special.
That's 3 for Tex. And we may have to start carving that name on the trophy already.
Tex again showing in so many different areas of the pitch why he is such a talented human being.
The FUT Champions Cup post-show is presented by PS4.
We'll be right back.